Hello everyone, welcome back to my gaming table. I'm Rob.
I'm Mel.
And we're here to celebrate reaching 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. And yeah, I can't believe it. Welcome. We're gonna reminisce about reaching 15,000 subscribers, which is like a big deal for us. You know, big deal on YouTube when you make videos and live streams that are like 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 12 hours, whatever. They don't generally get promoted by YouTube and get lots of clicks. Lots of views, lots of watch minutes, all that kind of stuff. It's just kind of anti what YouTube is about. So the fact we've reached 15,000 subscribers doing that kind of content, live streaming on a platform that's not really known for live streaming, making long form playthroughs where people's time is like, you know, not everyone wants to sit and watch that long of a playthrough, and I understand, but I feel like there was a need for it way back in the day. And I was surprised even 100 people wanted to watch and click the little subscribe button down below. But 15,000 of you and more have, and since have left, which is totally fine. Totally fine. But the fact we've hit that 15,000 and we're above it, right here. We're above it. Looks like we're steadily above it, which is great. I'm like blown away. It's awesome. But hello everybody in the live chat. Hello to you watching live. We will be answering questions. We'll be reminiscing about the channel, kind of like, well, we kind of killed time waiting for people to show up. And just kind of like hanging out, celebrating our reaching this milestone. And if you're here going like, what the hell's with the thumbnail? Anyone who knows the channel knows I'm like the pessimist. I'm the one that just calls it as it is. Mel's the happy one who was smiling, trying to be like, we're gonna win, roll the dice, we'll win, don't worry. And I'm like, I hate rolling dice because it's out of my control and we're gonna lose. And also, I don't like celebrating. I don't like patting myself on the back. I don't like celebrating my achievements. I don't like to be given positive feedback, negative. I don't even care. I don't need to hear it. I didn't celebrate my birthdays as a kid. I don't like.
Still don't.
I don't. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I feel like it's selfish when somebody's like celebrating you being born or you doing things. Like when I'm at work and I'm being paid to do a job, I don't need somebody giving me like extra on top of that. Just like pay me. I'm doing my job. Let's just keep doing the job. You know, I don't need the positive reinforcement. I just was never one like that. And I don't know what that is. Something with my social, you know, issues or being an introvert or any of that kind of stuff. I don't know, but I figured like we're okay. Mel's like, we got to do something.
Well, I think you guys were also hyping up that we were going to do something, because like Sajad says, this is our achievement, like yours as well. Yeah. Like you guys are part of this community, so we wanted to celebrate with you.
True.
Yeah.
So I appreciate everyone helping us get here and doing this, but like I'm not in it for the subscriber count. FYI, I'm not in it. I guess if I'm doing it full time, I gotta care about donations and making money doing it so I can keep doing it as much. But again, if we like lost support, people stopped donating, people stopped backing us on Patreon, people stopped clicking the join button down below and supporting me month to month, allowing me to like be able to buy games, equipment, keep doing this instead of doing a normal job, or not a normal job, that's not the wrong word, but you know, doing a job that like doing, you know, something I like and on my hobby, you know, like it's kind of cool to turn my hobby into like work. It was neat because it already was kind of workish, but it was on top of trying to do other work. So without that, I would just have to go back to doing other work, which is like not the end of the world, but like I don't want to do it. So I do.
Fun.
Yeah, it's definitely, well, I don't know, most of the time it's not as fun. I'm just joking. But yeah, thank you everyone for supporting the channel. Thanks for helping us get to 15,000 subscribers. That does help promote the channel, helps other people find the channel, helps YouTube promote it, helps publishers take us more seriously, you know, and kind of reach out, and maybe we'll find games or find audiences that maybe would love our content but can't find us, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's definitely like a thing, like, you know, when somebody sees a channel that has, you know, 1 million subscribers or whatever, you kind of like, whoa, what's the deal here? And it piques your interest, you know, like, or why does this channel have this kind of subscribers and a similar channel has this many subscribers? Like, there's got to be something about this channel. It just makes people like, oh, I want to come and check it out. It's like, it definitely helps, right? It's kind of like a snowball effect.
Reassurance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do appreciate it very much. But like the thumbnail is me being grumpy because like, I don't want to celebrate it. I just want to keep going to the next one. I want to keep playing games. I want to keep making videos. I want to keep hanging out on live streams with you awesome folks. And yeah, just keep it rolling. But of course, I got to stop every now and then and do some kind of Q&A or something, look at Kickstarter games, this kind of stuff. That's like, I just want to play games. You guys know that. But I do appreciate it. You know, even though I'm like grumpy about it and that kind of thing, I'm glad we're here and I'm going to have fun with it, of course.
You do warm up in these streams. It just takes a minute, right?
Yeah.
Usually. But
the thumbnail came to me because I was like, I don't want to do the stream. Like, those
are the wrong words.
No, I don't. Like, I'm honest. That's my problem. You know, some people say that's a good thing, some people say it's a bad thing, but I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. And it's like, you know, that's why I don't do these Q&As that often, because it's like it breaks up my, you know, learning and playing more games and just having fun playing games on stream with you guys. And that's my favorite thing, right? I don't like to do the norm either. So like, you know, there's this like standard in tabletop or content creation. It's like, you got to do top 10 lists, you got to do Q&As on a schedule, you got to mix in some reviews and all this kind of stuff. And yes, I believe I could be at like 40,000 subscribers doing this for like 8 or 9 years or whatever if I just did top 10 lists, short little 10-minute videos, YouTube would promote it more, and do those kind of things. I've seen the numbers when I do something like that. They do awesome. But it's like, I don't want to do something just because I have to. That's like anti what I'm about. So I don't care. I don't need like the reassurance, the rewards as much. So I set my goals realistic. I'm I'm all good living within my means as long as I'm like having a good time. So that's where I'm at. So I appreciate everyone helping us get there. But that's the thumbnail. It's kind of like twofold. Was I don't want to do the stream, and the second thing was like, it's just the positivity that Mel brings to the stream when she's on stream with me, versus my like, you know, super serious, my sore loser side, my like trying to solve the game, getting too competitive, all that kind of stuff. So it was just kind of funny. I was like, Mel, you're gonna smile in this picture, and I'm gonna be grumpy. Let's do it. And that's what that's about. So
it was perfect.
Yeah, anyone clicking this, and I saw some people going like, what is this thumbnail about?
Yeah, some people didn't understand, which is fair.
Then that's how I know you don't watch the channel. That's how I know you're not.
Or not enough.
You're not a hardcore fan. That's how I know.
That's true. Now, speaking of all of that, before we actually went live, I just want to note that I want to say thank you to Kanji, because Kanji did put super chat in there. And it was before we were live. So I just, after talking about all of that, and
hold on, I can fix it. I can go to the multiverse, change time, and all this kind of stuff. Watch, like it just happened. Pretend it just happened. Whoa, Kanji! Wow, out of nowhere. Congrats on 15K, Kanji. You're crazy. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thanks for your long-term support.
There was more to that. I think it said congrats on your 15K. Onto 100 next or something.
I don't know. That's all that's there. I don't see any more, but
I can get it.
Oh, it's in the chat too? Oh, I see.
Congrats on 15K. May you get to 100K in no time.
I know what it was. The emoji he put in probably like broke the alert thing. So it like lost the rest after it.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. Just want to say
probably
thank you.
Probably like a semicolon in it or something, like broke it or whatever. But thank you, Kanji.
Yes,
thank you so much. It's okay, Mel. I know Rob hates me. Well, hate's a strong word.
Oh, no.
Hate's a strong word.
No. He wasn't. And I was sitting down here when it popped, but he wasn't. I just wanted to say thank you. You were talking about support and all that. So
I see Brian mentioning my blue shirt. I went in the closet and I walked for like 15 minutes down the shades of blue in all my shirts, in the closet. Got down to the lighter blues. I had one that's lighter, but it has like stripes on it. But I went for the lightest blue I could find that didn't have like all the stripes that will mess with like, the cameras and stuff. So yeah, this is my like brightest blue shirt that I could find, just to wear today. Hashtag Blue Shirt Squad.
I like it.
Yeah. Has Dan shown up to make a comment about it yet?
No.
Well, I'm not impressed. I wore it just to impress him.
I guess on that note too, I just want to say thank you so much to all of you for all the congratulations messages in the chat. They are so awesome.
I was gonna get there. It's
sorry.
Yeah, I'm scrolling and it's like, oh my God.
I was sitting down here for a few minutes while he was doing some running around before, and I was just reading them all as they came through. Thank you so much.
I'm just looking at them now. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah, everyone's so sweet.
Yeah, I'll get to some questions in a bit. I'll kill some time while others.
Oh, there's Dan.
Oh, hey, Dan. Oh, he says you look dazzling. Hold on. I can do this. Watch. I got the thing going today here. Boom. Well, hey, Dan.
Oh, Dan is wearing a blue shirt in his, so he is on your side here.
Obviously.
I didn't notice in your thing until it's blown up a little bit bigger.
Similar tastes. We know what's up. We know what's up.
That's why you noticed.
But yes, thank you for all the nice, kind messages. I appreciate the congratulations. You guys are awesome. Yeah, it's like, thank you to you too. Like, it's not just me. Everyone's like, oh, it's your achievement. But it's like, no, it's all of our achievement, because I appreciate it. Without you guys wanting to watch and giving feedback and me looking at the numbers, seeing what you guys like, and kind of like trying to find that mix between content I want to make, content you guys want to watch, and kind of put it together. So like, yeah. I know there's some people who like came and they find a video and they're like, will you play this game again more than the one time you played it, or 2 times or 4 times? And sometimes they just gotta say no, like, no, we're moving on, or sometimes maybe in the future, I don't know. And I know those people like aren't gonna stick around because they're just here for one game, but I appreciate those who do stick around, who subscribe, and just like, even if you don't watch all the content, I appreciate clicking on the subscribe button. Like I said, it does help the channel grow. Like YouTube algorithm, publishers, viewers, everyone takes you more serious the more subscribers you get. It's kind of like a snowball effect, like chicken before the egg kind of thing or something. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hello, everybody. Hello. Come on in. Pull up a chair to the table.
The congratulations keep on coming. You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. We're gonna have to go back and like actually read through every comment after, because
I can't keep up.
They're coming through so fast. So I apologize if we miss anybody.
50 Shades of Blue. Yeah, Velco. Like Bernardo's here. Hold on. I got to highlight Bernardo. And
Bernardo's creative comments over the years.
Bernardo keeping me giggling, keeping me on edge, keeping me wondering. Greetings from the bleachers. Rooting for you on this milestone. Keep it going. Take care. Bernardo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Oh, Patrick's also wearing a baby blue shirt.
Well, of course, you have to.
Yeah, you're anyone wearing any shade of blue.
Yeah, if you aren't, leave the chat now so I don't have to remove you.
Does it have a collar though?
Well, no, it doesn't have to have a collar.
Okay.
I just do the collar again because it's got collared shirts have a nice little button-up thing I can clip a mic to. That's literally why I wear them. That's it. They were the easiest way, and to keep cool. So the short sleeves is to keep cool with all the cameras, the computer, the lights, the monitors, all generating heat. So it's just, I wear shorts and these golf shirts to kind of stay cool in this room that gets warm, even in the winter. It gets pretty warm in here.
I don't think it gets very warm down
here. Mel doesn't care. She could be like, wearing a sweater on the beach in like South America, like.
I think it's sometimes very cold down here.
Yeah, she's cold, but I'm sitting here like cooking. But that's just the way we are. Yin to yang, right? Yeah. That's the thumbnail, right? Hot and cold,
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. So yeah, I'll get into like kind of like back in the day. I'll kind of try to put myself back in the mindset of what it was like. I'm gonna answer some questions. There were some questions from our producers in our private Discord, those who join on YouTube and join on Patreon at the producer level. There were some questions put in our water cooler chat. So I'll try to address those. Mel will read those off in a sec. That maybe we'll do that because some of that is about like kind of starting off.
Yeah,
and, like,
some of it starts the whole
back in the day
process of this, but yeah.
So Dan says, Rob and Mel, it's been a heck of a ride for me. I think I came on board around 10.5K. So around 4,500 people stayed despite me being here.
Interesting.
I love it. I love it. Man,
that's
so
funny that you remember the time-ish that you joined. That's awesome.
Oh, Keith says, not wearing a blue shirt, but I'm a member of the Blue Man Group. Okay, that's legit. Totally fine. You're actually more hardcore to the blue gang than we are, so that's good.
Billy says, so my gray t-shirt doesn't cut it?
No, Billy, get out.
Does it have some blue on it?
Billy, go home. Billy, go home. Close the window, close the app, get out. I'm sorry. You didn't get the memo? Like, I mailed out invitations to everybody. It said blue shirt is mandatory.
Blue shirts only.
Blue shirt's mandatory. You didn't get it? Kanji just thought.
Oh, I missed that.
Kanji has left the chat. Hashtag red shirts rule. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Man. Oh, man.
This is the kind of fun that we were hoping we would have today.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Do you want me to read one of the questions to start things off?
Yeah, let's just get it going.
I don't think Bob is here yet, but Bob Chapman has left a few. Also did so did Brian.
For one sec. We're just answering these to kind of get into the reminiscing part, but I'll let you guys know who are watching when we're kind of taking questions in the chat, because I know what'll happen. You guys will come in. I've already seen a few questions.
Yeah, I have too.
And then they fly off the screen and they're long gone. And in our chat window that I view, I can only scroll back so far and it starts losing messages. So just so everyone knows who watches streams, I get comments every now and then, or I see people in chat like, oh, Rob's ignoring me. But sometimes I just like am focused on something. I scan for comments. I can't read everything. And then it goes off screen and it's awkward to like scroll back. And sometimes it only scrolls so far. So just keep that in mind. I'm not personally trying to ignore anybody, FYI. But yeah, I do appreciate it. Let's see. Yes, we are divided, Brian. No, we have blue game channels and red game channels. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are divided. We are divided.
Bilgo says, I was there in 2020 when COVID struck. And I think that's when a lot of people found us, right? When they got stuck at home with COVID.
Yep. Jackpot man with the super chat. It's like it's too much text. This alert thing doesn't know how to use it. It says, congrats, guys. Your spirit and enthusiasm is always very contagious. Almost like COVID. Wait a minute. Almost like a virus? Oh my God, they're a virus. Run. Oh no, wait, it's online. Phew, calm down, guys. It's all right. They're all right. They're cool.
That is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I appreciate it. That's picture you like at your screen, like typing that, being like, no, wait. How about cool. This? Like all your thoughts just spilling out. I love it.
That is so awesome. Thank you.
Jackpot man, thank you so much for the long-term support. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. So, if you want to go to the questions here, so Bob and Brian
were the only ones that posted in the Discord specifically. So I guess Bob's not here. Brian is here, so we start with one of Brian's questions.
We'll
start with one of Brian's questions.
If Bob shows up, if Bob doesn't show up, we gotta talk about like the start of the channel and stuff anyway. And then maybe
that kind of starts it off actually. Let's start with actually Bob's. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna start with. I'm not going in the order of his questions because I'll go in kind of the order of what I think is most relevant. So, Bob Chapman in the Discord wrote, "What the hell was I thinking?" Meaning Rob. What made you decide to give the streaming shenanigans a try, and what made you think you'd be good at it, and why did Mel go along with the nonsense?
So
kind of a multi-parter, but what made you start streaming, and why did you think or know you'd be good at it?
So okay, might be a little long, but I was thinking about this earlier today.
Grab your drink, everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Congratulations. Cheers. We made it. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Cheers.
We should probably do that too every time.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot our little drinks. So back in okay, let's roll back. It's kind of related to me getting into the hobby, which I've told this story a few times. Me being older, it's many years ago, the details kind of get fuzzy and things kind of get lost every time, but it's nice to kind of just like get it on recording, but basically, we can go even further back. As a kid, I played crappy board games. All the ones, you find in like a Toys R Us, a department store, those crappy games. I had younger brothers and a sister, and we like lost pieces. No one ever knew how to play games right. No one took it seriously. Growing up in my teen years, I had friends, parents who loved to play Monopoly. I went over for their Monopoly kind of family night a few times. It sucked. I hated it. I cheated. I stole money and like messed around with pieces when no one was paying attention just to entertain myself. Cause like Monopoly was like, I don't know, like nails on a chalkboard. It was kind of like, I don't know, it was horrible. I hated playing it, but my friend liked playing it and his family liked playing it. So I just played it with them, you know, some nights when it was raining and we weren't going out and doing anything. So I was like, sure, I'll play, when I really just wanted to play video games. I've always been like a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, like a little Nintendo fanboy growing up. I love Nintendo games as a kid, right from the age of like 6-ish, around there somewhere. Even before that, maybe when arcades, got like hooked on video games. I just love video games. And I was a gamer from a young age, but the board games were like not really great. And then in my 20s, there was some mention of games that are better than those old games. And somebody I knew, this girl I knew, she mentioned how at college she had played this game called Settlers of Catan, and it was really cool. And I went, eh. And I had a version of, I don't even know what board game it was, some crappy board game. I don't know what it was. Can't even remember. But I mentioned I was looking to get to play a board game because I'd played Risk before and I liked the idea of the war and, you know, like fighting with little dudes. It brought me back to being a kid, you know, it's kind of cool. And they said, no, you need to check out Settlers of Catan. And I said, okay. And then someone mentioned this Puerto Rico was cool. Anyways, those were mentioned. I remember those because I was like, oh, maybe I should go get those. But I didn't know where to get them. I couldn't find them at the time. I didn't know what they were. And then Game of Thrones, the TV show, came out. And then I was like obsessed with it. I already love Lord of the Rings. I love the fantasy themed stuff. As a kid, I watched a lot of fantasy themed cartoons and things. I was fascinated by that stuff. And basically, Game of Thrones first season, finished watching it. I'm waiting for the second season to come out. I'm just hungry. I find out there's books. This Game of Thrones actually came from books. And you could literally read like the next many seasons in the book form. And in the first season was like so true to the books. I was like, I got to do this. And then I start Googling the books. While Googling the books, I see ads or other mentions in articles I was reading about the books of this Game of Thrones, the board game, second edition by Fantasy Flight Games that had just come out a couple years before. And I started reading about this. I go, what is this board? I want to get a board game. I haven't had board games in so long. I look into it and I start reading the description of it. And I start looking up like written reviews on it. I start reading, it's like Risk, but it fixes a lot of things. It's an epic area control, no dice, no randomness, has a 10-round limit, could end even sooner. And I went, man, I hate Risk. We played Risk at a cottage in 2009. Yeah. 2008, 2009. We found an old version of Risk from like the 60s in this cottage we rented upstairs. There was these old board games, like old board games. This lady who rented us the cottage was like in her 70s or something.
Mm-hmm. It was like board games and puzzles.
Yeah, and she's had this cottage for decades, like almost her whole life. And there's just these puzzles and board games from like 50s, 60s, 70s, all up in this room upstairs.
Like
and
a loft type room.
Yeah, and it started raining one day, like pouring rain out. And we were like right on the water. We couldn't take the boat out. We couldn't go outside. We were just stuck in this cottage. It looked beautiful, all raining and everything, thunder showers, all this stuff. And I went upstairs, I grabbed this board game Risk. We brought it downstairs. I said, I haven't played Risk since I was a kid. So we played Risk. We started the game. We played like literally all day, like probably like 16 hours of it. And even I think the next day, 2 friends came and joined us at the cottage and the Risk was still set up. They got involved, I think. And we just kept playing and we're like, or maybe they were there at the beginning.
I think they were there at the beginning.
Either way.
Because I think Justin was one of them.
Yeah, Justin was. It rained. It rained for like 24 hours, it felt like. And we just kept playing this game. We woke up and kept continuing this game. We even took pictures. The game didn't end because we thought we would continue it back at home with the same group. We never did.
No.
But I have those pictures somewhere. But this game never ended, but we were having fun. We were having some fun. It was fun. But again, it was in this environment where there was no other option. So it was like I was having more fun than I assumed I would have. And we just kept going and I wanted it to finish. But when I found this Game of Thrones, the board game second edition, published by Fantasy Flight Games, I was like reading about it saying it like had a time limit basically, even if it's like 6 hours to play it. And remember, I just spent like 18 hours playing a game of Risk that had
didn't end.
That had no end in sight. Okay, no end in sight. The game has so many design flaws. And then I read like it's still got the area control. There's no dice rolling. So you pick cards to play in combat and eventually like you cycle your hand. So you can't just keep getting the same results and keep winning combat. You have to make the choices of when to strike. And how it was like less about randomness and more about planning and cunning and backstabbing. And like, I was like, this is perfect. I wish we had that game at the cottage. That would have been perfect for this group. So I tried to find the game. The game had just gone out of print. I think it had its first or second print run, and it was just not found anywhere. So for work, I was traveling for work. I was in another city, and I drove down this main street, and I saw this toy store, and I went, I saw board games in the window, and I went, you know what? I'll call them when they're open, because they weren't open yet. So I called them in the middle of the day. I was like 10 minutes away, and they said, yeah, we have that game. We have one copy left. I went, get out of here. And they're like, what? So I went to the store, and I explained to them, like, I've been looking for this game for like months. I can't find it. I'm hungry for it. So I got the board game. I remember calling Mel saying, like, I found it. I found a copy. Like, I was so excited, and she probably wasn't. Didn't understand, but I was so obsessed with Game of Thrones. I was reading the books at the time, waiting for the second show. Finally got the board game. Of course, in the board game, they advertised the card game, so I got hooked on that. So playing Game of Thrones, the board game, teaching it to lots of coworkers, family, built up like a 30+ player group that I used to post events on Google Plus or Facebook and just invite, like, from the 30 people, whoever wants to get the final 3 seats or 4 seats to come and play, you know, and people would just play. We play every weekend. I used to bring it to people's houses, bring it to work. We'd play after work with coworkers. I would teach it. I just love Game of Thrones board game 2nd edition. It just mesmerized me, pulled me right into the hobby. Then I got into the card game because I needed this fix to play Game of Thrones in a shorter time frame. And I never really played competitive card games before that seriously. I had some growing up that I just bought like packs of and like tried to play with my brothers, and we couldn't figure them out. We didn't know the rules, and we just like were basically collecting. You know, when you're a little kid, you collect Pokemon cards. I didn't collect those. I collected other ones, but like there was like a Marvel game I bought some packs for and stuff. Anyways, so getting those games, so it comes into getting into the hobby related to those 2 games, Game of Thrones, the board game, 2nd edition, Game of Thrones, the living card game, 1st edition by Fantasy Flight Games. Those 2 games I got obsessed with. Like literally every minute I had spare, I was trying to read articles, look up stuff, find people to play with, build decks. Like I was obsessed. And I found local tournaments for Game of Thrones, the card game. Started going to those, building my own decks. I didn't know there was deck building websites at the time. I didn't know about cardgamedb.com or anything like that. But I remember building my first like Dragon Targaryen deck in that game, bringing it to a local tournament, meeting people, and was like, this feels right. Playing the board game, playing that card game, I was hooked. But then I started going on YouTube, and I started looking on YouTube and Twitch, and I was already watching video game streams on Twitch. I already did video game streams on Twitch by that time. I already messed around with live streaming that. I already watched videos of like board game or video games on YouTube and that kind of stuff. And I realized my hobby, I could find when I wasn't playing video games, I could find people streaming video games. I could find people making videos about video games on YouTube. But then when I got into board gaming, that started to become my new hobby. And I realized, wait, I'm not playing video games as much anymore. I'm like obsessed with this paper and plastic and cardboard. I started looking on YouTube, and no offense, at that time in 2012 is when I got the board game and got the card game. Like mid to late 2012 is when I found this hobby, this awesome hobby. I started looking on YouTube, and like, you know, of course, what comes up? The Dice Tower, Tom Vassell, this guy sitting in front of a shelf of board games talking about board games. But I couldn't find him talking about any of these board games I was playing. I couldn't find Game of Thrones, the board game. I couldn't find Game of Thrones, the card game. I searched for Magic the Gathering, which I knew about because I had friends that played it. I searched for Pokemon, I knew about because my little brothers played it. And I could find video content like crazy. I could find stuff about Settlers of Catan. I could find stuff about Ticket to Ride. I could find these kind of games have videos. All these lighter games, these one-off games, these shorter games, these simpler games, or Magic, you know, in the card game realm, or Pokemon. I could find videos and coverage and YouTube channels coming out the yin-yang talking about that stuff. But I couldn't find anyone making content about the things I was in love with, the things I was playing. And for video games, you could find that. If I want to look up, like, you know, a new Nintendo game is coming out, I could easily look online, you know, a new computer game, and you can find, oh, here's videos about it, here's trailers about it, here's people playing it, here's people reviewing it, talking about it, walking through it, you know, analyzing it, speed running it, all this stuff. But I couldn't find anything like that I wanted to watch for board gaming about the board games I loved. So that was my motivation. And I see Bob is here. Hello, Bob. We are currently trying to answer your question within 45 minutes, hopefully. But this was the reminiscent I want to do, is kind of put myself back in the headspace of where I started and what drove me. So that's like the path that led me to sitting there. I'm watching YouTube. I'm sitting on my couch. I have my Android TV. I'm watching on a big screen TV, and I'm clicking through YouTube. And instead of searching video games, I started searching board games, trying to find other board games to play, because I felt like, you know, I wanted to pull in more players into our play group. So not everyone was clicking with this giant 6-hour epic game. And I thought, maybe I could find games that are shorter, simpler that I'm maybe not as interested in, but the players I'm playing with could join me more often and play those experiences. So I started finding these videos like the Dice Tower and some other like kind of low quality videos for Game of Thrones, a card game, maybe, you know, most of it honestly was unwatchable. And I just didn't understand why video gaming, and I understand it's a way bigger industry, like way more money in it, way bigger than the movie industry even, and entertainment industry, like video games are it, right? Even back in those days, 10 years ago, whatever. And I was watching even like the lowest quality of YouTube channel, the smallest YouTube channel, you could find tons of them making content for those video games, but none for the board games I was interested in. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to be the one. I want to watch gameplay of this game I love. I don't want to watch Magic the Gathering tournaments. I want to watch Game of Thrones, the card game tournaments. So I went, Mel, I want to do this. Like, I can do this. I'm watching Magic the Gathering tournaments. Yeah, they're all professional. I'm still not even at that quality. But I was watching those and going like, I want to do that. And I want to look into it and figure it out, you know? And so I started looking up cameras. How do you film these card games? I started looking up Magic the Gathering. How do people make videos of it? How do the professionals do it? And started getting interested in it. I was going to Fantasy Flight Games for World Championships, checking them out at Gen Con, seeing how they were filming stuff and seeing how they were doing live streaming, trying to understand how it all worked. And I understood how to stream a video game. That's easy. Anyone could do it. That's why it exists. Then I learned streaming and filming board game playthroughs and board game content is a little more challenging. So most of the board game videos I could find at the time, or live streaming, anything like that, there wasn't really any live streaming, but the board game videos were just people talking in front of board game shelves. Not really playing the games, just talking about them. Because it was harder to film with glare and lighting and camera angles and trying to light multiple subjects and all in the same room. It's tough. It's a challenge. It's something you need to learn and figure out. And I'm still working on it. But I just realized no one was doing that. And I thought, well, if no one's going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then I just said, let's try it. So I started showing up to tournaments with my cameras, asking players, can I film you playing card games I'm playing, whether it's Warhammer Conquest or you know, Game of Thrones, a card game, first, second edition, all this stuff. It took a while for me to build up the guts to kind of like go film people, but I started practicing at home, filming board games, filming Mel and I playing card games. A lot of those videos I've deleted because I didn't feel like they were great quality. They were testing, they were learning. So I had videos probably back in like early 2014, late 2013 that are all gone. I deleted them, or they were on Twitch in just streams that like just got archived. I never moved them to YouTube and they just get lost, right? They don't hold everything. But yeah, we've been going at this. I've been dabbling with it since like around 2013. I got my first camera, started playing around with it and making videos. And yeah, that was the motivation, was finding this hobby, and Fantasy Flight Games was a different company then, but they were making some pure quality stuff. And then I learned about Jess, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations. Yes, Jess. Thank you, Jess. So much.
Okay, let's cheers to Jess.
Cheers, Jess. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jess.
Cheers. Thank you. Hey, Game of Thrones. See? I knew we'd talk about this stuff. You know, man's got to have a code. Got the hound mask on there, you know. I just want some chicken. More chicken.
Thank you.
I want some effing chicken. Anyways. Yeah, so that's what drove me. That's what got me into it, was sitting there watching content on YouTube and going, there's no content for the things I like. And even in the board gaming tabletop content, there was nobody covering the games I was interested in. They were all covering trick-taking, little light games, little family weight games that took no longer than an hour. And the real motivation, it clicks. So it comes like a little full circle kind of story here is, and I've told this before too. I went to my first Gen Con in 2013, and I went there to play in a Game of Thrones, a card game tournament. And after I'd only played in one local tournament, and I didn't know about any online deck building sites, so Shamar, who's been on the channel a couple of times, and myself, we just built some decks. I taught him the game. He started loving it. And I said, you want to go to Gen Con? They have this like intercontinental or continental national championship, whatever it was called at the time. And we can go play. They have hundreds of people show up and play this game. Like, I had so fun playing with like 12 people locally. Let's go play with. And this is how crazy and how deep I go down the rabbit hole. I was just like, you know what? Let's go to Gen Con and let's play in this super epic tournament that I couldn't really find any coverage or videos for. So we just went and played. But when I went to Gen Con, I met Tom Vassell for a few minutes. You know, I met him at his booth before, like, now he's got a booth just about meeting him. Before, he was just hanging out at a booth. I think he was trying to promote his, like, this game he made. It was like about mobsters and stuff. But he was just standing in that company's booth, just like standing around while the designer was teaching the game. And he was just there kind of like watching. And I went up, I said, hey, I just like to say, I like your videos. And he said, oh, thanks for that. And this was when he wasn't that big either. And I thought, I like what you do. And he went, yeah, that's cool. What's your favorite game? And I went, Game of Thrones board game 2nd edition. I'm like, how come you don't make any videos about that or play that or talk about that game? I'm like, did you ever play it? And he said, I think he said he played it. And then he was like, it's just too long. I don't like games that are that long, that complex. Not really for me, a little more cutthroat and all that kind of stuff. And I went, oh, that's when the light bulb went off. That's why he makes content. He talked about his family and he likes playing the family weight games and playing games he can play with like, Sam and Z and what they like. And I realized like, that's when it clicked. I needed to expand my board game collection to start pulling more people into my local play group. But that's when it clicked. And that was part of the driving force, was like, oh, so he's never going to make videos about games like this. Well, these are the games I want. So Lord of the Rings, the living card game, I got into that. And that I made videos with that too. And I got into that. Those don't exist. Maybe one was still on the internet that we were looking at the couple months back. But
yeah,
I remember we were playing that on Twitch and like just, playing that with like 3 people watching and stuff. Having a good time, testing for tournaments for Game of Thrones, the card game on Twitch, having like 5 people watching, talking, it was blew my mind. It was just so fun, a fun little hobby to do. But that's when I was realized like, okay, if he's not gonna make that content and he's the one everyone goes to, like I need to make some of that content. Even if I don't have many people watching, I just felt like it was something that I wanted, and I wanted to make the content I wanted to watch. And I knew there's people out there that also wanted to watch that kind of content that just wasn't being made out there. And that's it. That's what made me get into it. And Mel originally like didn't want to be on camera. She didn't want to be really part of it. It was just me filming myself.
No, I hated it.
And me forcing her, like, come on, play. And then we had friends come over and I would always ask them, like, are you okay being on camera? And then I had friends I met after doing it and they were like, yeah, I'd love to be on camera. So there's a question there.
Yeah, this leads into, so first I guess he wants to know, why did I go along with this nonsense? I think anybody that watches the channel can see how passionate Rob is when he loves something, right? So imagine him coming to you and saying, this is what I want to do, with all of these points, and I just couldn't say no.
Right? I also, because Mel and I were very like, as soon as we got together and as soon as I met her, I'd known her for years, like a decade before we got together.
Yeah.
She kind of moved in very quickly. As soon as she moved in, as soon as we realized it was right, I'm very open, like, yeah, let's have a shared bank account. Our finances are together. I'm an open book. I'm open. I'm honest. Like, we're in this together. We're a team fighting against the world. Let's do this. Like right from the beginning, and then into parenting and living together and and our work and all that stuff. We're just like a team. Like I instantly became a team with her. So when I need to decide something, like this goes to this day, if I need to do any kind of purchase that I feel is like, it's coming from our shared account, our shared income, it's like, no matter who was making more money or less money at the time, didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
Everything is from one account. It's all open book. We have no hidden anything. But I know couples that have multiple credit cards hidden. They buy stuff and hide it on things, have debt that they're not telling their significant other about.
Yeah, we have friends.
Yeah, they don't share their school debt. They fight over money. I didn't want to be part of that. So I knew like, that's something I don't want in my relationship. I want to be a full open book, work together, fight against the world. And so when I need to buy a camera, so I'm looking to spend like $800 to buy a camera or $500 to buy a camera, and then cables or a new computer that can help, or, tripods and things, lighting, all this stuff. Those aren't cheap purchases. I don't go usually for the cheapest thing. I try to find a good deal, buy something, step up, maybe not the best, but I'm working my way there slowly over 10 years. But I go to Mel with it, right? Like I'm like, hey, I've been researching cameras. Like, are you okay if I do this? Like, I'm about to spend $800 on something that could be like, just collect dust in the corner and I never use it.
Yeah, if it doesn't work or you're not having fun.
And so I had to explain that to her, like, Mel, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to start a YouTube channel. I'm going to start posting videos. Like, are you okay if I spend money and time on this? Like, because now I'm like spending time, not, in the evening I come home from work and it's like, now I'm going upstairs and editing videos, researching about filming, cameras, learning the games I want to play on camera to this extra level of trying to like know my stuff. And so I go to her with that and we discuss these kind of things. Just like going streaming full time, it's like, I need her blessing and I need her to be okay with it, because it's like, it's not me. It's like, so I came to her with that kind of thing, was like, even just at the beginning was like, Mel, I want to like build a bigger game topper table thing so I can fit more people to play Game of Thrones, the board game, and put mics on the table and have cameras around. Like, are you okay if I spend the time buying this stuff, doing this stuff, researching this stuff, spending my money on this stuff, our money on this stuff, you know, that kind of thing? So yeah, that's where, so if she isn't for it, I just don't do it. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? So
yeah.
But yeah.
And it's multiple conversations. It's not a one conversation kind of thing. But I was fully on board. And initially when the channel started and we were just playing, you know, actually, I guess to go back, when we're playing games like Game of Thrones, a board game, and it's a whole big group, I didn't feel as nervous on stream, right? And then a lot of the videos in the beginning were card games, so there was no faces. Like, my face wasn't in, it was just my hands. Obviously, you feel more confident when it's just your hands
we
playing,
only have one camera, so it's like, I gotta make that one camera angle work.
Then when it started to be more of I needed to talk on camera and all of that, I started to get a lot more nervous. I'm still nervous. Anybody that has seen my painting streams knows I stumble over my words. I'm like sweating. Even now that I'm starting to think about it, I'm starting to get nervous and stumbly. But I was definitely 100% on board the whole time. And then when Rob said, or when we started having the conversations about where the channel was going and then going into more of a full-time thing, it was something that we discussed a lot. And like Rob said, our finances have always been shared. So we looked at everything and we decided that we could try. And then it was always the thing too of, you can try it if you don't like it, or if it's not working out the way we intended, then you can go back. And
that was the other thing too. Like Mel, like at the time too, it's like the whole idea of me doing it more often. Even before that, like I used to just go, I traveled to tournaments. I bought all this equipment for traveling, multiple cameras, SD cards, battery packs. Like I probably drove with my trunk to, like, you know, 4, 5, 8-hour drives to tournaments at conventions. Oh, Kanjay. Hey, Kanjay, I got to put a limit on you today. You can only do so many super chats today. All
right, we need to do cheers. We didn't do cheers for Kanjay's last one. Also, we'll do an extra cheers for Jackpot Man's too, because we didn't do his.
Thank you for forgetting. RESBECT, you both just amazed that you both. Oh, I see. RESBECT, you both. See, I start singing. I'm actually going to start saying that, and I'm like, where's the rhyme here? Just amazed at the teamwork, dedication, and collaboration. 100% respect. Thank you, Kenji, for the support.
We work together on everything, so.
Yeah, most stuff. At the beginning, though, it was all me, though.
Yeah, it was Rob.
I was like, Mel, I'm buying this camera. Are you okay if I go away this weekend, drive 5 hours to Ottawa or whatever, and go film a tournament of 20 people in a dark game store basement playing Game of Thrones, the card game, or Warhammer Conquest? And, you know, I've messaged the Facebook groups of people in Michigan, in Cleveland, in Buffalo, in Rochester, in Toronto, in Ottawa, wherever. I was driving, wherever I could find a tournament online, I would message those local players and say, hey, I don't know if you know about my channel, but I would love to come and film. Some of that never made it on YouTube, but I originally just had a little tripod, a little camera, a little light, and would drive myself for like 6, 7, 8, 5, 3 hours, whatever, just to go film and get footage so that I could bring it back to the Game of Thrones or whatever game it was community, making no money, doing it for nothing other than just something I could watch later. So I'm playing in the tournament, so I could film these games, I could voice them over after, I get to watch more content. So like selfishly, I was out there, like I said, making content that I wanted to watch that I couldn't find.
Right.
And then in turn, there was other people who also wanted to watch that, so I'd share it in those local groups. And it was just that. It was just to cover the games I was interested in that I couldn't find coverage for. And so I just started doing that. Eventually, at some point, Mel said, Rob,
I can tell you where this happened, where I started coming with you. Is that what you're going to say?
No.
Oh, okay.
There was a point. So talking about like making money or like earning money doing it. So I was spending money, of course, like not even on the games, just the cameras, the driving, the equipment, the tripods. I bought 2 cameras eventually to film multiple games. I then got a laptop to stream with, bought lots of cameras, lighting, you know, screens, things to block out lights at conventions, all this kind of stuff. I went crazy with it.
Not even to mention all the cards that you have to buy.
No, I'm not talking about the games.
Oh, not talking about
the game.
Okay.
Just creating content for the game. Okay. People travel to conventions. People travel to card game tournaments and stuff. Yeah. That's like a normal thing. But like when you have like $2,000 worth of lighting, camera, tripod, like kind of video cables, equipment, streaming, all this stuff. you know, like little routers and stuff to like make sure you can stream Wi-Fi at like hotels and conventions and things and get good signal out. All these things. I used to lug stuff up and down like giant convention center stairs and stuff by myself, just setting up for these tournaments, these videos. I just kept going and spending money on it. And then people started handing me money and stuffing money in my camera bags. And I said, guys, I'm doing this because I love the game. I want to get more content out there. And people started giving me money and asking me, why can't I give you money? Like I give money to this creator on Patreon or PayPal or whatever. And I went to Mel, I told her about this, and Mel said, you need to do it. And of course, it took like 6 months of her bugging me to go, Rob, if you want to buy that next camera, you can get help from the community. They want you to have another camera to film more games. They want you to have a better mic so they can listen to you voicing over videos better, or hearing the whole table talk about a game, or, you know, better lighting so they can see the board better or the cards better, you know, high resolution, whatever. So start a Patreon. And I'm like, nobody wants to pay for this stuff. It's not even worth any money. That's what I would say to her. I'm like, I don't feel like my content is worthy of money. And I've said this on stream before at the time. And, you know, and she was like, just do it. And so I did it. And I started getting money every month just from Game of Thrones, the card game fans. And when I realized I could get some money out of it, and that helped me, you know, justify my time, justify buying better cameras, more SD cards, equipment, battery packs, all tripods, traveling to more tournaments, I realized like, okay, this is how I justify it more. So I don't have to put that burden on my finances, Mel's finances, you know, that kind of stuff. And I appreciate it. It made sense. If the community wanted the content, they would help donate to it and make it better. And it would motivate me to help kind of like, you know, if I just had like a rough week at work, you know, now I'm going to spend the weekend, like, you know, I go to a tournament on the weekend. I come back super exhausted, but I need to get these videos out. So literally I'm like getting home from work. I'm spending all night just like voicing over and editing tournament videos or gameplay videos and stuff just to show those off because people want to get them now. And eventually I started getting money for it, and I thought this was cool. And yeah, so that's when the option came out that I was just like wanted to change jobs. The option was like, I wonder, I see other people do it in other industries where they do it full time. And Mel and I had the discussion, and it just, you know, we were getting enough backing on Patreon at the time, and more people were donating. And I said, like, what's the minimum we need to do so that we can like survive, and how much do I need to save up? So I stuck at that job I was at, you know, got moved through teams, promoted, all this kind of stuff, got more money, but all that time for like over a year, I like literally did not spend a dime.
Yeah, we had a goal.
I saved like a madman and invested and everything and tried to put money so that if I tried this, I could try it for as long as possible to grow it, because I knew YouTube could be a slow growth. It's hard, right? And maybe people don't like what I'm doing, and I have to change it up to try to like, you know, adapt to try to be able to do it full time. And if it didn't work after 6 months, a year, 2 years, I would go back. So as soon as I start digging into my savings, it starts putting a clock on it. But literally, as soon as I started, like literally that Gen Con, it was like right before Gen Con, I handed in my 2 weeks, which turned to be a month because the company needed me to stay and finish some stuff. But I wanted to go to Gen Con, as the Gen Con of 2019 was going to be my last Gen Con while working a like full-time office, you know, kind of job.
9 to 5.
9 to yeah. I wish it was 9 to 5.
Well, yeah, but I'm
but yeah,
putting quotes around it.
9 to 5 job. So I saved up and saved up and saved up so that even if I made no money doing it, I could pull from my savings that I put away and would be able to survive while I looked for another job, or I tried different things to try to make it work.
Yeah.
And originally I thought I'd only be able to try for a year, but literally almost instantly, like I never touched those savings. No, I never needed to pull from them. Never, not even once. No. Not even once, because I made sure to live within my means. I ate like ramen at lunch. I made sure I cost no money. I made it work with the equipment I had, and I just went at it and kept doing what I wanted to do. And the response on Patreon, then eventually YouTube members and donations and stuff. I was like, Mel, like I'm doing it like almost instantly. Yeah. I went to that Gen Con and I started talking to publishers. Like, here's what I'm telling them. Like, hi, I'm Rob. I've made these kind of videos, and they see them and they're like, those are really good. And I'm like, I'm trying to do this full time. So like, if you want to, you know, work together at all, let me know. And yeah, from there I dove in, and I haven't looked back. I mean, I looked back a couple times. I was like a little worried, like, should I keep doing this? Doesn't make sense. But thank you for the support. Like, you know, it's amazing. So yeah, I appreciate it. And definitely helping us grow on subscribers definitely helps more people find the channel, and then hopefully more people donate and I can buy better equipment. I can do it and not live so tight and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, I am happy doing that. Just like I always look back at, like, you know, the driving to work or the stress, you know, the doing work you feel like it's pointless, you know, like especially in IT when things keep changing and like you're doing work that's like next year this won't matter. This thing I'm making is going to be out of date or obsolete. It's like, it's just doesn't make sense.
Greg
with the super chat.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Says, congrats again. Thanks for making the space that is welcoming for newbies. Love all the content and finding things I never thought I would like. And that's the motivation, was showing off these games too. That was part of it. Like, I want to make content that like wasn't out there, but I always wanted to make it in the way that people could get into it. So selfishly, I also wanted to grow the amount of people playing Game of Thrones, the card game, the board game, Lord of the Rings, you know, Warhammer Conquest at the time, early in the channel days, was also to make content that somebody getting into the game could find those videos. And I've talked about that before. I always keep the new player in mind, because without the hobby growing, you know, and if the hobby starts shrinking, then it's like, that's trouble, right?
Yeah.
And I want the channel to grow. It's still not where it could be and where it needs to be. So always be nice to the new players. Always answer the rules questions when you can. And stop gatekeeping in the hobby. I hate it. I see it all the time online. People are like, there's so many nerds in our hobby that are like just socially not there, and they don't understand. Like, they just want to play solo games in their basement. They think that's cool. But like, their solo games only exist because the word of mouth and players playing together and game stores having game nights and having conventions and spreading the love on YouTube, the internet, all this stuff. Like, it's got to grow, or you won't have your solo games to play. You won't have your card game you can play with your buddy on your kitchen table. Like, don't be a jerk. Be accepting to new people. And remember, you were new at one point. You had questions. So yeah, there's your rant, your first rant for today. But yeah, that's a very passionate thing that I get about Greg. I do appreciate that, and I love it.
I guess that kind of puts into segues into another question from Bob that says, where are they now? What has happened to some of the folks who played with us on stream at the start of it all? Why do we only see Kyle nowadays?
So that goes back to people not wanting to be on camera.
Yeah.
So there was a time, I remember when I started doing live streaming and stuff. I was doing live streaming for a bit. I remember investing in the mics and the cables and figuring it all out. I was doing it on Twitch, I think, at the time, making some live stream board game videos. And through Game of Thrones, the card game, I had met lots of local players at multiple stores within an hour away, 10 minutes away, 20 minutes away, whatever. And these players also played board games. We were meeting up at board game stores and playing. And sometimes we just play a board game. And they saw my channel and realized I also played board games. I wasn't just playing card games on the channel. So I would say, I'm playing this board game this weekend. You guys want to come over and play? Are you okay playing on camera? And at the time, sometimes I would just film it. Sometimes I would stream it. Most of the time film it, because then I wouldn't post it if I didn't like what I saw, or, you know, it wasn't a very good video, or they weren't explaining what they were doing, or someone was swearing too much, you know, or wasn't being or talking too low, not being very camera friendly, whatever. A lot of things I filmed never made it to the internet. That's the way I was. I was like, I would play a game maybe 6 times. We would record playthroughs, and I would pick my favorite one, edit it down, and post it on YouTube. That's what would happen sometimes. But those players that you see on the older videos, so you could probably find videos where we had 20 people in our house all playing games, and I have shots of them playing, and then close-ups of us playing on tables and stuff. Yeah, we used to have lots of players go over and play, but not everyone wanted to be on camera, and I realized it. Some people wouldn't say it, but I would get it after, and I would see with their behavior when the cameras were running. That's not the way they are when I play with them normally. So I eventually just stopped pressuring people. I just said, okay, forget it. Like, certain games, if I can't get enough players, I just don't play on camera. But I take those games to their houses and still play with them.
Yeah.
There are some people that I lost touch with after I stopped playing Game of Thrones, a card game, or L5R, or whatever it was. There are some players that I just don't see because I don't go to those weekly nights. COVID crushed it too.
Yeah.
So if I was going to game stores regularly playing Keyforge, I would still be meeting these people or seeing these people, and I'd say, hey, come over this weekend and play a game if you're not doing anything. And they would be on camera. But just as I got more busy with the channel and people just didn't reach out as much, because you could tell once I started doing it full time, it was more important that I play games under the camera more often. It just made sense. Because then it's like, well, if I feel comfortable playing this game, why not just play it on camera? It's so fun having the chat there. And then it's more content. It's more stuff people can watch. So why are we not playing on camera more often? And then I started realizing those people stopped reaching out as much because they were realizing they had to be on camera. And I'm not mad about that. It's totally fine. But I try to reach out to some of them still. And we do play games with some of them. They're just not on camera. Some of them had younger kids.
That's what I was going to say.
Some have children. Some got married. Some moved away. So I just stopped aggressively finding new players for our group. I was just happy with what I had. You know, just watched the Batman again yesterday. And it's like that one thing, I'll try not to get into too much details, but the one saying of like the riddle of what is more valuable the less you have, you know, or something like that. And it was like a friend, you know, like, and I realized like the ones who are still sticking around, who you see on video, are the ones who are like okay being on video, who like doing it, who love you guys chatting, you know, you haven't scared them away. Because sometimes, sometimes it's comments on the videos. I know it is comments, or people in the chat would come in and say mean things about friends and family and shyer people that were willing to play on camera. But as soon as they make a gameplay mistake, you got these super hardcore losers in there. Again, these socially weirdo people that come in here and they would attack them and say the meanest things in comments.
Or just be snarky.
Or be snarky and rude. And that scared away some people from playing with us on the channel. And most of our community now is awesome. It's very rare I get comments that are like that. But that's because the people who are still playing, they're fine with it. They've grown. They've learned to play on camera, to be vocalized, you know, and be okay with what they're seeing and saying. Maybe some of them don't read the comments anymore because of that.
Yeah, or don't watch videos.
Yeah. So that's just how it is. That is some things that I remember. And there are some players that just moved away or started to have families or had little kids and couldn't meet up. So we go play at their houses. We drive to meet them. We go play with them with their kids running around the house.
Yeah.
But I can't bring cameras there and play with them because there's kids running around the house. There's dogs barking. It's just crazy. It's not video friendly. So I'm not going to say, hey, find a babysitter, you know, so you can come play on stream with me. It's like, it's a hassle, and I'm just fine with it. So that's why it's kind of narrowed down to like a smaller group. Why you mainly see Kyle. Shamar lives a couple hours away, so
yeah, it's like an organization.
So we could,
but he loves coming.
Yeah, we could probably play with him once a month, but I feel bad, and like sometimes I got to like figure out the game to play and make it worth his time and all this stuff. But you know, people get busy and have real life too. So we all kind of grew up, and some people just separated. Some people I could tell they play on camera and it just wasn't for them. And then we kept playing with them, and then they just would stop showing up because the cameras would come out more, right? So it's like, that's fine. So that's kind of why the channel's changed. If you look at older videos, also a lot of people I meet at tournaments, they would be playing on the cameras in tournaments, and then they would come over and they'd be fine with the cameras and play. But once I stopped playing those games, we kind of separate our ways, and I don't see them anymore. So Tolbold says, you and Mel playing together is much appreciated. It often gives me a good idea how suitable a game would be for me and my wife, as we tend to like the same sort of story-heavy games that you play. Thank you, Tolbold.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the support.
Thank you.
So yeah, that answers that question.
That answers that question. Yep. Only to mention as well that hopefully in the coming future we'll see Justin back on stream. He is just going through some personal things right now in the last year or two, so he hasn't been able to make it on stream. But hopefully, eventually, he'll be able to come back.
Justin's been having some health problems and stuff. That's made him unable to even play board games.
Yeah.
And you know, if he stops in again, he
can discuss or on stream if he ever wants to talk about it. So we won't talk about it, but hopefully we will see him on stream eventually.
But we do miss him. We do talk to him on the phone every now and then and like check in with him and stuff. Like he used to be our like third leg, third wheel, third rock, whatever.
He also seems to be moving. Every time he moves a little bit farther away from us.
Yeah, that's the problem. I get mad at him. I keep saying, move back, you know, like I found a place to rent around the corner, move back, but then he gets a job further away and keeps moving away. And it's harder to get him here and stuff. So, but we used to play with Justin, like he was our third. He was
like our third.
Yeah. Kyle's taking that role, but Kyle lives closer. So it's
Kyle has a small family.
And Kyle disappeared for a bit because he started to have kids. And but now he started to come back more a little consistently.
Yeah.
But yeah, also Kyle I used to work with, so I'd see him all the time. So it was easier to plan too. So now I don't work with Kyle anymore. So it's like we try to make the consistent game night as our way of still keeping in touch and seeing each other and stuff. So it's like I'm glad that's a thing.
We're just lucky we have each other to play with.
Yeah. And I'm lucky that this solo games became a thing because of COVID, because I was worried too. I was worried doing this full time, jumping in going, how am I going to make enough games when you're still working? What content am I making? I thought I'd be having to make top 10 lists or, you know, review videos or something where I just do them by myself. But there were so many channels doing that I was like, I don't want to just do what they do. I want to do it my way, my own thing, and what I love to do, and try different things and dabble. I'm all about trying different things and dabble and experimenting. I love doing that. That keeps me passionate, keeps me driving, keeps it interesting and not getting bored. But then when all of a sudden I realized, like, wait, there are games that I've played solo before, and solo gaming is a thing. And even before COVID, like in 2019 when I started, once I realized some of these games I got to play with people and teach and have just weekend streams, I was worried I wouldn't have enough content to even grow the channel. But then once solo gaming, like the light went off and went, wait, this thing is bigger than I thought. I started looking up all these games I own, and they have solo modes that I ignored. And it's like, wait, I could play all these games. You know, instead of just editing videos a day, I can start streaming these games and start getting through more of my collection and trying some games I maybe wouldn't have tried and not needing those other players to play with. So that was cool. So the whole rise of solo gaming, or at least there has been a rise of it, but I ignored it for so long. I dabbled with it a little bit, but I just didn't think of it as a valuable thing when I was going to do the channel full time. It was not, solo gaming wasn't even on the table. It was like, but yeah, that was the thing. So thankfully that is a thing. And there's a community around that also helped me have something I could do and make content, even though it's like just me kind of doing it by myself. So that was cool.
Yeah. Okay. This, we're going to jump to one of Brian S.'s questions, which is, if you could do one stream over again, which would it be and why? So
before I answer that, Sakabra, we need to get together 100%.
Oh yeah, Sakabra,
I talk about it all the time when we're not on stream. I say, you know who's local? Sakabra. Like, why haven't we got together and played? But like, again, we can talk off stream or something, but yeah, there's gotta, like, you know, we gotta meet up or something. First, I'll come to you to make sure you're not crazy.
Yeah.
And if you're not completely crazy and I survive that visit, then we gotta, you know, like, I'm an introvert. Like, I gotta meet people and get to know them first. I'm not like, it's weird. Like,
yeah, the first time playing can't be on stream.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
Like, it takes a lot for me to like try to be outgoing and like bring someone into the game group. I usually like will know them through work or working together or meeting them through family and stuff. So there's already that icebreaker thing, but I know you through the channel already. So.
Yeah, maybe even if you don't have to obviously have us at your place, we could go meet and have coffee or something.
Yeah. Well, I could just come over and add to your board game table with your family, and we could just like, you know, I'll try to crush your kids in a game. It'll be great. Like, I gotta win. I gotta win. Like Kramer on Seinfeld fighting the kids in karate, you know, like that's what I'll do. Oh, Sakabra says we're having 2 friends over for games in the next 30 minutes.
Oh, well, exciting.
See, I gotta go to Sakabra's house first. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Come on down. Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah.
Okay. So then going back, you can answer this question first and then I'll say mine.
But I've seen Sakabra on video already when he was doing stuff on Twitch.
We watched you on Twitch.
So I already assumed Sakabra's okay being on camera. That's the other thing that's pretty good too, because that was something I learned over the years. Not everyone likes being on camera, and I should not force it. But I know Renee and Jeff, Renee's in our Discord. Those guys I know will play on camera. I miss those guys too. I miss seeing them at tournaments and stuff. But yeah, I got to reach out to like Renee and figure something out, and Jeff. But yeah.
Ninja Art. Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, Ninja Art.
Thank you.
Says, I often lurk, but I am a longtime fan. Thanks from Quebec. Hey, nice. French brother, love it. I am a Too Many Bones guy and hope you will bust it back out once Unbreakable hits. Of course I will. Actually, we're not waiting till Unbreakable.
No.
I got the shipping notification yesterday for the pop-up book, Automaton of Shale. I think is that what it's called, right? Automaton of Shale. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. I might be wrong again. I keep forgetting what it's called. But I should have that within the next week or so, I hope. I got the shipping notification from like the US, so it's got to get through the border and all that. It could be like a month, but usually it's about a week to 2 weeks. So, yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, that was a question that has kind of gone off screen.
Yeah.
Is if
Too Many Bones coming back soon. Yeah. Don't you worry. I've been itching about it, but then I thought that's coming anyway. So instead of like playing it in like February and then putting it away and then pulling it out 6 months later or whatever to learn it, or 8 months later, whenever the Unbreakable stuff shows up, you know, Chip Theory reached out. I already ordered it. I might get 2 copies of it actually, because I think they're sending me like a press copy. And then I didn't realize I already ordered it. And then I don't know what the shipping notification is for. So I might have 2 copies coming. I'm not even sure. But anyways, it's coming. And the fact that there's 2 coming means that even if there's a mess up, one copy should show up in a decent time. Because normally when I order stuff from Chip Theory or back stuff, or they send me press stuff, there's always an issue. Something about it crossing the border, getting held up by the US Postal Service. There's always been issues. Always been issues. I get stuff late. Stuff doesn't arrive. There's shipping issues, address issues. Yeah. It's always been a mess. But I still love the games enough that once I'm done banging my head on the wall, I have a blast playing them. So, yeah.
Okay, we're going to interrupt this just to say, no. We're going to say, oh, you're going to find it? Yeah, you can find it first.
This?
Yeah, well, Tara put...
Happy birthday, Tara.
Tara says, hello, everyone. Can't stay long. It's my birthday.
Happy birthday, Tara.
Cheers, Tara. Happy birthday.
Cheers,
we'll do a cheers for
Happy
that
birthday.
One. Happy birthday, Tara. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Automaton?
What'd you say?
Automaton is correct, not automation. So,
automaton?
But no, before I think I was calling it like the automation of shade, or the automaton of shade, or the automation of shale or something. I couldn't remember the two words that were in there, but it's weird because I don't understand why it's called that. But once I play it, once we go through the pop-up book, it'll all make sense why it's called that. But I have nothing to pin it to because I didn't want to look at spoilers or anything. So I literally know nothing about it other than they were sticking some gameplay stuff in there. And it's a pop-up book and it works with Undertow. So we're going to dabble with it on the channel. It's just a small little gameplay content they were saying to me that it's not a lot or anything, but it's just a cool little creative expansion. And like, I'm definitely kicking on the unboxing 4K. Like I'm sure it's going to look beautiful. I can't wait to play with that thing.
Awesome. Happy birthday, Tara.
Happy birthday, Tara.
Have the best day ever.
Also, congratulations to, I saw it go by, but it was when I was talking. John B, congratulations on your 50th anniversary.
Yes, I did see
and
that.
And Addie, I forget what Addie said, 10 years maybe? Addie, congratulations, by the way, too.
10-year anniversary?
I think, Addie, I forget how many years you said. Maybe it was 8 or something. I forget. But it went by and I was like, oh, I try to make a mental note to say it after, but I forgot.
Oh, I totally missed that one. I did see.
So thank you for reminding me.
Okay. Awesome.
When I'm rambling and ranting, I like kind of look at the chat and see and read things and like make mental... 20!
20!
I was way off.
Wow.
Congratulations, Addie, by the way.
That's
20 years.
awesome.
Everyone's trying to take the limelight off of our celebration, Mel. I don't know.
No, that's fine.
I'm just
that's
joking.
fine. We're all celebrating together. So
I'm just joking.
Awesome.
I'd rather be here celebrating all your guys' stuff than my stuff, to be honest.
Okay, so back to, I think we'll do this question and then we can go on to some questions from the chat if we want.
Yeah, I need to take a quick little break after this one and then we can come back and we'll take questions from the chat. But what is
Janet's 41st anniversary is on Monday. Wow, that's amazing.
Congratulations,
Congratulations, Janet.
Congratulations.
That's awesome. So sorry, the question,
that's awesome.
The question is, this is not an in-depth question, but if you could do one stream over again, which would it be and why? I've mentioned this one before and I've talked about it before. It is Game of Thrones, or not Game of Thrones, sorry, another G word. Gloomhaven. Our Gloomhaven playthrough series, episode 1/2 were filmed on the same day, edited separately. I wish I could redo those. They are actually, I even have this up because I wanted to talk about it because I knew that question was there. So I put this up today. I took this away off the channel because like these are old videos and I don't really want to promote my old videos, but there is a way on YouTube. You'll see it on a lot of channels. They put their popular uploads. But over the years, these videos just get older and older. Some are still relevant. 4 years ago. I mean, yeah. So 4 years ago, but YouTube rounds down. So I don't know when that was, but maybe it was 4 years ago. Maybe it was closer to 5. I don't know. But this, our most watched popular upload, 228,000 clickaroos. Wow. Okay. Wow. Crazy. That's a lot. But this video, because it got so many views, I didn't take it down and redo it because it just blew up almost instantly. I guess it was just at the right time. Again, Gloomhaven, there wasn't any high quality playthroughs I felt at the time. It was an epic, complex game. It had already come out on Kickstarter once. We got it through the second Kickstarter and it's still delivered to us, and not even quickly in Canada, of course, as usual. And I'm looking on the internet and nobody's playing this thing. In my opinion, nobody was playing it to the quality I wanted to watch. And that's what drives me. When I can't find something usually that I want to sit and watch, I'll make it myself. So I got motivated. The only ones I could find were like full of mistakes, weren't the best quality, poor mic, poor audio. That's just me. I'm picky like that. When you're creating something and you know how to try to improve and you're hungry to film, light, edit, microphones, all that stuff, when nobody's putting in the same passion, it's hard. I can't sit through it, right? I got to make it drives me. It just drives me to make my own stuff. But this episode, I said, we're going to do it. And I said, Mel, are you in?
And she said, sure. And I said, Justin, I have this awesome game. I'm learning. I love it. It's amazing. He said, it looks awesome. I'll play that with you. I said, but here's the thing. I want to play and make a video that's going to help people understand the rules also. Because there was a rules video, but this rules video, I think, was this the Paul Grogan one? I think this was him. And Paul Grogan, nice dude and all, but no offense, like very dry when he talks, right? And he's not as exciting in my opinion as like Rodney Smith. Rodney Smith, fellow Canadian, I'm a little biased. So watching Rodney Smith explain a game, Rodney won't teach you Gloomhaven, but Paul did, and I appreciate that Paul did that. But Paul wasn't playing through the game. So even though I watched Paul multiple times explain the game, I read the rule book, nobody was playing through it properly in a playthrough so that I could send it to Justin, who was an hour away, to watch it so he could understand when he comes and plays it. I don't need him picking up bad practices through another playthrough video. And this is how I was. I was super serious about this. Like military, general, like no messing around. Spencer says, congrats to you both on all your success. Probably my favorite channel on here, mostly because of Rob's rants.
Oh, awesome. Cheers.
Cheers, Spencer. Thank you so much.
For the 14-month support on YouTube.
Thank you for the long-term support, Spencer. You are awesome.
Just before it goes off the screen, I'm so sorry. I just have to highlight one more thing. So Brian Van Beek says, I bought an internet package on a cruise just to be able to pop in the stream and say congratulations to Rob and Mel. You guys are awesome. I hope that wasn't expensive.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Brian, that's amazing.
I just had to highlight that before.
That is amazing. I'm highlighting that one. Hold on.
Yeah, that's amazing. I hope that was not expensive.
On an internet package on the cruise just to be able to pop into the stream and say congrats to Rob and Mel. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you. That is amazing. Thank you for the long-term support, Brian. I appreciate it. I like your little gold die. I like Spencer's gold die there. That's awesome. Janet, I see the gold die. I love seeing those gold dice. Never thought.
Thank you.
So
Thank
good.
you.
So good.
Sorry, but then you can go back to what you're talking about.
So yeah. So that first episode of Game of Thrones, I took it so serious. I've talked about this before. But when Justin came over, like I sent him the rules. We played on a different day. I played with Mel. I wanted to make a playthrough that played through the first and second mission that I saw lots of people asking questions on. I had questions on. I was looking on BGG. I was reading on forums, and nobody, like this first scenario was like one of the worst scenarios to teach somebody your game, as I've ranted about many games being bad for new players helping you get into the game. And I want to make a video that explained the first scenario, showed the rules off, showed a few of the classes, and went through it very strictly to kind of be a half playthrough, half how to play, to kind of give someone a visual motion, and we verbally explain everything as we do it. So we are like presenting a playthrough. It wasn't about us having fun. It wasn't about us seeing if we could beat it. It was, we'd practiced that scenario. I don't know how many times. We practiced the second scenario. We had played our characters. We looked stuff up. I put the stress and pressure on Justin. I put the stress and pressure on you. I put it on myself. And I want to make a video with no mistakes. I want to make a video that I didn't have to do a lot of editing. So make your turns fast. Let me not have to edit out all of your thinking time. We've played this game before. We've practiced it. Let's sit down. Let's record 2 sessions in a day. And I can get to editing and get this thing out on YouTube and make something that I feel is needed to help players get into this amazing game. And I went at it like so serious. Like anything they did was pissing me off. In that video, Mel was getting frustrated because she knew my frustration I was putting on her. Justin came over, kind of like was half-assing rules, was taking his time. Literally, if you saw the original video, I had to edit out probably like 40 minutes of Justin's thinking time. And it's funny, now I've relaxed and you guys see our streams. I just talk forever and I don't care. But at that time, I was a different person. I was trying to achieve different things. I had a very focus on that project to make that project envision and how I see it. And I came at it like my project manager, my business analyst background at work. I came at it like that. And I needed to deliver something like to a client in my mind was like, this is no effing joke. I'm out here to like destroy everyone else. Let's do this. So I expected so much out of them and it came through on the video. Like there are comments about Mel being kind of bitchy, me being rude, and we're being mean to Justin. Justin, we pick on him. He could take it. It wasn't a big deal. Like he was fine. And the editing, us cutting out all of his thinking time, we're cutting out all the jokes of going, hurry up, Justin. We don't have all day. And we're laughing, we're having fun, but I'm cutting all that out because I needed just to be about turns, rules, explanation, and I need the playthrough to get it done in a decent amount of time. That episode then blew up in relative to our channel, especially at the time. We had like no subscribers, no growth. It was not a big deal. I just bought it because, again, it drove me. I couldn't find people doing this game on YouTube. I needed to do it. And Brian, thank you for that super chat, by the way.
Brian, thank you,
Cheers.
thank you. Cheers.
He says, what are you both drinking? I am drinking whatever Mel grabbed this morning at the LCBO, the liquor store, which is this the peach vodka? Peach
vodka tonic.
Sugar-free kind of like little bubbly drink. I don't know.
And I am drinking a Summerbee's blackberry cider.
Summersby?
Summersby. What did I say?
But summer.
I don't even know what I said.
I don't know, whatever.
I don't even know what I said. Summersby.
Yeah.
Blackberry cider.
So yeah, and I just decided I was gonna play. I have another big glass mug that I won at a Game of Thrones tournament. I was gonna drink out of that, but this thing didn't really fill it, so I just pulled this one off the shelf because I knew I'd talk about Game of Thrones and how it pulled me into the hobby. So if HBO never did this show, I wouldn't have found out about the books, the games, got into the hobby, bought cameras, trying to make videos. So yeah, thank you, George R. R. Martin and whoever at HBO signed that show on and put all the money behind it and stuff. Like without that, I wouldn't be here playing board games, honestly.
I can answer mine quickly before we take a quick break. Mine won't be as long as yours, but I think the video that I would love to, or the stream that I would love to redo given the opportunity, but I don't really want to in the same breath, would be the 24-hour stream. The 24-hour stream was epic. It's gone. We've lost it, unfortunately.
Yep.
But the prep that we did ahead of time, the fun we had during that stream with you guys, the puns in the chat, the
being tired
games,
of the loopiness.
Being tired, being giggly, like as we got into it, like having a shower at like 3 in the morning just to try to wake up during one of our breaks. Like I prepared food, so it was all ready. We had drinks. We organized people to come over for specific times to play specific games. The practice.
Our daughter joined us on it too.
Yeah, Chelsea was on stream that time.
Yeah. Kyle joined us for Manchester Madness at like 8 o'clock at night after he's done doing stuff for his day.
Yeah, and I remember even some of you in the chat that literally stayed with us the whole stream. I couldn't even believe it.
And I was like,
it was epic.
And I was having so much fun during it. I'm like thinking like, I'm going to cut out this playthrough and that playthrough, and I'm going to make them separate videos because people need to watch this and read the chat. It was so fun.
It was so fun. So fun. It was. Oh.
Orbit with the tip says, congrats to the best channel out there. Your honesty and integrity is second to none. Cheers.
Oh,
Orbit,
cheers.
Orbit, thank you so much. Cheers.
So
thanks for the tip.
I say that I would love to redo it because it's gone and it was so much fun. I don't think it could ever be duplicated, which is why we wouldn't do it again. But it was an amazing.
I wouldn't say never.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll never say never. But it was so much fun. I can't even put it into words how much fun that was, and it was such an experience.
Yeah, that was.
So that would be my
okay,
choice.
that's a good answer actually.
Yeah. Thank you.
And again, it wasn't a stream. The Game of Thrones or the Gloomhaven episode 1. It was recorded and edited.
But I guess it's the same.
But I have another super chat. Necro Comic Con. Congratulations, thank you.
Whoa, I think that's more than a chat. That's like we have to chug.
Wait a second, there's
more than a cheers.
I think you hit too many zeros, but you're amazing. Thank you for the amazing support.
Thank you so much.
It says, for all the mispronunciations and my name.
The name
is from a mispronunciation too.
The name, I have to tell you.
Necronomicon, or Mel kept calling it Necrocomicon.
Okay, it came out so naturally. I didn't mean to do that. It just that's how it just came out of my mouth, which sometimes we say things incorrectly and that's what's funny. But when I will never forget when that popped up as becoming
a name.
Yeah,
as a member or whatever.
I think at first as a subscriber, I was blown away. The smile on my face. It was like an epic moment that you took that and then made that into your name. I love
it.
Can't even believe it. But that was so funny and so iconic. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking that Brian saying 24K subs equals 24-hour stream. I would probably do that at that point.
We could probably do that.
Or the 20K, maybe do a 20-hour stream or 24-hour stream or something.
Yeah, it was so much fun and so epic.
Yeah.
There's a lot of preparation that we have to do ahead of time. But
I want to finish just the one I talked about redoing the game, the Gloomhaven episode 1, because it took off and people liked it so much and there were such great comments on it. It was only those few that realized we were being snarky and snippy. That was not the way I wanted to show us on YouTube, but I wanted to get the video done, and I knew aligning us to film it again. We did that a few times. We played Gloomhaven scenarios, and if I didn't like the video, sometimes we would play games again. Maybe not Gloomhaven, but Some board games I would film, like I said before, and I would start editing and I'd realize I can't hear this person or they're not being very good on video. Let's play it again next weekend with some different people, and I would film it and then I would edit that one and post it. So that was what I was going to do with that episode, except for it caught on.
Yeah.
And it started getting so many subscribers to the channel, so many likes, so many views, so many watch minutes. I was like, holy crap. I was like, I can't take this video down.
Yeah.
I can't. For the growth of the channel, I can't. But I'm going to take a quick break right now.
Oh, yeah.
I just have to run. I have to refresh my drink. A little bathroom break. We'll be back. We're not going anywhere soon. Stay tuned. BRB. And we're back.
We're back.
Hello, everybody.
That's good.
So Brian says, nice to see you guys talking here. Yogi first says, okay, and no pressure on doing the same thing for Frosthaven. But Frosthaven, we're going to definitely approach it different.
Yeah.
We've changed the way we do content. We don't edit. I'm not trying to make the shortest, most concise edited playthroughs ever. I've traded that off. I'd rather spend the time instead of editing, hanging out and having a blast live on chat with the chat instead of posting videos, scheduling them, and moving on to the next thing. There's like a disconnect with the community at that point that I just don't want to give up as much. And even when I think of doing a project that's like involves me filming, editing, posting it, and looking at comments later, I'm like, no, I like the instant feedback. I love playing on chat on stream. Oh, Bob with the super chat says, I just got back from the car show and feel I need to apologize to chat for my questions sending Rob on a 1-hour trip down memory lane. Brevity, Rob, it's a thing. Congrats, by the way. Thank you, Bob, for the support.
Bob.
Cheers, Bob. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
But Bob, your questions were what I want to talk about at the beginning of the stream anyway.
They were perfect.
I was like, I wanted to reminisce about getting to this point, what I used to think back in the day. There's still more related to that I wanted to say. But then your questions I saw come in the other day, and then Mel was like, I'll record them and we'll talk about them on stream. I was like, well, they kind of go with what I wanted to talk about. So that's kind of awesome. Like, let's just get it started with that. So Bob, thank you for that. Hopefully those answers were good enough. And,
yeah, I think so.
They answered everything.
Got another one. Cynthia.
Cynthia, cheers.
Thank you. Cheers, Cynthia.
Cynthia, I don't know, is it this messages that are like not looking right, and that's frustrating me, but I'll just read them. I found your channel through your 7th Continent streams. We binge watched them until we caught up. I was hooked the first time I caught you live and interacted with chat. Congrats on your success. Cynthia, thank you so much.
You're
too kind. Thank you so much, Cynthia. And you're awesome.
I think because of that is why I love to highlight, especially when people come in and say, first time I'm watching you live, because I know that some people, they watch to get caught up to us, and then they're so excited.
But I still
love to highlight that.
I still always understand. That's why I'm so excited when someone comes in and says, I've been watching all blah, 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 and now I'm here, finally caught you live. Because I understand. I see the numbers, and since the beginning, and still to this day, majority of people who watch our channel watch older videos or don't watch while we're live. It's just a thing, right? With time zones, with schedules and stuff. I understand that. So it's special with those that are here live, but it's even more special in my mind when somebody finally is like, oh, it lined up with my time zone, my schedule, the game I was interested in, you know, all that. It feels good because like, that's awesome. So to have people come from that like archive viewer group, you know, and join on a live stream for the first time, it means a lot. It means a lot because it's still kind of a rare thing if you think about it. Like, for example, we're at 15,000 subscribers. There is 73 people here right now. Where are the other 14 and something, 900 and something thousand? You know, where are you guys? You know, are you a little busy today? No, I'm just joking. But you know what I mean? So that's like a special thing for those who, when you show up to a live stream, it's like a lot of things have to line up. So I understand that and respect that. And I think it's really cool. So yes, we have 73 is watching this minute. I know some people come in and go and all that stuff, but overall this video could have thousands of views after. And if you look at it, there was only like, you know, 200 stopped in. It's like, you just understand that like there's a bigger audience that can't always watch us live. And it's like, I respect that and understand that because I watch a lot of channels not live too. They make live content in my other hobbies and this hobby, but it's like, I just got to watch it when it's convenient for me. And I understand that. So I try to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate it. So, but then related to what Yogi was just saying there, Brian says, oh, only if they can stream Frosthaven from the retirement home. Yeah, because we'll be retired, old and retired by that game finally comes. But then Sajad says, Rob is kind of retired already, just saying. I wouldn't say that, Sajad. I will fight. I know you're joking around. But yeah, you might think I retired from a 9-to-5, but like, I have never thought more about my job and spent more time stressing, thinking about, and taking seriously what I do. And I'm apologizing to all my bosses, my teachers, everyone in my past, all my coworkers. Yes, I've never given a crap as much about something and stressed about something, sleepless nights, taken so seriously. Making playthroughs, live streams, videos, chatting, hanging out, editing, scheduling, all this stuff, thumbnails and learning live streaming and building computers for it and buying cameras and learning technology and all this stuff, testing cables and things, all weird things that I spend hours and hours doing. Yeah, this is not retirement, like not retirement. I have people retired that live near us. I know people retired and they're complaining that like they're, you know, they wish they had more to do and they're just staring at their flower gardens outside their house and kind of like, you know, moving some dirt around and planting a new flower and just kind of staring at the birds, like, you know, and they're kind of bored. Like, I'm not retired. I know what retirement can be, and that's not what I do. Definitely not even close. I thought it might be a little bit because I could work at my own pace and I maybe don't have to work as hard because older content that's been made still can generate revenue and interest and views and stuff. but I've not been able to just relax and go, you know what? I'm just going to sit and chill. I've done it a couple of times, but I feel so like it's not what way it is. Like, yeah, it's definitely not retirement. It's definitely more stressful than in the 9-to-5s I worked, even though I made way more money and felt way more secure. I just wasn't loving that stuff. So it's like, there's trade-offs, right? But cheers to Dan.
Cheers.
Cheers. I need to move this. This is bugging me. Hold on. How do I? There it is. Yeah, I'm gonna move this.
You guys are just so generous. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna move that up.
We can't even keep up with you guys.
It's like things are overlapping. I can't fix that alert thing right now. I know that's gonna take work. I don't know what I'm doing there, but.
Okay, so let's first we're doing our cheers to Dan.
Cheers to Dan. Says,
thank you.
From Spirit Island to today, thank you both for what you do, and thanks for putting up with me. Also, Rob, I got the celebratory 8x10 glossy picture of you. Thanks for signing your name over your face per my request.
I don't remember seeing
Dan, it was
this
definitely
8x10 glossy.
Yeah, also your other requests for what I was wearing or not wearing in that picture, that was awkward to do, so I hope you appreciate what I did for you there. Yeah, and again, don't post that on the internet, please. We don't need that stuff getting out there. But yeah, hope you like it.
Okay, then we're gonna do a cheers for Keith.
Keith,
cheers.
Keith, thank you. Congratulations on 15K.
Thank you.
$10 for Mel. Buy something girly. $10 for Rob. Buy something just for men. For those graying temples.
Oh, no. He's doing good.
That's
He's
awesome.
doing good.
Hey, nothing wrong with gray hair. Nothing wrong. Gray hair is awesome.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Hopefully I'm doing good. I have
gray hair. Are you kidding?
I don't care. But that's the stress of people like, oh, Bob, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. Cheers again to Bob.
Thank you. Question. How much do you think your chat being less toxic and more constructively obnoxious now has helped the channel grow? Yes, Rob, this is when you say you would be nothing without us. I don't know if I'd be nothing, but I do appreciate you guys and the live chat for sure, because it changed. Like I said, when I went to do this mid-2019 and left my last job and went to dive into this full time, I was originally going to do the same content I was doing. Card game tournaments, some board games on the weekend, maybe once or twice a month. And we film them, we edit them. Mel and I going through some legacy or campaign series, binging them all, like Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle-earth, our first one. We played that in like 2 or 3 days. Yeah. We just binged the crap out of it. Then I spent like a week with Mel and we're editing different episodes and trying to put them up like a Netflix playlist of a season so people can binge them, because that's the content I wanted to watch. So I tried to make what I wanted to watch, whether it made views or not. And those were what I was going to be doing going forward, was making playthroughs, multiplayer playthroughs, no solo, and all of it recorded. And I edit and post what I think is good enough to make it on the channel. But I also had tried I did live streaming before I ever edited a video. And I said, I can live stream. I've done it. I did it years and years ago. I found live streams I did before Twitch was Twitch on Justin.tv, playing video games live from our basement, Guitar Hero Rock Band.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
We were doing live streams of that stuff for fun, wearing costumes, being silly.
Oh, that was so funny.
All on like 480p. Like, man, I was live streaming like when you could barely live stream. Like I was fascinated with live streaming from a very early internet age when it first started. Even before like YouTube really got going and popular, was like, you know, they weren't even doing live streaming yet. So Twitch or Justin.tv was the option at the time. And then when they became Twitch, like that's just where I live stream anything I wanted to live stream. But I had just started doing edited videos the whole time. And that was my bread and butter. That's what I loved doing, was editing and filming and building content on the road, filming it on portable cameras, bringing it home, editing it, adding to it. But when I started doing it full time in 2019, I don't know, all of a sudden I just did a couple live streams of things and I wanted to try it out again. And I thought we had a bigger audience. So I wanted to see if I could get people actually show up and be in the chat and kind of enjoy it, like the video game streams I watched at the time and seeing the chats and having fun hanging out in those chats. I wanted to try it myself. So I just started doing that kind of content and the reception was amazing. I was like so right that it was the right time to do it. I had live streamed many times over the years, but we'd only have like 1 or 2 people in the chat. and it just didn't work. It wasn't as fun and interesting. But thanks to you guys in the chat, you motivated me to just keep doing this as the content. Then I was like, when I actually edit a video, I'm sitting there like, man, should I have just done this live? Like, I could have been chilling with people filming this together instead of recording it quietly in my basement, you know?
Yep.
Cheers, Matthew.
Cheers.
Matthew says, congratulations, Rob and Mel. This is also for everyone in this awesome community. I enjoy every video, even though I might not like the game. Keep going strong. We love you both. Thank you, Matthew.
Matthew, thank you so much.
Thank you for your support, Matthew. You're a psycho. I appreciate it.
We're going to be tipsy by the end of this with all
maybe.
these donations.
I keep talking too much and not drinking enough, so I need to like pass on some things to you. But thank you for the super chats. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the tips and the donations. If you don't want to go through Google, there is links down in the video description. If you do want a tip, I appreciate it. I don't ask for this stuff often, but I do appreciate it, you guys, because honestly, I don't want to put the pressure on, but I wouldn't be doing this as much or at all if I wasn't getting the support on the channel. So I do appreciate it, you know, and hopefully the investment into games I buy and equipment I upgrade to, eventually get back to the conventions, trying to get some extra content from there, meeting some of you. Without your donations, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be working 9 to 5 and I'd barely be making videos, if at all. There was a point where I was getting stressed with work. It was taking up so much of my time at the job I left that that discussion of going full time was also a discussion. I don't mention this a lot, but it was a discussion of just deleting the channel so that I didn't have that stress of trying to do two things and could just focus on one or the other.
Yeah.
And it was tearing me up. And that's why, like, I play games, I like to focus usually on one game and go deep. It's the same with anything I do. I like to try new experiences, but I like to really get in on those experiences. So when I was working, I was taking on more responsibility. It was getting more hectic and crazy, and it involved more traveling and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, man, I either have to go all in on this and stop stressing about making videos and editing and filming and learning games. I just need to focus on my job, or I need to make this my job. And that was really the discussion. And again, thank you for your support, because without that, the channel probably wouldn't even exist if there weren't the small amount of Patreons at the time that showed that money could, my content, my time, my passion could be turned into something that could financially support itself, which was neat.
Yeah.
So thank you for believing in us and me and the experience. And yeah, I appreciate it. Like, I don't thank you guys enough. I don't beg for money enough, but like, man, without it, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. And it's just honest truth. Like, yeah. So I know there's a content creator there that I saw make a video about, you know, bitching about people in this hobby don't really need money to make this content. It costs nothing, and don't give them money. I saw that before, you know, and it's not true. And now that person I see begging for money. So yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not cheap. It's not cheap. I mean, you can just make the content with like a phone. You can do it with the phone in your pocket. Don't get me wrong. You can make YouTube videos with a phone in your pocket, and you don't have to spend any extra money, just time. But if you want to do it right, you know, it's not cheap and easy. Kanji, again, almost reached his limit of super chats that I put on his account. No, I'm just joking.
Kanji, cheers.
Cheers, Kanji.
Cheers.
The Unseen Syndicate nodes approval. I don't know. I'm out of things to say. Here's more money. Now drink.
Okay, we'll do another one. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Kanji.
Thank you.
I do miss playing Gloomhaven with you guys, but I do appreciate, like, yeah, again, yeah, it's nice to have more time in my week to focus on things. I do appreciate it. We're not done playing together, and maybe we can meet you at a certain convention maybe this year. That's still a possibility, assuming you're still going. But yeah, Kanji, I look forward to meeting you and yeah, thanking you in person. I appreciate it.
Jack Plumbing says, did we forget Matthew's super chat? I believe we did it.
What?
We read Matthew's.
Oh, please don't tell me I missed
No.
one.
We read Matthew's, I think. Maybe Jack Plumbing and went to the bathroom.
Oh, maybe Matthew did like 6 of them and we didn't notice.
No, we got it. We got it.
Yeah, I think we did it.
We did it.
Yeah, no, I read Matthew's.
Yep, we got Matthew's. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Jack Man just wants me to hear me say that it's an awesome community again. Yes,
oh, yes,
it is awesome. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Yeah, without you guys, I wouldn't be doing this. So it's a two-way street. I do appreciate it. But yeah. what was I going to say? I don't remember. All right. I think finally we can get started with the stream and take questions. I think we answered all the stuff.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, another super chat. Dustin, listen.
Cheers to Justin.
Folklore's enough.
Dustin.
Folklore and your support, it has been amazing over the years. You don't need to, but I do appreciate it. Cheers. Thank you, Dustin. Dustin says, so glad to have found this channel. You're my primary form of entertainment. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm doing drink per drink at 11:30 a.m. in Edmonton, yes. While coloring the edges of my Sword and Sorcery Arcane Chronicles tokens with a Sharpie. I don't think I even highlighted those on... Oh, no, maybe I did bring it up on stream. Did I show the way all his tokens use the black marker? I did that once for one game. I didn't even know. Back when I was getting into the hobby, I saw somebody did that online, and I thought that was genius. But yes, Dustin, I appreciate you doing that with the Sharpie. It does actually make the game look better, for real. Any game look better. Brian.
Cheers to Brian.
Yes, we're trying to get you drunk. Now drink.
It is only 1:40 here, so
that's fine. That's fine.
We're going to be taking a nap later, if that's the case.
And plus, we'll be streaming, won't eat the whole time, so at some point,
you'll be able to tell when it deteriorates.
Yeah. So this one time back on the channel, that's the video I made.
Funny talking about that 24-hour stream. We purposely did not drink alcohol during that stream because we knew we would be overly tired and not eating as much. So, I think we pretty much answered everything except for Brian S. was asking, I guess while you guys put some questions in the chat, Brian S. was asking for some top 5 raw brands, if you had any.
Oh, okay. Brian, you know when you just like, the language, you just like grow up learning a language and you don't even think and you just speak in that language and you just say things and it's just natural and that's how you talk? The rants are like me. They're just part of my language. I don't
realize they're coming out.
I don't realize that is a thing. I just be honest and open, and the no filter thing. I do have a filter on. I try to think and not swear and get too crazy about it. Sometimes things slip out where I call for people to be fired and people shouldn't have their jobs and stuff. But I may take it too serious. William, thank you for the super chat. Cheers. Says you guys are amazing. Love all your content. I'm watching this while unboxing my X-Men United pledge.
Awesome.
Holy crap.
Awesome.
Velco.
Cheers, Velco. Thank you.
Cheers. Says my contribution to getting you drunk too.
Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny.
I have to take a few more.
Yeah, I think you're behind a little bit because I drink it while you read them, but they're for you to read. So. Okay. Janet, spoiler on what my top Rob's rant.
Yeah. So the rants, I don't remember. I rant about everything. There's rants that I thought of that I want to make videos for. I just never did them. I didn't know if I want to make videos dedicated to it, but I'd still debate doing it. Azazel, thank you so much for the support. Cheers. Says, cheers. Congrats on your success. Do you find it hard to game just for fun nowadays? Do you have to fight the temptation to monetize everything?
We can answer this before we go back to the Rob's rants. It's fine. And we'll do Jackpot Man's too.
Yep.
Jackpot Man. Thank you again. Thank you. Cheers.
This is all over the place.
Yep. It's getting going downhill fast.
I need you guys to slow down on the super chats, please.
Okay, so we can answer this one. Do you find it hard to find games fun nowadays?
Okay. So I've talked about this before too.
Escalating quickly things here.
Hit Jam again. Thank you so much for the support. I too am here for the rants. Yeah, so anyone who doesn't know, Rob's rants are when I just kind of bust off and all of a sudden we're playing a game, I'm focused, we're having fun, we're going through turns, I'm explaining a game, and then all of a sudden somebody comes in the chat or something I notice in the game or something, even when I start a stream and I just was playing the game the day before and learning it or practicing it and something that's bothering me, I just start the stream and I'm like, I need to just chat and kill time for other people to show up before I dive into the playthrough so everyone's here when I'm start explaining it or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I'm like, let me just give you my thoughts on the things that bug the hell out of me about this game or stuff that annoyed me or something I read in the rule book that pissed me off or something on a Kickstarter page that pisses me off or something about somebody comes in talking about a game from a publisher that pisses me off. I'll just start rambling and giving you my opinion on it. Like, why not? I don't know. Yeah, maybe turn some people off. Maybe I'd be at 20K subscribers if I didn't. you know,
yeah, maybe because some people probably don't like
didn't tell it like it is sometimes. But that's not me, so I don't care. So yeah, I've never really been afraid to say what's on my mind. It's got me in trouble before. It's got me in the back of police cars. It's got me punched in the face. It's got me in courtrooms. It's gotten me kicked out of school. It's gotten me, you know, fighting with professors in university. Yeah, it's gotten people to leave the channel. It's gotten me angry emails. It's gotten me threats at conventions. But yeah, like I don't care. I'm just not going to change me. You know, whatever, man. But yeah, I've just always been that way and just never afraid, even from like a little kid, like, you know, getting in trouble and going to the principal and then just telling the principal, like, you know, how I feel and how it is. And who are you to tell me, you know, that this is right? I'll tell you how it is. I've always just been that way. I've been that way with my parents. Like Mel's seen me when my mom called in the past, and just how I talk to my parents is like, it's the meanest thing. It's not how you not should talk, but I've just never like BS'd it. I've never been like, happy fake face and I'm gonna just lie and tell you everything is great. No, man, we should always be trying to achieve better. And yeah, I'm gonna call it out. I'm never satisfied, but that's just the way I am.
Cheers, Brian.
Brian says, I hope you two don't have anything to do after this. Just figure out how to get dinner, I guess. Now it's gonna be delivery, I guess, but
or something walkable.
I don't know about walking either, but we'll see. I'm only on drink 2. We're fine.
I know, it's funny. It's funny.
But yeah.
So pretty much what
our
you're
daughter's
saying...
gonna be like, what happened on stream with you guys? What is wrong with you? Why is Rob's face all red and you're slurring your words?
Oh god.
Why is Daddy's face red? So yeah, the rants are just like,
they're natural.
They're
right?
me. It's since a kid. It's just been the way it is. It's just been the way it is. That's just how I am. I say things that get me in trouble. I say things I shouldn't say that are not socially okay. But I call it how I see it. I don't know. It's just always been that way. And yeah. Yep. In courtrooms. Yes, Daniel. Yes. Yep.
No, our daughter is not old enough to drive, unfortunately.
No. Old enough to cook. She can heat stuff up.
Yeah.
No.
She could, like, yeah.
But yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to tell you any of those stories back in my, you know, before I turned 18, even after 18. Like, yeah, I was, yeah. As a teenager, you know, I did bad things. Lots of bad things.
Bad decisions back in the day. Things have changed.
Yeah. There was some violence and upbringings and people's paths I crossed that I was not afraid of, that I should have been. Gangs in my school and my friends' schools and stuff that I was not afraid of and I stood up to. Yeah, that led to, you know, getting jumped in alleyways, getting jumped, you know, at the mall, going to courts, you know, attacking them, you know, weapons, police cars, arrested. Yeah, lots of things on many occasions. Yeah, I like, you think my passion for a board game, imagine like my passion when somebody like threatens me or my family or my friends, like life. Like you can only imagine like how passionate I would get about that stuff. So yeah, not afraid. And that's just the way I was. So, but when I turned 18 and the Young Offenders Act wore off, and instead of just getting like community service, you know, it's real threat. When you hit 18 in Canada, all of a sudden now you're an adult. And it's not just jokes and fun anymore when you do like illegal bad things. And yeah, or get bullied and that kind of stuff. Now it's like assault and that kind of thing. So I try to avoid all that. I've changed. When I turned 18, I tried to lead a good path after that and not cross paths with people like that and avoid people like that. And that's just the way I am. So I kind of changed. But don't mistake my kindness for weakness, though. That was the problem some people made. But yeah. So yeah. So definitely matured. But yeah, when you're protected by the Young Offenders Act and your record just kind of like as a teenager, like nothing really happens when you do bad things, it felt like you just get in trouble with your parents and spend some time in a cell or a courtroom or community service. Yeah, I was not afraid of doing what I wanted and fighting back and stuff. So, but yeah, D. Miller.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. Let's get back to the positive stuff. But yeah. Cheers, thank you. Congrats, Robin Mel. D. Miller says, I don't care what games you're playing. I love the rants. Keep up the good work. Oh, and drink up. Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to go back to that one question. So, do you find it hard to game for fun nowadays? Right? I guess meaning like a lot of the games we play on stream. So when we're playing just for fun outside of stream.
Please understand this, and I mentioned it before, is again, if I didn't make enough money to do this, I go back to working where I was like in that field, or I go find another job. I have friends that work at places I could get jobs with. I have old managers, bosses that have only worked their way up in companies that have reached out to me saying they have a position for me if I want it. And I keep saying, not right now. Sorry, thank you. I'm still doing this, what I'm doing, and I'm still enjoying it. And it's still working. Excuse me. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I'm good. But yeah, so I'm not worried. And I realized when like I worked at jobs for like 10 years, another job for 9 years, I was at places for a long time and worked my way up, got comfortable, changed roles a lot. Otherwise I get bored. But when I like would lose a job or a contract would go up, I learned to not be afraid. There's always something out there. There's always a way to make money if you're willing to do it, and willing to put some hard work in, you know. So there's no pressure. So I'm still playing the games and having fun. And this is why a lot of times I don't reach out to publishers and I don't want to take money to play a game or talk about a game, because that adds pressure to it. And then I feel forced. And then I feel like I wouldn't be doing what I want to do and being honest. And like, there's some like getting review copies. Like I said, I never care. Like I don't want to BS and tell you it's a great game and lie and never tell you negatives and things that I find wrong with games and things. Even if it's going to ruin a relationship with a publisher, because literally there's like a new publisher that comes out every week. They're always changing jobs. The industry's tiny, but there's always new people getting in and it is growing. So if I tick off one publisher and they don't want to send me their games because I said something bad about it, well, then that's fine. Your games suck. Move on. I don't care. Other people make your videos for you and you can give them money. That's fine. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to treat it like that. I've been offered money lots to play games on channel, but I always just say no thanks. I'll just say, I even say sometimes like, I just really like your game. Just send me a review copy. Like I may play it, I may not play it. I'm going to try it out. If I like it, I'll play it. Some of them I know better. I just know I want to play them on stream. So I reach out, but I don't do that stuff because I don't want to feel forced that I have to do it and make money. So like when you say like, I don't want to turn the gaming into being a crapshoot because like I feel I need to do it and it's forced.
Yeah.
I do feel each week, like there are times where I'm like, man, I need to make another stream. I need to play another game. I have a pile that's driving me of games to get through, new games that keep coming into that pile of here's games I want to play through on the channel, or at least try and see if I want to play them on the channel. And that even games that I've played already on the channel and I want to go back to, there are in that list, in that pile, in the spreadsheet and stuff, that I'm always driven by making more stuff, and growing is motivational, yes, but I still play games not on stream and have fun at our family's houses. Yep. Or, you know, with Kyle when we're learning a game or having fun playing it. It's like, I don't stress as much as I used to. And even getting it right and the rules 100% and making the playthrough shorter and all that stuff, I stopped doing that because that made it not enjoyable and it drove me nuts.
And it put a pressure.
Yeah. I still have a pressure, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But again, I in my head, I know that like, if all of a sudden people stopped wanting to watch the games I make and sit through the long streams and hang out, oh well, I just stop doing it and I go back to work. And it's like, there's no fear. There's no fear of being, turning it into shilling myself out, making money, BSing you just for clicks and likes and trying to grow. No thanks. No thanks. I don't want to do that. I'd rather like I'd rather live on ramen and you know, myself. I don't want my family to be like poor, obviously, but if it affects me, I don't care. Like I'd rather just do that than stressing out and sitting in rush hour traffic every day and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, yes, there is a pressure with the cameras on. That is way different than when I play games without a camera running.
Oh, of course. It
is a different vibe, a different feeling for sure. I can play with different people that won't play on camera. So it definitely is a different feeling.
You can even just walk away for a minute to go do something. Like, but yeah, you can't do that when we're on stream, right? We just sit here and play. But
it is hard to play a game for fun nowadays because finding people that have time that line up with their kids, they're moving away, their marriages, their families, like finding time to game with some of the same people we game with 10 years ago. Yeah, it's hard to find those times, but that's not because of the channel. It's like, I have games to play. There's no question. I'm willing to do whatever to play them. So, but do you have to fight the temptation to monetize everything? No, like I think I answered that as no.
I think you kind of answered that. Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
I don't care. Yeah, I have YouTube's ads on. I need to remind you guys about Patreon and clicking the join button and all that, because if I don't, at some point I won't be able to do this anymore, and I want to keep doing it as long as you guys are enjoying it. And if I forget to keep begging, like, don't forget, guys, like, support us, maybe people won't. And then all of a sudden Mel's like, Rob, we don't have enough money to eat this month. You're going to need to get a job, or we need to go into your savings, and that right there will red flag. And then I need to reach out and say, like, I'm not going to pull a Euthia and just like, oh, by the way, guys, I said yesterday things were good. We're shutting down today because I wasn't being honest and open with you guys and letting you guys know in advance. But I would let you guys know if that was the case. If I literally was like, I need to be making a certain amount and it's not happening, either A, I just suck it up and say this isn't for me and I move on. No stress, no worry. There's always a way to make money. I've learned that. Like, no fear. No fear at work, no fear of losing a job. I was always never afraid to tell the CEO how I felt and how I think what they're doing is useless or stupid, or find a better way, or this vendor is screwing us around and they're lying to you. And like, I didn't care who I was pissing off. I didn't care who I was working with and their dad was the VP of something. I didn't care. Like, I don't care. Worst case, they fire me, whoopee-doo. Then I go work somewhere else. Like, who cares? And especially now the job market's like, people are begging for people to work places. Yeah. So like, I'm not worried. Like, I don't care. So yes, I never.
Yeah, it's not like it's this or nothing.
Yes, I'm not here today because I want money. Please understand that. You guys are like blowing my mind with the super chats. Like, this is not why I'm here today. But I do appreciate it, and it's definitely helpful. Keep it coming. But it's like, I don't have this urge of monetizing everything. No. Like, I play Burn Cycle. Chip Theory sends me Burn Cycle. But like, I could like make one, like, there's people who get review games that literally they make a Instagram post talking about it for 30 seconds and that's their content. There's people who get review copies, don't get paid anything, and all they do is talk for 10 minutes the review of the game with no script or anything. Like, they no work put in. They just turn on their phone, record it, and that's their video. Here you go. Thanks a lot. But for example, Burn Cycle, just because it was recently, I play it because I love it, and I stream it because I love it. I don't stream it because I'm hoping to make money on stream 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. I'm playing it because I love it. I want to get into it. I want to hang out with the people who love it also, and just looking for an excuse to hang out with you people in the chat and have some fun. Mm-hmm. So that's what drives me to it. It's like, I am playing for fun. Like, the first Burn Cycle stream, I feel like I got to play it because people are asking me about it in emails and messages. Chip Theory sends it to me. So I feel like I got to definitely show this to my audience. It's cool enough for sure. If I didn't think it was cool enough, I would have told them I don't need that game. It's not for me. It's not for my audience. I do that all the time. You guys don't see that, but I do that all the time. But a game like Burn Cycle, I knew I'd like it. Like, come on now. Like, I knew at least I would like it.
Yeah.
So when I get it, I make one video. If I didn't like it that much, that's only the video you'd see, and I'd move on. So even that, there was like it was accepted in my mind that I need to make it, but not make the video to make money off it. That, like, that's weird, but I understand that there are some people who are driven by, like, they need to make money and monetize everything, and it's all about the clicks and the, selling t-shirts and stuff. Like, it's,
which people have asked. They do want.
Yeah, I know I need to do that.
And I think Andrew's asking too in the chat currently right now, saying, "I'm still waiting for my Rob's Gaming Table. Don't you tell me mug."
I know. I need to do that.
Oh, we have a new member. But again, the cheers.
Members and super chats and Patreons are the reason I don't have to. There's no pressure to do that, and I appreciate that, guys. So that I don't have to do the same content as everyone else. I will do the t-shirts and the mugs. I gotta do it. I'm gonna get in trouble more. Every time I do a Q&A, someone yells at me, and I'm sorry. Cheers.
Eric,
cheers. Thank you for becoming a producer. Thank you for clicking the join button down below.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So there's probably some questions now.
Yeah. Okay. Here. So questions, talk. Let's get to it. I'm going to scroll back a bit here. Actually, I should be doing it on this window.
Yep.
So I can bring it up on the screen.
Locator has the interesting, relevant to what you were just talking about, the very last comment in the chat.
Locator Gaming says, thank you, Locator. Playing a campaign all the way shows you like a game versus trying to get views. Viewership generally goes down during the later videos. 100%.
100%.
I learned
1000%.
Yeah. I learned this very early when we were doing board game videos. Like when I would do a board game playthrough of like Dark Souls back in the day, for example, we get the core set, I want to play a campaign. I noticed the first episode gets a lot of views because people come, they see, they want to know what it is, what we think of it, how it works. But then once they get that, they go and either buy the game, play the game themselves, don't buy the game based on what we say or see or what they, whether it works for them or not. They don't need to see more than the first 10 minutes, or in my case, the first hour and 10 minutes to see how a turn works or the game works or how it works and that kind of stuff. So I understand that. But then there's some people like me who like to watch through, who like to treat it like a Netflix TV show and binge it, see it all the way to the end, see how the story works, see if the game's worth more than one playthrough or two playthroughs, or how interesting the story mechanics get. Especially some campaign and legacy games, they only give you like a taste of the game at the beginning. Then they kind of expand and add more complexity, more rules, surprises. And sometimes I like to see where it goes and then be able to tell somebody later, even if they don't all watch the whole thing, I can now talk to it like, you know, somebody who makes a review video for Sword and Sorcery Ancient Chronicles or whatever, right? Or Immortal Souls. They might have bought it, played one scenario twice, probably not even played it right, haven't seen what the game has to offer really that much, but they'll make a review video on it. They play it once, twice, and that's fine. If that they get the game, they make a review, that's their thing. But like, I like to be able sometimes to really know a game and be able to compare it and talk to it. And sometimes it's nice to be saying like, I've played everything in that game or played 99% of that game. I can now talk to it, compare it. So if I ever make another top 10 list again, which I should do, I know I need to do it, or top 5 of something, I feel like I can like, I'm coming from a place of like maybe a different background or experience or facts that I have versus someone else's list. So it's not just, you know, you're getting the same thing over and over again from people who played 2 or 3 times by themselves. Here's this game is good or it's not good, you know? Like, I hope I can say I played a 2-player, 3-player, 1-player, spent 20 hours on it. Maybe not. Maybe I can tell you I played it only once because it stunk and I don't want to play it anymore, or it wasn't that great. But Kanji, again,
thank
cheers,
you.
Drink. Okay, I'm done sending money. I think, maybe.
Thank you, thank you.
Kanji's got a problem, and I like it. I like his problem. Yeah. Kanji, thank you so much. Sajad says, I've watched the Tainted Grail videos all the way twice. I'm sorry to hear that.
Bitcham also says I got hooked on binging Tainted Grail.
But yes, that is the thing.
Yeah.
Go watch any channel that does there's a bunch of channels that all copy each other. They started with Ricky Royal. Ricky Royal, way back in the day, was one of the only videos I could find playing like War of the Ring, okay? Because nobody wants to take that beast on and try to film it and explain it and play it and feel comfortable with it on a video. Plus, it's going to be super long. So I remember back in the day, it's not the best quality, and he's playing a 2-player game solo, which already is like, what the hell are you doing? How do you play a game like that against yourself? That's weird. But it was cool because he showed off the game and explained the game, and it sold me on the game that I wanted to buy it, even though I knew it was going to be hard to teach somebody to play that game. But then all of a sudden all these other channels started coming out copying Ricky Royal, doing the exact same, like moving a camera around. So it's like there's a few of them. One Stop Co-op Shop, Barrett that stops by every now and then, Meet Me at the Table. There's a few of them. They all started copying Ricky Royal because you can just go back, you can see he did those videos first. They all mention him, they love his videos, and they all start making the same videos. I
think Rahdo's another big one. Didn't he do the solo with the camera?
No, Rahdo's is different. Then there's people that copied Rahdo, right? Like, you know, like Rahdo's style. I remember watching one of Rahdo's first videos when I was at a hotel to try to learn a game back when he was like barely starting. I could probably find my comments on that video and just being like, man, keep up covering these games I can't find videos for. But yeah, just back in the day, like, I forget where I was going with that. I don't even know which which question?
I think it's still about the. I think it's still about the. You were going on about how.
Gotta take another drink. That'll help me figure out what I was talking about.
No, it's not locator. It's how the viewership as you go through a campaign dwindles.
So back on Ricky Royal's videos, when I was watching him play War of the Ring, I instantly learned, I was like, why does this first video have so many views? And his second and third and fourth, whatever it was, has less views. Then I started seeing other channels doing the same thing as I go through the hobby. I was watching it. And then I was doing it myself too and making videos. And we're playing through Dark Souls and stuff back in the day. And I was realizing people are watching those videos. And it's funny, my tournament videos for the competitive card games, it was the opposite way. People would watch the Swiss round videos less. And obviously, as you went on to the top 16, top 8, top 4, the finale, the views would go up. So it was funny. I'd play through a campaign board game and it'd go down. And it was like, but I understood why. And then playing card games, it was frustrating because I'd make the first video, get all excited about a new tournament or something. And nobody's watching nobody's watching the first one. So it was motivating me getting to like the top 8, the top 4, the finale. And it was like so cool. So I had both, and I've seen both in experiments or in practice. It was fun. But yes, sometimes I realize I gotta be to get through the backlog, to get through different games, to satisfy all the viewers. Sometimes I realize just now I can't complete every campaign if I'm not having a good time, or I've just tasted the game and it's not doing enough to keep me going. It's not interesting. It's just the same over and over again. I will move on. Or if there's something I don't like about it, or I can just see another game, I'd rather try that. I need to start doing that more, and that's what I'm trying to do. So there's certain campaigns I just said, nope, we're done, we're moving on. I don't care, I'm not finishing it. There's other games I'd rather play and have fun doing, and then I know more people would be interested in watching. So it was nice to play that game, it was nice to experience it, I can now talk about it, but now I'm gonna move on, right?
Yep.
So yeah, but Bob,
cheers.
Cheers, thank you so much. Bob says, question, has Mel's legendary unfeasibly small bladder always been a thing, or is it age related?
No, after you have children, things happen.
Dan Roberts, I love you, man. So he makes fun of my bladder too, because if I take a break within the first hour of stream because I chugged a whole bunch of water right before I started, because I only drank coffee in the morning. Sometimes I forget to drink water, and then I'm about to start a stream and then my throat will be dry and I'll start hacking on stream and stuff. So sometimes right before a stream, I literally drink like the big jug I have.
Have you down here?
I literally chug it and then come downstairs and start the stream. Of course, within the hour, I'm going to be like, oh, I got to go. Be right back, guys. And he'll make fun of me for that. But he makes fun of you, and I look, and we've been streaming for multiple hours.
Yeah, usually it's about 2 hours in before I have to use my first washroom.
Yeah, how is that a small bladder? Like, how do you know she didn't go to the bathroom like 6 hours before that? I just don't get. But anyways,
I think it's because sometimes I have to go multiple times, and it depends. There's certain situations when we play in the evening after dinner, I usually have to go more, right? Because we have dinner, I drink water, whatever, and then again I do the same thing. I drink while we're streaming.
This is not what I thought we'd be talking about during a 15K celebration. Thank you, Bob, for this.
So I usually have to go more at that point.
Right? When we go to the bathroom. This is the quality content we have here. Rob's gaming table.
But I do have to go to the bathroom now, so you can mute my mic if you want.
How small is your bladder? I mean.
No, also, now we're drinking alcohol, so that's not helping.
All right, but, I'll mute you.
Yeah.
This one. Don't worry, guys. We'll wait for her to leave, and then we can talk about her. No, I'm good. I'll get a drink on your next bathroom break in 30 minutes. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know where I was, but yeah. So yeah, I do appreciate that. I know there's some people who love watching through a series all the way through to the end and seeing how a game finishes, or they played through their campaign or legacy game all the way to the end and they want to see how it's different. Yeah, I just realized we forgot to wear our hats at the beginning. Oh well. But yeah, so I do appreciate that, but I know it's not for everybody, and I'm not mad at it, and I will still play games all the way through if I'm having fun enjoying it. There's still people showing up and watching live, a few people watching there, it's fine. But when the backlog starts getting heavy or new games are coming, I start getting fearful that we will be deep in another game and we'll have to quit and stop. So some games I just realized to get through some of our backlog, I need to we played enough of the game, not enough people are watching now or after the stream. Let's just move on to something else. I'm trying to do that right now, but games like Frosthaven, I assume I won't do that with, but you never know. Oathsworn, these kind of games, I want to play through them a whole bunch, all the way to the end. But I got to understand that not every game I'm going to approach that as that way anymore. I just, there's not enough time. I can't. So, yeah, we'll see. We will see. But yeah. I thought this was an Ask Me Anything stream.
Technically, it is.
Okay.
It is Ask Me Anything. We don't have to answer everything.
Also, I rest my case. Where's Mel?
You brought it up, so then it made me think about it. You know how many times that I have to go and I don't even say? Funny.
But yeah, Ricky Royal is awesome. As I see mentioned in the chat before, yeah, without Ricky Royal, I never at my first Gen Con would have got a copy of War of the Ring. That is all Ricky Royal. So that playthrough, and again, let's go back. So this is funny. So a little reminiscing. So back to the popular uploads line on our main page, which I'll take down after the stream. I just put it back up just to reminisce, to look at like the things that motivated me. I was shocked to see this. I don't want to see these myself because I don't want to feel like I have to make that same content. Like I don't want to feel like, oh my God, like I'm typecasted here. I got to make Gloomhaven is the videos I have to make. Like, no. I can do other stuff, right? I don't want to be pigeonholed into the same game. I'll just get bored and not want to do it anymore. But yeah, Game of Thrones, the board game, like this is our original. This was from a Twitch stream.
This is when we were like also eating at the table, like so many things we don't do now.
Yeah, right here, War of the Ring is one of our top watched streams. And that is the game that sat on our shelf of shame, our shelf of opportunity, whatever you want to call it, for the longest time. And people kept asking for it. It bothered me because like it was one of probably like the first, probably like in the first 10 games I ever bought getting into the hobby.
Yeah. And
I just loved Ricky Royal's videos. I loved the movies. I loved the IP. And to see this epic board game, I just wanted it in my collection. I was hoping to play it with somebody. And it literally took, I don't know how many years.
That was the first time and only time we played on stream?
Yep.
Wow.
We get asked about it. I still get messages about it, comments about it. Yeah, I had to tell the one guy to stop commenting because he keeps asking on every single video. And it's like, okay, I got the point, man.
We hear you.
You ask one more time, I'm not playing it ever again. We'll burn it. But yeah, so we will play it. We'll play it in September when the Rings of Power show is coming back, just for fun, to get into the Lord of the Rings, get into the hype and have some fun getting back into that universe. Even though the show is not really like related to that timeline or anything, but yeah, so. It's funny, just seeing Ricky Royal reminds me of that game and me bartering for it at my first Gen Con on a Sunday before leaving. Like, hey, you don't want to take that game home.
That's a heavy game.
And I negotiated it down, got like 20 bucks knocked off, got it home, opened it, tried to learn it, showed it to friends. Nobody seemed interested in learning it with me. And it literally sat there for probably like 6 or 7 years, I think, before we played it. I probably talked about it at the start of that stream. And yeah, so that's just funny. That's what I think of. When I think of Ricky Royal, that's what I think of, was like, that's when I found his channel, was based on that game. And because of his playthrough, which I thought was really weird at the time, because he was doing a 2-player epic war game by himself. I was like, is he okay? Is he like, can he not play with people? Like,
this is a weird game to play by yourself.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of competitive.
But again, if you didn't try to show it off and explain it on video, it's like, man, like I wouldn't have bought that game.
Yeah.
So thanks again. He did what I was motivated to do, was make videos for games that nobody was making videos for, and tackling high complexity games or IP games maybe people weren't interested in, or campaign games that take more time and dedication to make a video about and make playthroughs for. He was doing that too. So yeah, shout out to Ricky Royal too.
Just before you move off of this list also just kind of shows like the first of a game series.
No, also, look at the Game of Thrones. There's like multiple of those in here.
Yeah, but those aren't necessarily.
Look at Gloomhaven 2. There's Gloomhaven episode 2.
Oh, okay. Well,
Gloomhaven episode 3.
Well, I mean, Gloomhaven's kind of like
Dead of Winter. Look at Dead of Winter. I need to play again.
Yeah, some of these are, yeah, I guess it's
like 5 years ago. The camera and light knowledge I have now and how to live stream and stuff. Like, man,
I do love those games.
I need to Dead of Winter. Yeah, maybe it doesn't hold the test of time. I don't know. We haven't played it in so many years.
We should try though, just to see.
Yeah, it was a game Mel loved and other people we play with loved. I didn't think it was that great of a game.
I love it.
But
I love it.
Yeah,
but I also love that
our audience loved us playing it.
Yeah, I love that theme.
But yeah. John, thank you so much. for supporting us, I believe, at Patreon. Thank you so much.
Cheers, John.
Cheers. Thank you, John. Thank you for the support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andrew says Dead of Winter holds up. It's still great.
Okay, I love it.
I want to play it because I'm at a different place in the hobby. It's 5 years later. I want to try that game again. And also now, Fantasy Flight Games is technically the publisher of it. So I know they're probably not changing anything with it. But yeah, I would love to get it back to the table and check it out if people are interested. It's still a game that I know is in print. It's like an evergreen game that people still buy to this day. They keep printing to this day. We do have all the expansions for it and everything. I remember even Asmodee like sent us, or FFG at the time, sent us like expansions because we were like the channel on YouTube that had all the views for that game. Yep. And I remember they reached out like, hey, we know your audience loves Dead of Winter. Would you like this expansion early? And we're,
I think that's a call.
That's one of the videos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure. Like whatever. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, sure. Send me stuff if you want. So it was cool. So yeah, this is the kind of the funny stuff I need to do.
Yeah, bring back some of those older games.
Yeah, just on good cameras, good lighting. I've now read, at that time, I read like 25 rule books.
Oh,
now
yeah.
I've read like, I feel like 2,500 rule books. It hasn't been that many, but I feel like that. So I feel like I could go back at it, learn the game, maybe understand the game a little better, maybe like some things about it better than I did. But what I loved about the game was that you loved it. All the other people that played with us on video wanted to play it, loved it, played on camera. There was times I was controlling the live stream or behind the camera because you guys were willing. And there was a time in the channel. My original vision for the channel, I forgot about this reminiscing point. There was a time behind the scenes where all those players that were showing up and playing with us, there was a time where there was so many people wanting to come over and play games that were okay playing on camera that I was okay just trying to make a good video production, whether it was switching scenes, controlling multiple cameras, filming, making different angles, interviews, reviews, all this kind of stuff, behind the scenes, editing, not actually being on camera. There was a point where I thought we would have enough players that would just be fine on camera, be good in front of the camera, that I would just go into a production kind of role and hide behind the camera and edit and control live streams and switch on the fly and all that kind of stuff. But then I just realized, like, no, not everyone has the passion and loves being on camera. And then I realized, like, a lot of people are coming to the channel because I was on the camera. And then I realized, like, okay, I just need to do this and settle with it. But that was not my original intent. My original intent was to film people at tournaments, film people playing games, be like press covering these games, be the commentator, be the, you know, the like the sportscaster. That was what I was going to be for the channel. And control and be the production side of it. It's still Rob's gaming table. People are playing on it, but like, yeah, it just became like, no, okay, we're playing my games I want to play. I got to play in the games. I got to run the streams. I got to still do it all. And yeah, everyone just play, have fun. And I'm just going to do the stream and host it and still play and all that stuff. So yeah, so it's funny. There was a time where I thought that's what it could be. And this was many years ago. But that's why you'll see some older videos where I'm not even in it. I'm behind a camera. I'm off camera talking. I'm reading the chat to the players. I'm switching camera angles. I'm running the live stream, making sure it's working. I'm fixing mics, playing with mic volumes and stuff. I was just trying to be a producer. That's where it was. But yeah. That only lasted a very short time.
Yeah, I do think now, though, when we do have groups of people, I think you and I both kind of help run it, right? By reading the chat and going over how to play and stuff like that. But yeah, you're the main guy.
Yep. And even the card game videos, like the tournament videos, I loved going to Worlds and like filming other players, but like sometimes the best received videos were the ones I was commentating on my own gameplay, my own tournament round, my own top 2 or like finale or top 8 or top 4, when I was voicing over my own game, describing on why I chose the cards, what I was thinking my opponent was doing at the time, what plot card I was flipping to mess with them. Those were my best received videos. And that also I realized, like, wait, I can't just go to these tournaments and film other players. I also have to film my own games because people really love those. And the same with the board gaming is like, they want to hear my thoughts and us describing what we're thinking and how we're playing. And like, that's why I realized, like, that's also good content. Is like, helps people understand like how I approach the games, how to play the games. If I'm just explaining my turns, my thought process, yes, it leads to freaking videos that are probably way too long and they're longer than it should be, and people still comment, but at least it's an alternative format to what you find on other channels. So there's choice and there's options, which I think is good. Anyways, all right, let's answer some questions here. If you got questions, drop them in the chat. And I'm gonna scroll and find some. So Josh says, so back to my first question, when is Mel joining full time? I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
if we went to figure out the number, like, I don't know if that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's possible.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I say that, but then there's channels like the Dice Tower that, like, we're struggling to even support, like, one person doing it full time, two people maybe doing it, you know, part time. Then eventually they're hiring people, they're renting a house, like they have staff, they're running conventions. Although they're making their money like running conventions.
Yeah, in other ways.
And crowdfunding campaigns. So like I feel like we'd have to do like a crowdfunding campaign to feel comfortable that we have financial support. But like I don't know if I want to go that far, because then it's like really about the money and like stress and pressure on that. And I don't know if that's where I want to be or where Mel wants to be.
I think for me, it would have to kind of happen organically, I think. Sure, it would be a fun goal. Like if the channel was financially supporting us, where the money that I bring in from my job was able to just kind of go in an account for a while and we could see, okay, this is enough, then it could be something that I could kind of step into. So it would be more of an organic thing versus when, but yeah.
So Sajat says it's Dice Tower is still 50% crowdfunding. The rest is sponsorships and some of the cons, but majority of their cons do not make much money, if any at all.
I think the other thing
that's not, I don't know, that's not the, maybe they've said their finances, but when COVID hit, I don't know, I remember seeing streams where Tom was talking about how like they need to scale back because like their finances got hit really hard by not having conventions. And the whole fact that they took over conventions that were fan run so that they could take them over. And I read online about like the profit and, you know, them trying to make more money out of them and stuff. And that's why they promote them so heavily, because they do make a pretty penny. It's not cheap to go to those conventions, like on the cruises and stuff. But it's all the power to them. That's amazing. Like I want to go on one of those. I think it's so cool to go on a cruise with board gamers. Like they're geniuses and running like smaller conventions. You know, and partnering with the hotel to have everyone staying there and stuff like that. I think it's so cool. But yeah, the crowdfunding, obviously to have that many people in board gaming, like the board game publishers probably aren't paying them a ton either for all the sponsorships and stuff. But like, man, they figured out how to do it and support people, which is awesome. I just don't know if I could do that myself. And obviously like he already started and had a team, like almost from the beginning had Sam and Z willing to be on video with him and promote his stuff and travel with him, and
also making separate videos themselves.
Yeah, making their own videos. Yeah, I don't have that. Like Mel will stream doing some painting streams, but she still can't do those all by herself.
Yeah, he still sets them all up for me and everything. I just sit
and it's at the same place that we play board games.
Yeah,
so, like,
I can't be doing one on the side while you're doing something else or filming something else because it just doesn't work for the situation that we have.
It is something I've thought of that you will see it in the near future where we're streaming 2 streams on the channel at the same time. I do want to do that for fun. Whether it's Mel painting at a different station, I want to set up a different...
Yeah, we have, that's been talked.
Yeah, we are saving up for making a painting station for Mel that she can just either film at or live stream from whenever she feels like it. And that could be while I'm still streaming, you know, a solo playthrough and she's just doing that, or, you know, that could be a thing.
Yeah.
Or at least she's filming it and then I edit it later and post it and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think we bring in enough money to like, if it's barely enough to like support what I do, it's hard to think of like our full family of 3, you know, off of like kind of like a hobby income. I never thought I would be able to do it, so I can never say like never. It's not impossible, but it's just I would have to get super hungry, get super aggressive, and start reaching out to those publishers that offered money to do things, and start saying yeah. And then publishers would reach out, say, will you play your game on the channel? And I have to come back at them with a dollar amount. Do I want to get to that point? I don't know. I don't think I want to do that, but
yeah,
that's what I think it would have to get to. And then what happens if you just stop getting jobs and stuff like that? So it's like, then there's this pressure where, both of us are looking for a job at the same time. That gets a little scary, but again, we would definitely have the savings saved up for you to do it too and be careful with it and everything.
Yeah, it would be something that we would know we were working towards. But Sajat's also saying more in the context of would I want to do that? And of course I would want to do that. I think, like, I say to him all the time, like, streaming with him on the weekends, for me, it's fun. It breaks me out of my work and all of that stuff. For him, this is still what he does, and he runs the stream and he manages all the behind the scenes and everything. For me, I just sit down and I get to play. So of course I would love to, but again, it's probably not in the near future for sure. I do need to do more paint streams. Yes. Yeah. I know. We've been talking about that.
Sajat says, just to give context to asking Mel about full time, I was more wondering if this is something that you would find interesting. Oh yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
You just answered that.
Yeah,
I see.
I would for sure, but it seems like, again, it would have to happen organically where the channel was making enough or almost enough that we could then, if I were to step in to help however I could. I mean, because like I said, he does all the behind the scenes. He creates all the streams, all the thumbnails, all the stuff that you see, where I just learn a game and sit down and play. I would have to bring something to the table to help him offset some of that, I think. And I mean, other than painting, I don't know what I bring to the table.
We got to do a solo stream of you once. I want to see that where you play a game, but again, like, you don't
I have to do more paint streams so that I get more comfortable.
But you don't even play games by yourself.
I don't play games by
So
myself.
you only play games because I make you play games.
I don't play games because you make me play games. I do enjoy playing games for sure. And like I said, on the weekends or in the evenings when we play, it definitely is an escape from my work. So.
All right. I'm like trying to find questions here. I know some people are asking them, but there's also an issue. Like, again, it goes back to the thumbnail about being grumpy and stuff. Like, I appreciate the questions. I like talking about this stuff. But again, I started the channel on filming board games, playing tabletop games, not digital. And all week, I've been playing damn digital games on stream, trying to play some that I had to get done that I feel like I wanted to play. And I figured, let's just play them all together. I still have more to do next week. But I haven't played a board game on the channel for like a week. I thought about it, right?
Yeah, right?
Since like... since Monday, I think, when Kyle was here.
Oh yeah, Monday.
Playing. Oh, Tara's here.
Tara, cheers, Tara.
Congrats on 15K subs. Thank you, Tara, for the support. Thanks for helping us get here, Tara. Much appreciated. But back to my rant. These Q&As, I don't do them that often because it's like, it's uncomfortable, sometimes. I don't think everyone wants it. It's not what drove me to do this. But I do have fun doing it. But there is a game, and I thought it might be fun to try to get this game done around when we hit 15K subs. But it is one of the most asked for games on the channel. It is sitting on the table in front of us right now. And we've been trying to learn this game all week. And we're hoping to stream it by this weekend, but we just couldn't wrap our heads around it. Like, the amount of work to get into this game, to set up this game. Karosh, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you, welcome.
Thank you, Karosh, for helping us try to reach 20K subs. You weren't here to help us to 15K, so no thanks for that. But hopefully you're helping us get to 20. I'm just joking. But thank you for the support. But if, instead of just answering questions, maybe we can take a little break and kind of like show the game, explain the game. Because like I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it, trying to learn this game. I don't think we're ready, but I thought it would be nice to kind of, maybe we'll tease it, maybe we'll show a little bit of it. But it's like, you guys, it's been mentioned on many streams. It's been asked about for years. And I wanted to get this game a few times. I've been talked out of this game a few times. I get frustrated hearing the name of this game. but I figured for the 15K stream, we probably won't stream a full playthrough till later this week. But I mean, maybe we can play
rounds.
Maybe we can show it. Maybe we're doing something wrong. I don't know. But hopefully this excites you guys. I want to just bust off this stream. Let's just go down the table, break up the questions, and yeah, maybe we can go into this game here. All right, so here we are. We have Candyland. Okay, I walked by this game on the shelf at a store, and I know you guys harassed me about it forever to play it on the channel. I know this is the epic, super hard game you guys were wanting, and I decided we were gonna do it. So I pulled it off the shelf. We were at our local Walmart. We were there for some other things. I always go by the board gaming section.
Always.
And you know what? I thought support's been good on the channel lately. I could afford a giant, epic, expensive game like Candyland. So we've been working on it all week. You know, maybe we just do our playthrough right now.
If you're ready.
It's like, if this is not a treat, I don't know what is. I don't know what is.
Should we play through this?
Like this is like perfect for our audience. This is exactly the kind of games we play here. And the problem is this game has so much hype around it, and I didn't want to give into that hype. I don't want to make content like other creators. I want to do my own thing. I want to play games that drive me. And I'm glad you guys have been asking for this game because I finally got into it. I pushed myself through the rules. It was tough.
Yeah, we needed our daughter's help.
I went through the whole rule book, okay? I went through the whole rule book multiple times to figure out how to play this game. And, you know, I think we're ready. Like, this might be too early.
I just want to answer Jerry's question. This is not an LCG, just so you're familiar.
I don't know if there's expansions for this game.
We did not receive this by the publisher either. Necrocomic-Con, no.
We thank you for your support on Patreon and YouTube. We spent money from the channel's budget to pay for this overproduced, like, plastic components, cardboard, spinners. Like, come on, man. Look at these standees. Like, they put Gloomhaven to shame. They're full plastic, full art colored stickers. Like, Gloomhaven, you're playing with cardboard that like peels off. Like, you can't even tell what enemy it is. You're sticking in like crappy yellow and white like stands and stuff.
Yeah, it like breaks in the bottoms of them.
Like Gloomhaven, that game's expensive, and they put the crappiest standees in there, and the miniatures suck. And they're even trying to sell you boxes of miniatures because they know the standees suck.
Well, they will be.
Yeah, they will be because they know their standees suck. So I just want to say this game is putting Gloomhaven to shame. Look at these standees. Like, look at these standees.
Yeah, the art is awesome.
Yeah. Isaac Childress, take note. You've been shown up, bud. So you need to do a crowdfunding campaign to get fully plastic standees with full quality high-res art on them. Get to it, my friend. This miniature box of 500 miniatures. Get out of here,
yeah,
my
who
friend.
needs dice either? Look at this.
Yeah, yeah. No decks of cards, no dice. We have a spinner with
look how good it goes.
Look at the sparkly peanuts. So this is like the components. Like, look at this. It looks like a candy. Like, there's no drawing from a card. You are spinning.
Look
like,
at that. Not even, it doesn't even stick.
This is like I had to cut this out of sprues and file it down and assemble it. Mel was going to paint it. We just haven't had time yet. But this spinner is actually made up of, I believe, 2 or 3 parts. It was quite intensive assembling this thing.
Yogi, we gotta do a
Yogi with the super chat.
cheers, Yogi.
Yogi says, I need a tutorial for this game. No other channels have covered it. I must get to the end where you get to stroke his beard. Oh yeah, we'll get to King Candy's castle. We'll get to that. Oh, like, Brian says, this is epic. Thank you, Brian,
cheers,
for the super chat. Cheers. Okay, so.
No tutorial needed, though. Don't worry. We can explain everything as we go through.
For
what we know, at
Yogi,
least.
because you support the channel so much and you asked for it, just for you, I will go through all the rules of this game right now. I'm not even going to wait to make a separate video. We're going to cover this right now in full, just for you, Yogi.
Sorry, we got one more. Cynthia.
Cynthia. Yes,
Cynthia.
epic playthrough. Well done, chat. I don't know. Maybe some of you thought it was a different game that people were asking for over the years. I don't know what other game.
I don't know, but this game has been requested more than any other game we've ever had.
I don't know. Hopefully I didn't confuse any of you with my hype up and my tease there. But so this is Candyland, published by Hasbro Gaming. Okay. And it's 2 to 4 players, ages 3+. And yes, don't worry, guys. I made sure Mel was there when I was assembling it. Okay. So it was all done safely, but keep that in mind. Don't just go assembling this on your own. Make sure you have a parent present. An adult is in the room. So yes, Bob, get your wife before you put this game together. That's my first tip for you, okay? Janet with the super chat.
Cheers, Janet.
Says, Candyland, we've waited so long. Cheers. I know. I figure 15K was finally time. We've made it big now. I can afford giant games like this.
Thank you for your support.
Time Slayer says, play it in French. I don't speak French.
I don't speak French either.
Just because I'm in Canada.
I don't even know the colors in French.
Yeah. I didn't pay attention in French class. That was one of my worst classes. I'm sorry. I can't do it in French. But there might be French on here. Oh, there is.
Oh.
I'm not going to read it in French, though. But that half of these instructions are actually French. So just so you know, this is like this is the whole rule book, and it's 2 languages.
Thank you. Die. Oh, we got one more. Keith.
Keith with
cheers
the super
to
chat.
Keith.
I gotta center that. I don't know what is happening here. There we go.
I gotta do a cheers for Keith.
Cheers, Keith. Oh, cheers, Dan.
Oh, and a cheers for Dan. Thank you.
So Keith says there are more rules on the back of that spinner than there are in the rule book. Oh, we'll get to that. This is the lore, okay? This game, like, epic components, epic rules, epic complexity, and epic story and lore. Don't you worry. This game fits right on the channel. I was intimidated by it, right? Mm-hmm. And I didn't like the way you guys were pressuring me to play games of this caliber on the channel. I just didn't like the pressure. I like to do what I want. So I figure this is my reward to you guys, okay? So yeah, you better be thankful. Keith says there are more. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Dan, sorry, is 374th printing coming to Kickstarter soon? Okay. So here's Candyland. So on the board, there are locations. Okay, let's set the story tone here first before we get into the rules. Okay, gives Yogi a chance to go get his notebook so he can jot down.
Just a FYI, I think we need to also have a chat player as well. So we'll pick a color for the chat to be as well to see if the chat wins or
Absolutely.
I win or you win. So stay tuned because you will be involved in this playthrough.
So we're going to have a 3-player playthrough.
Yeah. You guys are going to be 1 player versus me versus Rob.
Yeah.
Okay?
We're going to get serious with this, okay?
Oh, and Sajat has to go. Bye, Sajat.
It got too serious for Sajat. Sajat's like, oh man, not another epic game I need to back on Kickstarter. He just wants to spend more money. He's out. Yeah. I understand. This is too much. Too much. Sajat, see you later, buddy. Thank you so much for everything. I appreciate it.
Dan says the channel's finally gone from playing checkers to chess. Finally. Yes. Okay.
We made it.
But we haven't actually played it yet, so.
Okay. Yes, this is true. Okay, so let's get into this. So here on the board, we have the start position down here in the left, okay? And then there's like roads and spaces that get us to Peppermint Forest, okay? This is over here, Peppermint Forest. Let me set the stage here. Dance your way along the rainbow path to the Peppermint Forest and Mr. Mint, okay? This is Mr. Mint, okay? Very important to the game. We have Peppermint Forest, Mr. Mint. That is first along the way, but you could take a shortcut and stop off at Nana's Nut House, okay? Let's read about Nana's Nut House, okay, in this epic lore here. It has been a long day for Nana Nut, and she can't wait to share her stories. She's gonna gab your ear off, this Nana Nut, okay. Then next, we have Licorice Lagoon. Look at this guy, okay? Licorice Lagoon. Swim gingerly through the lagoon of Lord Licorice and try not to get stuck. Oh man, this is gonna be intense. Okay, next along the path we have, looks like Lollipop Palace. On to Lollipop Palace, where Princess Lolly and her sugar fairies love to make you giggle. Okay, so that's up here. Eventually, we get over here to Frosted Palace. Did I miss any? I don't think I did. Okay, Frosted Palace. There's so much to this game, I'll get overwhelmed. Okay, so keep me on track, Mel. Okay. Welcome to Princess Frostine's Frosted Palace, where she makes the coolest fashions. Okay.
Yeah, I like her
not to be confused with Disney's Frozen licensed princess, whatever her name was.
Elsa.
Elsa. Not to be confused with Elsa. It may, it may look like Elsa, but it's not Elsa. Okay, that's copyright Disney. Okay, let's not get in trouble. And then last, the goal to get to the final epic castle. Like, we're full fantasy theme here. This is what you guys love on the channel. Again, based on our most popular videos. you guys love Tainted Grail, Gloomhaven, Game of Thrones, the board game, 2nd edition. This is right up there with quality and fantasy theme. We're there, okay? And it's competitive, right up my alley, okay? So this awesome epic castle up here has a king, and it's King Candy's castle. And once you've made it to the top of Grand King Candy, who proudly crowns the winner. And this is the classic game of Sweet Adventures, okay?
Okay.
All right, now let's talk about rules. Now that we've set the stage of this epic map and all the characters at play. The object of the game, be the first to reach King Candy's castle. Everyone get that? Be the first to reach King Candy's castle. Okay, you paying attention?
I'm paying attention.
Okay, all right.
Got it.
Remove the adhesive. Okay, no. This is set up. I already did. We can skip part of the rules. Don't worry. We'll get this.
Okay.
Yeah, it was putting this complex piece together. As all you know, anyone who's played a Warhammer games, Games Workshop games, assembling the game is like intense. This is this stuff right here.
Just sorry, Keith, this is not the big box version. This is just the base version.
I don't know. This was the only version I could find. I mean, this is the best version. But yes, this is the version that was on our store shelf. That's all I know about. There might have been other versions over the years. This was the current one we found in our epic board gaming aisle at Walmart. Okay. Spared no expense. All right. So get ready. In preparation, pick a character mover and place it on the start. So first, we need to find out which character the chat wants to play. Okay. Do they have names on here?
Yeah, they do have names. Chelsea was looking at, but they might not have them back of the box.
Oh, they do. All right, we're gonna put them on the chat here. Okay, hold on one sec. You can hold that up in a second. Just tell me the names. Don't hold it up yet.
Mally Mallow.
How do you spell it?
Mally. Mallo.
Okay. Next.
Giggly Gumdrop.
Giggly Gumdrop. Okay.
Cutie Cone. Or Twirly Girl.
Twirly Girl.
Okay, and we'll put that up so you guys can see, so you guys can pick. We have...
Okay, I put a poll in the live chat. Here they are. Here's your choice.
Marshmallow, a gumdrop, a ice cream cone, or gingerbread.
And think about it. Whichever one you think is the most strategic to choose, whichever one looks like their abilities, their powers, even by just their art, which one you think is the winner, that's the one you guys get to play. You vote on it.
Please don't take Cutie Cone, because I think that's who I want to play.
No. We know Cutie Cone is very powerful.
You think?
Yeah, you just want to pick her because she's the winner.
Maybe. So get your votes in.
Okay, I'll leave the poll up in the live chat for a second. You guys can vote. I just need to take a quick break and refill my beverage. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to Candyland. I see some funny chats in there while you guys are voting for which character you're playing as. Strategic, abstract, asymmetric games. This is for a second. Who's OP here? Asked Jerry. Janice answering Dragon Shadow. We need to play the OG before transitioning to the legacy version. Yes, don't buy expansions for games you don't know you like or you own or you haven't played yet. I'm not buying expansions for this, legacy stuff, more advanced versions, custom versions, until I know I've played it. I love it. I want to play it more. It'll get played on stream or off stream, or the audience likes it. Same applies here. Same applies here, okay? So yeah, don't just buy all-in expansions for a game you never played. I've tried to practice that as much as I can. But yeah, so we've played this multiple times and you guys are loving it, want it streamed more, or we have found players to play it with that just love it and take it super serious and want to keep playing it more. We will upgrade it, custom components, extra expansions, different versions. Of course. You guys know that's how we roll.
Kenji, I just saw your message in the Discord. I have it open on the side. Oh my god.
Yes. And Dragon says, don't play Mally Mallow. He needs s'more work. Way underpowered. Mally is the best, says Necrocomicon, since no one likes eating marshmallows.
Not by themselves.
Kanji says, dang it for playing this when I have to leave in 7 minutes.
Oh, we can get started very soon.
Kanji, we'll bring this to the convention. We can play with you at the convention.
Yeah, we'll let you choose your character first.
Yeah. Or again, if we don't want to travel with such a giant epic game, maybe since, you know, we don't have to cross the border with such a huge, awesome game, maybe you can bring the copy to play. We'll work that out off stream. But and then Kanji's asking, would you say Mally Mallow is a squishy character?
Could be.
Dragon says he's all puff, no stuff. John B says it's a manual dexterity game where you can predict the exact correct force on the spinner wheel. Perhaps this could be classed as a sport.
Oh. I have not been practicing.
John's already taken it to the next level. He's going to send me links for strategy videos soon. I can see it coming. You take it way too serious. Darius says Cutie Cone must be the tank as she has that hard shell armor.
Exactly. I like it.
Terracotta says, I think I'm going to back this one. Janice says Twirly Girl is a range character, can throw her baton at the villain.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Interesting. Yogi says, but the expansion has the OP Truffle Tech cards. Jerry says, I hope they make a digital version of this. First Second says Candyland Duet is a much better 2-player experience. We're playing we're
playing 3-player, because you are a player.
Sorry, 3 and 4 are the same number right now to me. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Dragon says this isn't the OG version. The OG version came with cards. We actually, I've mentioned it before on the channel. We used to have a version, a Disney version that actually had the Disney princesses, had miniatures, had cards that our daughter had when she was younger. We actually took her to a game store an hour away to visit this game store with us. We went on the train. We made a whole day out of it. We went to sightsee and do some things. But we stopped off at a game store that I loved, and we let her pick out a game. And she picked out Candyland, the Disney version with all the princesses and stuff. We literally took it up to the card tournament area where I played and hosted and streamed many card tournaments. And we found a table up there where everyone's playing Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and stuff. And we found a table right with all the hardcore gamers, and we gave her the experience of what we did on weekends, filming and playing tournaments. And we sat down.
Like opened it right there, sat down.
Unboxed it, learned it, set it up, played it right there, super serious with her, and gave her like the time of her life, and then brought it home, and she just turned it into playing with just the miniatures.
Yeah, she just wanted the little figures inside.
She just loved the little figures and played with those as dolls going forward, and we just threw the rest of the game away. But that was an experience that I'll remember for a long time. So yeah, we used to have a custom Disney version with full miniatures, painted and everything. But yeah, I believe they were painted. I believe they were like fully colored.
Yeah, they were fully like, yeah.
But yeah. All right.
Do we close the poll?
Oh yeah, let's close the poll. I just saw these funny comments when I came back. I was like, oh my God, I'm like crying. But yeah. So let's see what the chat. I want to
make sure you guys didn't steal my character that I wanted to play.
Looks like Giggly Gumdrop, 37% of the votes.
So they're going to be the pink.
Giggly
so chat,
Gumdrop.
This is your character.
You guys know. You guys looked up strategy and stuff. You guys knew this character's OP.
Yeah.
I was trying not to highlight it, but giggling gumdrops, like, yeah, damn it. That's the character I would play.
Yeah?
Yeah,
okay, well,
she's so powerful.
I'm playing Cutie Cone. That's going to be who I'm playing. So that means... But didn't they say... they said Mally Marshmallow, or what is her name?
You have the name.
Mally Mallow is overpowered.
Mally Mallow is overpowered. Is Twirly Girl the gingerbread girl?
Yeah, that's the one that Janice said could shoot arrows or something.
Oh, then for sure. Like,
she's the range character.
I do love gingerbread cookies over marshmallows for sure.
Oh, who doesn't?
Now, if I could have a s'more using gingerbread cookies with marshmallow and chocolate, now we're talking.
Now we're talking, yeah. Because nobody likes marshmallows by themselves, do they? Other than children?
I do over the campfire when they get a little burnt and stuff. I do like eating marshmallows like that.
No, I'm not into that.
Yeah, I do like that when they're nice crispy on the outside. But yeah, that's me.
All right. So now who's going to go first? Do we need to roll off or something?
So unfortunately, we'll have to do another playthrough sometime and show off how Mally Mallow works, just so those who maybe want to get into this game can see the breadth of characters and all the different play styles. But yeah, so there we go. So just like Burn Cycle or the other strategic games, it takes a while to set up, pick your character, and really determine your strategy. So that's why that took so long. So just understand that's part of the game is strategizing to pick the right character. Okay.
Yep.
All right, here we are to the section called Let's Play in the rule book. The youngest player goes first. Turns go to the left. Spin the spinner. Where did it stop? Okay, the youngest player goes first.
So there's probably people younger than me in the chat, right?
No, I think they're all older than you.
I mean, I guess if we did an average.
Well, if we had Bob in there, that like definitely throws it off. And you know.
Right now, between Rob and I'm younger.
We'll just randomize it.
Yeah.
Let's randomize it. Let's add a component to the game. We're gonna add a D6 and let's just go classic. You know, to match the quality of this game, we're gonna go with the classic white and black D6.
Okay? Not included in the game, just FYI.
Yeah, no, this is a custom component.
Yeah.
This is a custom component, not included in the game. Please do not buy it and start ranting on YouTube about it missing a component you need, okay? I don't want to hear that. We don't do that, okay? So what we'll do is chat is 1 and 2.
Okay.
I am 3 and 4. You're 5 and 6.
Okay. Do we need to roll it even in this dice tray that comes with the game?
I was going to use a chip theory one, but now that we have a better dice tray, like I don't need to use this on stream anymore. This crappy one.
Yeah. I mean, it comes with the game. So.
Yeah. If they're going to include a high quality dice tray like this one, I mean, you're going to see this on future streams for sure.
All right. So chat 1, 2, you're 3, 4, I'm 5, 6.
Okay.
For who's first?
Here we go.
Oh, chat is first with a 2. All right. Dang, they have the advantage. Okay.
I'm not frustrated at all. All right. Next.
Okay.
All right. Now on the board here, okay, on the spinner, okay, you will flick the spinner as it said, and based on where it lands, there's 3 different options, 3 different kinds of options. You have single color, which means you get to get that many move points that are needed. You earn that many speed points with your move action flick to get enough speed points that you can spend on your turn. Actually, you have to. You have no choice once you do it. You must do it. Move up to enough speed points on that move action spin to then land on the same color. So you move to the next one of those colors. So if I'm starting here at the start and I spin it on this single full yellow space, I would have to then move as many points. I would earn 3 movement points. Okay. If we need to add counters to the game to track this, we might. But you move up to the next one of that color. So usually you can just kind of glance at it, but sometimes you might need to count to make sure, and then kind of count back to make sure you haven't passed that color already. So it's the next one along the road path. And it's only these tiles, okay? Not the chocolate. This is like kind of like a difficult terrain. You can't like move on this unless you land on here and earn the ability to move across the difficult chocolate terrain,
you have to land on here in order to do that?
So you then earn this red arrow, which is like it's like the special power that gets you across chocolate bar, but it's flexible. You could, if you land on this red arrow, even though it's the same red arrow, it's actually a power that can let you slide through this gummy little river here, okay? And you get to then jump to the next spot. So if you land on that purple or this yellow, okay.
Oh, Daniel's saying so it's like a ladder. Kind of, yeah.
Kind
but
of.
You have to land on it in order to use it. If you go over it, you can't go back.
Yeah, it's kind of complex. If you need me to explain it in a different way, I'll try, but hopefully that's clear. Then on the wheel, there are these dual colored spaces divided by the line. That actually means you get to go to the second. You actually get to pass the first of that color and land on the second. So you just have to like double check. You have to track along the road spaces. So again, the tiles, these special spaces surrounded by the white, and colors on either side, not to be confused with the chocolate or the gummy slide here, okay? It's not the same, okay? So you will do that. If you land on the peppermint, okay, the lollipop, the ice cream cone, or the magical peanut, okay?
You get to jump?
You would jump to that space or go back to that space. And that's the hardcore variant. If you want to play the light wussy variant, which we're not about on this channel. We play hardcore, okay? We don't play easy mode usually. So the hardcore variant, you will go backwards if you get one of those things and you've passed it already. Okay, we're serious here.
Okay.
This is not, we're here, like nobody's here to become friends. This is like, we're hardcore competitive and that's how it's gonna work, okay? So it does say move your character forward or back to the same space, matching the picture, okay? How to win, very important, pay attention.
Yeah, I wanna win.
Be the first to arrive at King Candy's castle. Spin on any color to land there. If you notice that magical final space, the winner space, the space that you'll remember for the ages is if you land on it, it is all colors. So it doesn't matter which color you spin. If that is the next one of that color or the second one of that color, and that's the one you're reaching, you are officially in King Candy's castle. You are the winner. You're better than everyone else. You are the tactician, the super strategist. You are on a whole other level in gaming. Okay.
Okay.
That's how it is. Rules of the rainbow path. Now, if you land on a licorice space, so this little thing is 2 black licorice, and you know no one really likes black licorice, right? So they're bad. Okay.
Yeah.
If you land on, I know some people like it, but you know,
I don't.
There's something wrong with you if you do. Just kidding. Only kidding. You lose your next turn.
Oh.
Okay. This, like, we're serious here. This is like a landmine. Like,
so what, do we have to like flip our character down or something so we know we lose a turn?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think that's in the rules, but this we've seen that in other games of similar caliber, so we'll just do that. If you land on either of these, we already talked about the shortcut spaces. You take the shortcut to the other side, okay?
Automatically.
Yeah. If you land on an occupied color space, go to the next space of the same color.
Oh, you get to jump.
So if another player is already on the space you're trying to go to, you actually ignore that space. You choose the next space of the same legal color that you strategically spun to on your turn using your move action. Okay.
Okay. I think I got it so far.
If you land on an occupied picture space, spin again. So if somebody is already on the peppermint, for example, and you roll, strategically spin to the peppermint symbol, you will actually just spin again and you'll have a different result. Okay.
Okay.
Special rules for younger players. This is the easy mode I talked about. We're not going to do it. It says if the spinner lands on a picture space that's behind you on the path, don't move backwards, spin again. We're not doing that.
No, we're not doing that.
So that, I know that was long. I know that was a lot of rules to take in. But that covers the rules. Hopefully you guys are all with us and can follow along and it's not too confusing. If you need to leave to go watch another how to play video, I would totally understand. Come back. This will be recorded on YouTube.
Yeah, there was some questions if Rodney Smith had a how to play, but I don't think he does for this game. So you might have to Google it.
That's the problem. He doesn't do the most epic hardcore games, which is, again, what's motivating me to get into the hobby, to make videos of these crazy, intense games that nobody wanted to put the effort in and making playthroughs and rules explanations for. So hopefully we're giving a service to the internet right now and helping, at least helping one player out there, and it's worth it. Okay.
Okay. So again, the chat's color for if anyone just joined and is like, what is going on? You guys are Gummy Gumdrop, this pink character. Okay, and you guys are first.
All right.
Bob said he wanted me to spin for the chat because they don't trust you.
Yeah, of
they
course.
Think you're going to do some funny business?
I'll like it's totally my Monopoly story. Like I will cheat just to make it interesting. I mean, not this game's not interesting. That's not what I'm trying to say, you know? Yeah, so go ahead.
Okay,
you do
so this is for the chat's turn, okay? Oh, you got a double green. What the heck?
Hold on, restart.
What the heck?
Call the judge.
Okay, so that was for the chat. So we're going to go to 1 green. Oh, you guys are going to pass. Oh my gosh.
Second green.
You're going to pass this one. So you guys have to go around the long way.
But they just got a double green on the first row. And this is insane. This is insane. No restarts.
No, yeah, I mean, well, we rock.
All right.
I don't know what's going to happen if the chat wins versus us, but.
So how does this work? Like it clockwise, right? So like if chat's in front of us on that side of the table.
Yeah.
Do we go around and I'm next?
Sure. I don't care.
That's right. It goes in, like, I don't know. Did that explain that in the rules?
I think it said goes to the left. But I don't remember.
Yeah. Turns go to the left. So that would be me next, clockwise.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just making sure.
As long as we go the same way, it doesn't really matter.
I don't want to play it wrong and then somebody sees it and then they play wrong and like then they're frustrated, you know.
So far you rock Candyland, but I mean, you've only been the ones to go so far.
Ready?
Yeah.
Now on here.
You have to put it down.
No, this is a pro tip.
Oh.
So if you look on this one, they actually have like a little shark fin at the back of the arrow. I think you're supposed to flick that.
Oh, shoot.
To give it more momentum. But again, like we can get into strategy discussion at the end of the playthrough. I don't want to get too advanced here, but.
Edward's already planning the next move. Says chat needs double purple next. Well.
All right, here we go. This is my turn.
Yep. Oh, single red. Oh, look at that. Single red. Already gonna flip the table.
Go ahead, Mel. Move
your character to the single red.
Hold on. Let me get in front of you right there.
All right, give me a single red.
Leave
That's
you
fine.
in the dust.
I haven't gone yet though, so it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
All right. So I have to flick this thing. Oh, double red. So this doesn't even count as one of them, right? Because you're on it.
No, if you had to land on it, you would do the next one.
Okay, so I just get to go here.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
If I was on this one, you then would skip to the next one.
All right. So now we're spinning for you guys in the chat. Oh my gosh, double green again. Right?
Hold on. Judge.
Is that on the line?
Judge.
I mean, I think that's a green.
Can I get a judge call? Call the judge.
I mean, it's fully pointing in the green.
Okay, I'm just saying. I want to make sure there's no shenanigans. Okay.
So
go ahead.
Moving them to double green. 1, 2. All right. Oh my God, you guys are winning so far.
Double purple. Yes.
Double purple for you.
Double purple.
You. Oh, you just get to jump in front of me.
1, 2.
Okay. I mean, give me yellow. Give me single yellow right now.
Purple.
Single purple. You're on single purple, so I get to go to here. Oh my God, the chat is killing this game. You spin.
I practice all week.
You spin for the chat.
No. You continue. They like what you're doing, I think.
I mean, I don't want them to win though. What's that one on?
Single green.
Single green. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Single yellow.
No.
Check this out.
No, this is so bad.
Check this out. Here we go. Are you ready? Single yellow is move only one space, and you'd be like, oh, that sucks. But I get to then get the super boots that take me right across the chocolate bridge. And boom, I'm now in the lead on purple.
You are a lucky bugger. Yeah, he did cheat somehow. I just don't know how. We might have to watch that in slow motion.
Take that.
All right, my turn.
How you like me now?
My turn. Blue. Oh my gosh.
He paused.
Oh, was that for me? Yeah, that was for me. Okay, now for the chat.
Here. Do it over here. Here, we'll get this out of the way. I think everyone understands the game now. So they can see the logos and stuff. We're good.
Okay, this is for the chat. Double orange. Which way is it going this way? 1, 2. Oh, the chat is on your tails.
Still, I'm in the lead, bro.
Can you reach it from there?
Yep. Double purple.
Holy.
1, 2. Twirly girl is OP.
This is for me. I think that's a double red. Where am I?
Edward, get out of here.
1,
Stop trying to jinx me.
2. Oh my gosh, I am losing big time. Okay, for the chat.
For the chat, here we go.
Okay, that one might need to...
Hold on, no. The way I'm looking at it right here, I see we're on Lollipop.
I think you're on Lollipop.
We're on Lollipop.
Where's Lollipop?
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
That's all the way up here.
Holy smokes.
Okay, I need to stop trash talking. I just got owned.
I mean, that's fine, I guess.
So they basically just ripped past Licorice Lagoon. They're almost...
They went right past Nana Nut too,
yeah.
just like...
Nutty Nana is upset with you guys, but you also are almost at Lollipop Palace already. This is crazy. I don't know how the hell this is going.
How come I can't spin like that for myself?
Okay, my turn?
Yeah.
Double green.
You're this one.
1, 2. Yeah, still not even close.
What do I need here?
You need like...
I need like the ice cream cone. Oh, did I get a nut?
No, it's on green.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it is on
That's
green.
like on the line.
No, you
that
can
is
see it.
literally on the line.
Here. I'm going to try to lift it without any kind of shaking. Straight up.
That is right on the line.
Can I get a judge call in the chat?
Well, maybe that's more on green than on
It is slightly more
on green, I think. Okay, fine. Okay. Double green.
It's fine. Official. Double green.
All right. 1.
You're nuts to think you landed on the
2.
peanut.
I'm just trying to catch up a little bit. Okay, chat.
Yep. This is insane.
Dang it again.
Is that red or is that purple?
I think it's more on the purple.
Okay, purple.
Single purple for the chat. And I can hold it up if you need.
Like that's good that they slowed down a bit.
Yeah. Oh, your turn.
You know what I'm getting vibes up here? Just want to say, like I like doing little side like feelings. We watched the Netflix series recently, Drive to Survive, F1 show. I don't know if anyone's watched. I never watched F1 racing before, but that show and showing the races, the intensity there on the racing.
Oh, as they lap.
I'm getting those vibes right now on the crazy race, the competitiveness, the seriousness, the speed at which we're ripping along this candy road.
Not me so much.
I'm getting F1 vibes here.
I'm in the last.
Definitely F1 vibes. Just saying.
I hear you though, yeah.
Like this may be the best racing game I've ever played.
I do agree. Maybe Dragon does have a little bit of a point. Maybe this is why, because of the line, maybe that's why the cards are better than the spinner, because you don't have any question. But again, to each his own, right?
Hopefully Hasbro sees this and sees our feedback and makes changes.
Yeah.
Like hopefully they do. I don't know.
Oh yeah, next pit stop is you have to get into the box.
I need to switch to softer tires. So
this is for you.
This is for me?
Yep. You are on a double purple. Oh, I wish you were on a single purple.
No, yeah, single purple would be lose my turn. No thanks. Still not caught up to chat.
Oh,
okay, go ahead.
God. This is for me.
Oh yeah, this is you. Yeah, yes. Right.
Oh, this is starting.
Single orange.
Single orange.
Well, you're not made for this game, obviously. If you can't,
definitely not.
You can't handle.
But I'm doing double the flicking that you're doing. I'm doing for the chat too.
Yeah, but I don't want to be blamed for their poor success.
Okay, this is for the chat.
Lack of
Ready?
success.
Double green. Holy, you guys are getting all the doubles.
We're almost at Lollipop Palace.
Okay, it's your turn. Double red. Oh, you're really catching up here.
But not enough.
Okay, my turn.
Oh my God. That's a double red.
It's a double red. Good. I need some more. I'm on the peanut. I hope nobody rolls.
You just landed at Nana Nutty's Nut House.
Okay, this for the chat.
Who knows what goes on in Nana's Nutty Nut House?
Single red. Oh, they're only moving one space.
Oh,
slowing down.
Is this my chance to overtake?
Slow.
I'm on single orange.
Oh, nope. You're just slightly behind.
This
is good. This is giving me a chance. This is for me. Double orange. Yes. 1, 2. It's giving me a chance to catch up here. Oh, chat. Double green. Oh my God.
1, 2.
Oh no. They're getting.
Hopefully you roll red and lose your next turn. I mean, spin to red. Double green.
You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna just at the very last second, he's just gonna come out and win it. I gotta do like this.
I'm saving my best actions.
Single green. Oh my God.
One space.
One space.
Chat.
Okay, chat. Ow, that's in count.
That is a single blue.
Ow.
Single blue.
Okay.
Single orange.
Yep. Okay. My turn.
Is that a
Purple.
peanut?
Nope, I think that's a single purple.
Okay, all right.
Single purple. 2 spaces this time. I'm going slow and steady here. Okay, this is for the chat. Double red. 1, 2. Oh my gosh, you're like right around.
So Black Cheval has a question in the chat. Did you guys have to buy this copy or did you already own it? This was from your support through Patreon, Super Chat, YouTube's, all that stuff. This is part of what we spend the budget on, is buying giant epic games like this. No, we literally bought this about a week ago. Yeah, just over a week ago we bought it. Basically for this 15K celebration, we were like, okay, we're finally going to add this game to our collection. It's been asked about forever. You know, people have asked about it in the chats for a long time, why we don't play this game. They asked about it on Q&As, coffee chats, live streams, messages, emails, Patreon. I've been asked about it in the Discord. This is our most requested game currently on the channel. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to play a game that, you know, maybe I wouldn't add to my collection, but I know is requested. So this one is for you guys. But yeah, we did pay for this. We didn't own this already. Like I said, we used to have a Disney copy with our daughter years ago. We got rid of it from the collection. And it was time to get it back. So yes. So yeah, that's the answer to that question.
First second says, can you recommend how to budget for a game like this? Sometimes you just have to splurge. Sometimes, right?
Well, again, like we couldn't afford a game like this. We wouldn't be possible to play a game this epic, this expensive, unless we had your support, like I said, through YouTube and Patreon and the super chats and the tips and the donations. So yeah, I wouldn't recommend this for everybody unless you have lots of disposable income. Whoops. Lots of disposable income.
Oh, I was on blue.
No, you weren't. Nice try, cheater McPeterson. All right.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, so just be careful. Don't go into debt for a game like this. Make sure you know. You can probably find someone that has it because it's pretty popular. Try before you buy.
Yeah.
Okay?
This game, though, does have really good replayability.
There might be online versions or app versions you might be able to try first to save a bit of money to see if you like it before you invest.
Oh, Cynthia.
Cynthia, cheers.
Cheers to Cynthia.
Cheers, Cynthia says, it's down to the wire, chat. Go.
I know. See, you guys are in the lead, and he's kind of
I'm trying to distract.
I don't even
know
you guys.
Who's next.
You.
Oh.
Green. Single. Oh, he only gets one space.
One space.
All right, me. Okay.
That is...
I think that's a double orange.
No.
No, it's a double orange. Look at that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Pick it up.
I will. Ready? Okay, you're maybe right. From my angle,
so close, but
yeah, from my angle, it looked like the peppermint.
I'm not gonna cheat in Candyland, but
Let's
I mean,
go.
unless
all right,
it's
go
gonna
ahead.
help me.
Double orange.
Double orange. I don't even think I'm gonna win anyways, but
Janet, you stay out of this.
It was double orange, so Janet knew.
Keep it down, Janet.
You can see from the top.
I will ban you from the chat.
That was me. Okay, this is for the chat.
Serious business,
Is there
Janet.
anything we can? Oh, if we get one of these pictures, the chat has to go backwards at this point.
We're praying for that.
Oh, double yellow. 1,
you filthy
2.
buggers.
Oh my gosh, you are like a turn or 2 away.
If they get another yellow, they're in.
All right, it's your turn.
Or a purple.
But
Yellow
they need
or
to
purple,
get.
they win.
Oh.
It's over. What can I pull it out here? I don't even know what I would need to get. Like,
there's nothing that you can get, but
single yellow. Aw.
I got a single green.
They got green.
Oh,
Oh, you're next. You're next. Yeah.
This is that.
Single green.
I keep moving like one
Okay,
piece
here
at
we
a time.
go.
This is for the chat. Purple. Oh, that's a win.
So hold on. Let's just check. Let's just double check. Let's count. Okay, I see blue. I see orange, green, red. Yeah, the next one is King Candy's Castle. Dan says, I'm not going to cheat unless it helps me. Mel 2022. So congratulations, chat.
Wow, let's do a cheers.
I'm rage quitting the stream. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Just kidding. Just kidding. Congratulations.
All right, we need to do a cheers for the chat.
Cheers for the chat. Congratulations. I'm never playing a game with you guys again.
You guys crushed me for sure.
Cheers. You and Mel were in on it. I don't know what happened.
I feel like maybe we need to play again, though, with Rob controlling the spinner.
I don't think it's fair. Like, I've only practiced the game for a week, and you guys just come on in and, like, crush us.
Yeah, that was insane.
So, yeah, that is...
I was, like, on the bottom half of the map still.
Now, I don't want to hear anyone ask about this game anymore. We've officially played it on the channel. We've explained how to play it. Candyland by Hasbro Gaming. 1 to 4 or 2 to 4 players. There's no solo mode. I don't own the solo mode expansion. I'm assuming there's one. Adult assembly is required, ages 3 and up. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you pulled it out.
Go support your local game store. See if they have a copy if you're interested. Hopefully that helped somebody determine if it's for them or not for them.
Sorry, I'm just reading.
I need to highlight some messages here.
Oh, goodness.
Whoops. Oh, yeah. Edgar says, some of us have been playing, or Edward says, some of us have been playing for a while now.
Oh, we got a member.
Tired Gamer.
Cheers.
That
welcome.
should be my name. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for becoming a producer
welcome.
and clicking that join button.
Thank you. Welcome.
Cheers. Thank you so much. So Jackpot Man speaks the truth. 77 viewers right now for this game. That's more than for Star Wars Imperial Assault or Folklore or any LCG. This is true. So obviously this is
we're playing the wrong games is what he's trying to say here.
Yeah, obviously I need to switch up the kind of content we do, and so I need to go, instead of going to my local game store, you know, supporting my hobby shop, or going on crowdfunding or GameFound or using BGG and looking for, you know, heavy complex games, I need to just go to my local toy store or my local department store and just go in that aisle. So stay tuned for games like Uno, My Little Pony, Candyland.
John B, I think it was, and I think maybe Janet was asking, have we seen and played the roll and write tic-tac-toe?
Oh, okay, so see,
that's the one we should probably try.
So obviously, Jackpot Man has stated the obvious.
Is it a roll and write?
I don't know.
I think it's just a write. A write and a race.
I don't know. But anyways, so thank you for helping us reaching 15K. We're changing the channel. That's where we're going forward. So hopefully you guys will join us on for this ride, and we can maybe reach 20, 30K, switching up the content to epic games that are in, like, you know, our department stores and, you know, that kind of stuff. And yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. We need to go for that more mass audience kind of, you know, more widely accepted, more wider age range of game. And this just sells it. So no more Imperial Assault, no more Folklore, no more LCGs, no more games that are 3.5 complexity or higher. We're done with them on the channel. So if anyone will be actually next weekend, garage sale out front of the house, we're selling them all off. So yeah, thanks a lot.
And then we're going to garage sales to find the games we'll be playing.
World Series of Candyland. Yep, those are the tournament videos I'm making next. We're going competitive. Next up, Shoots and Ladders. Yes, which the version I played when I was a kid was Snakes and Ladders. Shoots and Ladders I didn't learn about till like on my way to my first Gen Con. The border guard, as I was crossing and made fun of us, said we were probably going to a Shoots and Ladders tournament, and called us nerds. But yeah, that's when I learned there was a version called Shoots and Ladders. To me, I grew up with Snakes and Ladders. I don't know.
Orbit says Mousetrap. I hate the setup of that. The setup is so long.
Mousetrap's the same reason I don't get KDM. I don't want to be snipping miniatures out of sprues. Like, I don't need to go through all that setup. Yeah. Come on, man.
Also, Tired Gamer, who was our latest member, says, greeting from Finland for my most watched YouTube channel. I'm going to stay true to my name now and head to sleep soon. Thank you for your work.
Tired Gamer, thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. Thanks for helping us reach 15K and beyond. Thank you for helping us get to 20K and keeping us doing this. We appreciate the support. Cheers. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Successful Geek says, yeah, I need to do more of this. Successful Geek says, I actually grew up with Snakes and Ladders too, but sliding down a chute makes more sense.
Yeah, was it called Snakes and Ladders or Shoots and Ladders?
I had a Snakes and Ladders.
I feel like I had Snakes and Ladders too.
And that's where
it literally had snakes on the board,
and
right?
We talked about it as a kid, and that's the versions we had. We had different versions. We had a big version and put on the floor and stuff. Yeah, I never heard of Shoots and Ladders. I didn't know that was a thing, but it does make more sense.
And that's like slides, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, the snakes are like bad. Like, you didn't want to hit a snake because then the snake sent you back, which was kind of funny. It's like evil. It made me hate snakes. So now snakes are my enemy. I was trained to kill snakes. Brian says snakes over here.
Yeah, yes. I thought it was snakes too. Oh, Hungry Hippos. We definitely had that game as a kid.
Yeah,
we just like match the button.
They're so competitive. Would love to see them play Hungry Hippos. Maybe at the 20K stream.
That could get competitive for sure.
Maybe at the 20K stream. We'll see.
I think it was Jerry in the chat who said that they're excited to see what we what game we play for our 20K stream after this.
Man, if we do a 20-hour, 24-hour stream for like 20 or 24K or whatever, I could definitely get through that stream easier than when we tried to play like Mage the Madness, Too Many Bones, like
Everdale,
all these other games, plus the party games in between. But all those games we did for our 24-hour stream, yeah, it was too much. I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, I don't remember all the games.
I can't either.
I feel like we played Wingspan.
Oh, we did play Wingspan.
It wasn't that bad, but still, it's like some of these games like take thought. They're like a few hours to play. You know?
We played Castle Panic.
Oh yeah.
6 hours of operation.
6 hours of operation.
I want to do an operation for 6 hours.
Battleship, that'd be a funny one.
Oh, that'd be funny.
With sound effects and everything.
Oh, Velko's message is nice. The last one there.
My wife is also sending you congrats on 50K.
Thank you, Velko's wife.
Yes, Velko's wife. Thank you so much.
Oh, Jenga would be fun.
Jenga.
That would be serious.
Yeah.
I remember when we went to the convention with Kyle, Shomar, and Justin, and we were playing that big, huge one. I
was there, like taking pictures of you guys, filming you guys playing it, and I was like, I hate Jenga. I think it's such a waste of time.
Yeah, it was so fun.
But you guys were so hardcore and into it. I was like, we're at this giant mecca of board gaming, the most epic dealer hall of games, and they stopped to play Jenga on a stool, this giant Jenga version.
Yeah, on like a little table.
I'm like, really, guys, like. The dealer hall is only open for so many hours. You can't even experience it in like 2 days. There's so many games there. I just want to go experience more stuff, like sensory overload. And you guys are like stopping and like playing this game that you could just play at home. Like, you know.
Sometimes you just have to, right?
Yeah, but this is what was going through my head. I just remember and I'm like, these idiots.
You were taking pictures and videos.
Yeah, but you guys were having fun with it.
It was fun. It was fun.
But it was funny.
Twister. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Then we got to move the table.
I don't know.
That was just a pain in the butt.
That's a whole extra streaming setup for that.
Yeah.
That's like a lot of
I don't think anyone wants to see that either.
No, they don't.
Not on this channel.
No, they don't. Black Cheval says, if you get more people doing Captain Sonar, it would be fun. We were going to buy that.
I wanted that game when it first came out.
Yeah, when it first came out, we saw it at Gen Con. Before it came out, actually. We saw them demoing it there and playing with people live at the convention. And we were blown away. We thought it was the most fun thing we've ever seen. And we were like, we got to get that. But then...
Yeah. But we didn't have the player count for it, I don't think.
We had the player count.
We did at the time.
We just didn't know if we'd have the players who'd want to like learn it and play that kind of game for sure. And then like on camera, like just having one player talk over another player makes it confusing sometimes for watching a board game playthrough. Just imagine that when everyone's yelling out, going crazy. If you could go watch a playthrough of that game. It is intense and crazy and one of the coolest looking games I've ever seen. But yeah, we just never got it in the collection because I was like, I don't know if we could find enough players to make it like play at the full count.
Yeah. And
the players to take it like kind of serious and have some fun with it, and then also to play on stream. I don't think it'd make a good stream.
Yeah, but I would love to play that game one time because when I saw that game, my eyes lit up and I was like, this game looks so fun.
But there is a way to think to play with not real time in that, I think, if I remember correctly. And I thought about maybe doing that. It does look like True Chaos, though.
Yeah, it does look, and we've seen it at conventions. It does look like True Chaos, but that kind of stuff is fun for me.
Yeah. We do have some kind of real-time games like that. We might play some of them on stream just for fun, but they're all like really short.
Yeah, they're like the 15-minute ones.
Yeah, it's like, is it worth the time to even make the thumbnail? It takes longer to make a thumbnail and figure out cameras and lighting for just filming that. And mics all lined up and everything for filming a real-time game is like more effort and time than it takes to actually play the game.
I think it's one that you could throw into like a 24-hour stream.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I do love real-time games. Like those...
yeah, the real-time is what makes it fun. I agree.
What is that one called? The Escape the Dice one?
Yeah.
I love that one.
Curse of the Temple?
Curse of the Temple, yeah. Yeah, very fun.
Successful Geeks dropping some knowledge. Apparently the original Snakes and Ladders was a game out of India. Milton Bradley popularized it in the U.S. as Chutes and Ladders, though in 1943.
Oh, interesting.
So we played the better version is what you're saying.
That's
Successful
cool.
Geek. That's good stuff.
That's cool.
We have that in common. All right. Any questions? Any other questions that were asked earlier?
Yeah, or anything that we missed earlier.
I'm scrolling up as far as I can.
Yeah, things get
yeah, there was one. I forgot to do that. Darius was asking about Candyland. What's its ranking on BGG?
Oh yeah, I did look it up when we originally got the game.
I was going to bring that up, but I didn't want to accidentally click on the tab and spoil the surprise before we did it. Yeah, so I try not to have anything showing and opening on camera related to it. Its rank overall is 22,904 in the children's. 1949, a 3.2.
Nobody likes it.
A lot of hate.
This is not the place for this kind of game to be popular.
Re-implemented by, hold on, Candyland Connect 4, Candyland Fun on the Run. Look at the rating.
I remember just now seeing this just brings up a memory that I have, and I have pictures of it of my daughter, or our daughter, we were playing like Connect 4 and stuff like when she was little, and she was getting so bored of it. I'm like, okay, well, let's blindfold you and let's play. Like, so we were playing like blindfolded to see who would win to try to make it more fun. Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Terracotta has a question there at the very bottom.
Okay, yeah. Drop any questions you guys had that maybe I missed, or just any you have before we go. Anything. How many subs for Rock'em Sock'em Robots? I always wanted that as a kid.
Is that the one where you like press the triggers and it's the robots do this?
Yeah, they're on a ring. Yeah, and you slap the thing and they punch left and right hand. I always wanted that as a kid. I thought that was the coolest looking thing, but I just never knew anyone that had it or wasn't able to ever play it. But it always reminded me, as a kid, I played a lot with the those rubber, like anyone knows from the 80s, those big like rubber WWF wrestlers. And I had a friend that had like the ring with the actual like elastic ropes. And we used to play with that, and I thought that was so cool. When I saw Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and I was into video games and stuff, I thought it was like a cool mix of like that wrestling ring idea, but like with this like robotic kind of thing. It seems so cool to me. But that was one of the things I never owned as a kid that I always wanted. I thought that was so cool. But yeah, now looking back at it, it's like, I don't know, kind of fine. But
how many subs for us?
How many subs? I don't know. Maybe
no idea.
We can maybe talk about this stuff about the 20K celebration. I don't know if we'll celebrate anything until that. So if you want to help us reach that, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching, you never subscribed, or you're unsubscribed and you want to resubscribe again, stay subscribed, help us grow, help us get to 20K. We'll do some fun stuff. Maybe we'll do a super long stream of all these kind of crazy games. I think it'll be super fun.
That would be fun.
Yeah. We'll just play. We'll get a whole bunch of them. We'll do a poll, whichever ones you guys want to see. And like, that would be fun. That would be so fun. Have some drinks, have some fun, playing the games, reminiscing, talking about the journey. It could be many years from now. We'll see. Things might change, but maybe we never reach that. Who knows, right? You never know. I'd be happy with what you've achieved though. So yeah, I appreciate it. But we're going to keep our head down after this, keep running, try to make some different stuff, play some other games, bring out some classics, play some new stuff that's coming, play some epic long games, play some one-off games, you know, still dabble in some of the same stuff, the LCGs I love. Those are part of my DNA in the hobby. Definitely want to keep those going. So yeah, I'll try to post more polls too. I post some polls to our YouTube base, our publisher, or our producers that support us on Patreon and YouTube, trying to see what you guys want to see, and I got to do that more often. I need to start doing that when I'm not sure about a game.
It's helpful, right, to gather that knowledge from you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that too. I should do that also. But if you're watching on our community tab on our page, youtube.com/Rob's Gaming Table. I know this doesn't show up all the time. These polls and posts don't show up in the feeds all the time. But if you go to the community tab, sometimes there's member only stuff that only members can see. But I need to do this more for the audience and members and you know, all of the above. But I was curious about Massive Darkness 2. And we've got 262 votes. I wanted a good sample size of the community. If you are interested or not interested, I needed to know, because originally I was going to pass on this game. I did a stream when it was on Kickstarter. I talked about what I thought looked really cool. I ranted about what I thought not look cool, and I said I was going to wait for retail. It came out at retail. I was getting a buzz that it was nothing special, but then I got some people, and including Tiny, if you're watching this, Tiny, what you say means a lot. You watch all our streams. You play a ton of games now. What you say I might like has weight. So Tiny came into a stream and said, Rob, I played Massive Darkness 2 and it looks awesome. You guys, I think, would love it. And there was stuff about it I want to try. I wanted to try it, but I know CMON is not the best publisher. They screw around their fans. They're just pumping out trash all over the place. I don't really want to promote or show off their stuff. But if they make a fun game and we're going to have fun with it, we used to have fun with Zombicide, but that company they went down the toilet. I don't know. But this game still looks fun. I want to try it. It's at retail. It's at our local game store. Worst case, we play it. People learn whether it's cool or it's not cool. I'll stream it at least once or twice if we get it. But I wanted to see what you guys thought. And you guys, you're part of the equation. So it is Rob's Gaming Table. I always want to play stuff. I want to play and show off games I want to show off. But I also have to think like, you guys helped me get here. You guys watch the channel. What do you want to watch? So I gotta put that in the equation. So sometimes I just look at like, what are you guys recommending? I talk about it in the Discord, whatever. But this time I did a poll and I did it to everybody. So if you want to see Massive Darkness, I need to know, do you want to see us play it? Mel is going to do some paint streams with it, maybe, if we get it.
No, I will if we get it.
But I want to know. So I need a decent sample size. I know it's not for everybody, and I'm fine with that. Do you want to see us play it 1 or 2 times, talk about our thoughts? Do you want to see us play like a whole campaign of it, and we'll talk about our thoughts? Or do you have no interest in watching it at all? I need to know. So go over to the community tab on our main YouTube page and vote. I want to know. Or if you're on Patreon, or both, you can vote on both. You do not have to be supporting us to vote on this, but our Patreons who are voting have a little weight on it. I could have done a separate member post. Maybe I should have, but I want to see what our members, the hardcore folks that support us and keep us going versus the general audience. So on YouTube, I just did one that's open to everybody. So if you watch us at all, you don't need to be supporting us anyway. You can just, if you just watch the channel, you don't even need to subscribe. Just go to our community tab, vote on this. I am curious. If you would watch a couple episodes, maybe one, you just want to see what the game's about, 10 minutes and move on, that's fine. I need to know. And then, because I don't want to get this game and spend time, put it in the backlog, get it. Mel's got to paint it. She's going to make streams and all that stuff. I have to stream it. We have to learn it. We have to find players. It might interrupt our Kyle weekly nights where maybe we play it 3-player if you guys are interested, and try that out. But I don't want to spend all this money on this game when there's other publishers, other cool games out there that are doing better for the industry, and treating their player base, their customers much better. I would rather spend my money there. But if you guys want to see what it's all about and you want to play it, not everyone's in the know and all that stuff and pays attention to that stuff. But just go look at what they're doing to their backers, even on this campaign for this game. But those guys, I don't know what they're doing. But anyways, yeah, I want to know. So go ahead and vote, and we'll kind of decide. So basically how I kind of look at it is, if there's enough in both of the yeses, so you can only pick one. So like, are you super into it or just a little bit into it? Either way, that adds to the same number. It determines whether Mel does painting streams, whether we even paint it, whether I just buy the base retail game, whether we buy the expansion to play campaign, whether I unbox it, whether we spend more than a couple episodes on it, or not at all. I'm okay if I don't get this game and don't play it. I was already leaning to pass on it, but I knew there were some things I wanted to try and I want to experience it. But I didn't want to do it if nobody was interested either, because there's other games we could play that I know I would be probably more interested in. But I understand it's not the most complex game. I understand it's going to feel a lot like Zombicide, be more lighter, beer and pretzel kind of fun. But right now we're having a fun game on stream, having some drinks, playing some Candyland, answering questions. This is fun to not be playing a 3 or 4 or whatever complexity game. Sometimes it's nice to just scale it back, chill, and not stress about the game as much and just enjoy ourselves.
That's true.
I need to do that more often. So this would I'm okay understanding that the only things drawing me to this game are the fantasy theme, the loot system, the leveling up system, and that's what's drawing me to it. But all the rest just smells like Zombicide, looks like Zombicide. I'm kind of scared to buy a 16th edition of Zombicide is basically what I don't want to support that. But if it's different enough.
But I do love Zombicide.
I know you do.
I do. I love that simplicity game.
Yeah.
It's just fun. Like you said, the beer and pretzels kind of game are sometimes just nice.
So, yeah. I don't know if I can refresh. I can't see the results. I'm not logged in on this browser.
Oh, we got some more votes for sure. So that's
thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
But Jackpot Man saying the answers are very divided. 34%, 34%, 32%. But see, to me, that's 68% want to watch something.
Some form of it, yes.
They want to see 1 or 2 episodes at least. Some of them want to watch a campaign. If that's a decent sample size of our audience where a third of them want to watch us play through a whole campaign, that's more than I expected. I expected like 80% to be no on this. That's what I expected. But again, I need to ask because I wasn't sure. And again, when Tiny said that we would find it really fun and some of the systems in it are really cool, I already thought that. If you can go watch my live stream, when I was looking over the campaign, watching videos, researching for that video, watching the live stream launch of it, I already researched. I was already interested because I was already interested in the original Mass of Darkness. And I kind of look back and regretted that we got invested in more copies of Zombicide instead of investing in Massive Darkness. And then I heard Massive Darkness wasn't that great. It was basically just another Zombicide. But if they did fix things and they made it a little more interesting, I'm down to play it. You guys know we love dungeon crawlers. You know we love fantasy games. You know I love loot. I love leveling up. You know, I like the asymmetric mini games on the characters. And if it's more fun for Mel to play and she's having a good time, you guys are loving watching it. Kyle likes playing, you know, those kind of games too. That is enough for me.
I just like dungeon crawlers, and sometimes it's nice to have a simpler version. And like Dan is saying, it looks like Zombicide the dungeon crawler to me. Mel won't have to count on her hands for this one. Right? Like I don't have to use my fingers to make sure that we're calculating everything correctly.
And we used to stream Zombicide. That was one of the early games we loved. We found lots of players to play with. We used to play on the channel. It was easy for me.
It's like nostalgic for me, I think.
It was easy to pull players into the hobby using Zombicide, and finding 6 people to play with us, or like a total of 6 around the table, was like, I could say, like, before I even finish asking our group whether they want to meet up and play Zombicide, we were already like playing the game with 6 people. The seats were full. Like it was so easy. And yes, it wasn't the most interesting game to me. I got kind of bored with it really fast, but I kept backing it. I kept buying expansions. I kept filming it. I kept playing because I could play a board game with players. And sometimes I just got to suck it up and still have mediocre fun, for me, in my opinion, playing a mediocre game. If everyone else at the table is having a freaking good time and I'm playing board games versus not playing board games, you know, I gotta
weigh that.
Yeah, I gotta like put that into the calculation.
Yeah.
But I think I would have more fun with this than I would with a Zombicide. But
yeah, because there's loot in this.
Either way, I get to play it, I get to try, and then I can complain about it, and at least I'll have some experience about it. So the fact it's not 80% saying no, run, stay away from it, I'm not interested, we'll probably get it. I don't know if we'll just get the retail game or get the campaign. But right now that there's 34% are saying they watched through the whole campaign, I don't mean watch it live. I mean watch it in general. Because something like Cthulhu Death May Die that's mentioned in the chat right now, Timeslayer is saying, would also be interested to watch season 2. We didn't buy that expansion. We didn't get
season 2.
And I didn't because not that many people overall, compared to other games we played on the channel, not that many people are interested in watching all of our Cthulhu Death May Die, even more than the first couple episodes. So the viewership wasn't there. The interest in that game wasn't there, I feel. And watching us play it more wasn't there. So
the game is fun, though. I like it.
I wanted a second one. Yeah. I think that's way better than a Zombicide. That's one of the best games coming out of CMON.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Cool Mini or Not or whatever. I wanted to get the second season, but what comes with that is we get that. That's another game hanging over my head that we should play. You need to paint it because now we can't have half of it painted and half not painted.
That's true.
So the fact that Mel would be spending her time painting something that the viewers wouldn't be there to watch versus other games I know people would be more interested in seeing, it's hard for me now. Now that Mel paints games and
I threw a wrench in all of his planning.
But you don't have to paint every game, but it's hard to play Cthulhu Death May Die with all the beautiful painting you did on it to then get an expansion and play with stuff that's not painted. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So because of that reason, not enough interest was there on those videos compared to other stuff we could spend time on. That's I don't think we'll ever play more Cthulhu Death May Die of season 2 because I don't think we'll buy it. Will we play more of Cthulhu Death May Die? We have? Yeah, sure.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, like around the holiday?
Around
like
the Halloween time.
Halloween time, yeah.
That's an October game. That'll go in polls. That'll help figure out what we're playing this October when we focus on horror games. That is in the mix for sure. But I don't know if I need more of that game because I could just go back and play it. I probably still would have fun. I don't remember anything that was going on in
I don't
any of the
remember
scenarios.
a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, so you can go and just mix it up and play one.
And I don't think we've played every combination.
Either way, who cares?
So,
like we'll just do random setup, pick a scenario, pick a bad guy, a big boss, a big old one, great old one, or whatever, and just go with it. But that's only if people are interested. So maybe nobody is. But anyways, that's the reason why you're not seeing us play season 2 on that. I wanted it very bad. I had it in my cart. We were already looking at it. I wanted more, but I couldn't. I waited a little while, kept looking back at the numbers. I even looked at the numbers for that game like about a month ago and was like, yeah, no, it's like not really there. So yeah, we'll see. I have a feeling they may do like a second version of that or something in the future because supposedly it was really popular. and then people will care about the game. But then, of course, in CMON fashion, the old one will be, nobody will want it anymore because the new one comes out. They don't support their games very well. It's just like dump it and move on. And I don't like that. So yeah. All right. Let's see what other questions we have. Jack Bomb Man says, question for Mel. How did you start painting?
Well, from what I remember, we painted many years ago. We got some paints just from our local like dollar store, hobby store, and we painted some zombicides, right? And it was more just for fun. We were doing it with our daughter, nothing. And it was just more so that the walkers would stand out different from the runners, I think was our initial goal.
Yep.
But nothing came of that. And then we just started painting the bases of our characters just so that on stream you could see whose character was who.
Yep. So we bought paints,
so we bought
brushes.
we bought all that stuff for that. And it was just kind of very like, it wasn't even really painting. It was just quick paint a base and you would know whose character was who. And then I think it came around Gloomhaven time.
I think Dragon already stole your thunder. She started painting here on the channel via peer pressure from us.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily that. I think it started with Gloomhaven.
Jaws of the Lion? Jaws of the Lion.
And I think you actually initially painted the minis.
Yeah, I started
minus the little one.
Yeah, I started painting them, and I did a horrible job, but I wanted to play with them painted. There was only 4 to do.
So he actually started.
Yeah, but my hand was shaky. I didn't know what I was doing. I was using dollar store paints. I didn't water them down. I didn't know any better.
We didn't know anything.
I didn't know what I was doing. So I just I wanted some color on them so they stood out on video and they weren't 4 blobs of plastic. We didn't know who was where.
Yeah.
So I wanted them to at least have some color on them so you could tell them apart on video. Just for your benefit and my benefit, I guess, looking at the table. It was easier
for us, too, to know, especially sometimes when you're playing with all big blobs of gray, to know where our characters was also versus, like, the enemies.
So then you stepped in, you started...
I said I would do the little guy, I think.
And you touched up the ones that I didn't finish or I didn't do good. And you started fixing it.
I don't think I think you asked. I don't think I just...
Either way,
I don't remember exactly.
I remember you sitting on the couch and...
Yeah, I was like, I think I can fix some of these up.
Yeah, and you started painting them and you're like, you said something along the lines of, I was playing like a video game or something and you're watching TV or something and you're painting, just fixing it up and you're like, I actually really like doing this. I find it relaxing.
It was at the time. It was very relaxing at the time.
I was like, well, let's see. How about you paint this game? And like, she started painting and it looked good. And I said, I want to support this. So I was like, then I started researching painting techniques, types of paints,
lots of videos,
primers. I already did that many years ago when I was looking into getting into painting.
Yeah.
But just my big hands, shaky hands, I just couldn't. Yeah, it was too hard. Everything is too small. And it's just like, this is frustrating to me. I just get frustrated doing it. That's why I don't play the tiny epic games at all. The same problem. Like everything's too tiny and it doesn't need to be. I don't know. It's just annoying. But I started researching. I spent hours. So days I spent while Mel was working. I'm like researching paint brands, products, like paint brushes, shopping, looking, researching materials, airbrushing, all that, like trying to find out the right way to do it. The best way to up our game. We were originally just using dollar store paints, dollar store brushes.
Hobby store stuff as well.
Yep. And then I started looking like, okay, let's go and find out like, techniques and things. And I started showing Mel, here's what I found. And I bought some of this. I went to the game store and bought some of these primers. I went online, bought this army painter set. Mm-hmm. I started investing because I started seeing her doing it and doing good and improving and liking it. So I thought, all right, like I'll put in the work to try to figure out what you need and find it, buy it, support it. And then it was just painting. And I thought this was cool. I love painting with the playing with the painted miniatures. But it was no pressure. But once she starts painting a game, there's pressure because then it's like, I can't play with this half painted. Finish it, please. Please finish it. Stop painting that new game, Mel. I know you like that miniature better and you want to paint that miniature. Please just go back and finish the game you're painting, please. And it's also hard when we have a campaign game that I don't know which bosses we're going to see, how far we're going to go.
We don't know which order the enemies are going to be showing up in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't want to be spoiled. So Mel starts painting it and then it's like a lot of work, a lot of time. And then it's like, people started pressuring on stream.
Well, everyone would say like, "Oh, show me!" Like, so we would hold up the minis.
Oh, I'd love to watch you paint that, Mel.
Yeah.
I knew there was painting streams out there. I was watching them to research.
Yep.
So I was like, well, you could do this if you want, Mel, but obviously, being on camera is like a whole different skill. It's not for everybody.
I'm not gonna lie, it's not for me.
Yeah.
I am not a front of the camera kind of person.
Yeah.
I'm like your sidekick. That's fine.
So yeah.
But I do
but
it.
Do when your viewers are there, your chatters are there, like I see it sometimes I'm watching while it's going on, I check in. Is it not motivational? Like when they like you're nervous.
I'm nervous at the beginning and at the end. And the middle kind of just flows.
Well, you're also nervous the whole day leading up to when I'm like setting up for the stream. You're like, I'm like, no, you got to do this.
It's like, when you have to do that presentation at work in front of like your boss and like your whole company. That's what it feels like before I sit down on stream. And then once I get into it, then I'm fine. But it's the whole getting into it, getting started. But then I think once I get in and I actually physically start painting, I feel more comfortable. And I think it's that whole relaxation. I'm like, okay, I'm confident in what I'm doing. Mm-hmm. But it's, the whole being the front face of the camera is not for me and not something that I ever wanted to do. But I will do it because I enjoy the whole middle part. Mm-hmm. So that's why I've always said to him, if he could come in, do the whole like intro blab, and then walk away, and then when I'm done, come in and be like, okay, thanks for watching.
Nobody wants me there.
Then I would be 100% comfortable the whole time.
I did it. We did it a few times.
We did it one time.
Where I sat there the whole time a few times.
And you help with like questions, whenever, and I just kind of cut my head down. Because there's another fine balance of that, of answering questions and seeing questions in the chat, as well as keeping your head down and painting. Yeah. That's hard. And that, even still to this day, I'm not good at it, because it's not like playing a board game where when it's Rob's turn, I can be reading the chat and kind of filtering through what we're going to talk about when it's kind of like a lull. I have to literally like look and read while I'm not doing something, and it feels kind of awkward. So there's a balance there that I'm still learning.
We'll see.
But, I do like doing them when they're done. I'm like, oh, that was good. But the leading up to it, I'm really nervous. Mm-hmm. But now that, like you said, now having painted minis, it's really hard to play with gray plastic. So.
Alexander says something I've heard many times over the years. I do appreciate it. Says, you actually encourage me to just stream and record some Marvel Champions content. Simple game to start.
Oh, that's awesome.
There's quite a few people over the years that have like reached out and like, I feel bad I can't be as supportive, because like if I spend my time helping every single person that messaged me and asked me about how to start, what cameras do you use, what model is this, how do you use your streaming software, what computer did you build, can you give me a list of parts, can you tell me how to stream this game, can you tell me the model of lights you use, can you tell me what lenses you use, can you give me a list of all the equipment you have, please, and tell me how to start everything. Like, some people are just like rude about it, but I usually ignore a lot of it, or I just say, sorry, I'm not in IT support. I don't run a channel on how to get you to start your channel, but I try to give some motivational advice if I can. But it's something that bugs me. I do feel bad about, and I've talked about it before, is like, I'm from IT support originally, and like that was something I did as part of my career. And I hated how then all family members and friends just then wanted your help. Build me a computer, help me buy a computer, help me buy a TV, help me buy the sound system. And then as soon as it breaks, or as soon as they have an issue or they get a virus, they're calling me. And it's like, I have a life outside of work that I need to do. I like spending my time on computers all evening and building computers and supporting computers and helping you with your technology is something I just didn't want to do. And I resented it. It started to make me hate these people and avoid these people. And I didn't start a channel on how to stream board games. I started a channel on how to show board games. And I spend a ton of my work learning, researching, trial and error, figuring it all out. And it's like, I'm not here to teach it. Those who can't do, teach. I can do. I can do. So I'm not here to teach people how to do it. But when somebody comes in and says, I don't know how to get started, and I can motivate you, or I can tell you that it's not like, just freaking start, get a phone, try it for a while, see if you like it. If somebody can take my advice, not just about a board game, but take my advice about like making content of anything, and they tell me I help motivate them get started, that is special to me. That is special to me. and I wish I could help more to people. And I'm so sorry if you've messaged me ever and I've ignored you, or I told you, sorry, I can't help, or I got angry with you. It might seem angry. It's because I have an internal struggle of trying to not hate what I do. And if I turn into full-time 24 support for the 30 to 40 to 50 people over the last like 5 years even that have messaged me to ask me how to do it or have help to do it, or can you do a video showing me how you do your setup?
Oh, so many times.
Yeah. I just don't, and I know if I just help one person, then how do I say no to others? So even Kanji, I love Kanji. Kanji is like, I consider, I've never met Kanji in person.
Not yet.
I've played with him. I've talked to him. I've seen him on video calls and audio calls. And Kanji, I consider a friend. And even though like I don't know much about him other than board games he likes, and what he says in chats and things like that. But Kanji, I cannot wait to meet him in person. I know he's not here right now. He had to take off. I hope he sees us later. But for example, Kanji, you guys know he makes content and he streams content that's similar. We like some of the same games. But Kanji came in, I remember, Derek, back in the day, that was the YouTube name, I remember, I don't forget, came in and said, I would love to do this stuff, but I just can't, I'm afraid, I don't know how to get started. And I said, dude, I've heard motivational stuff said before of just take your phone out of your pocket, film it, post it, see if you like it. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Do it for months, do it for years, do it however long it takes, because you will be stuck in it, doing it all the time. And if you aren't motivated to do it more than once or twice, even with no views, no subscribers, no likes, nobody in your chat, you're not going to stay with it long term. Just drop it, because it's a long road. Not for everybody. Some people get lucky. Some people have a crazy work ethic and will just keep throwing crap at the wall till it sticks, and are more aggressive about it. And some people get lucky and they're there at the right time. They make the right content and they grow really fast, and that is awesome. Or they're really good at what they do and they get rewarded for it and they grow really fast. But it's not everybody. 99.9% of people who try to stream on Twitch or YouTube never get anywhere. And it's just a thing. It's normal. It's just how it is. But I appreciate when I get people to get started, but I feel bad that I can't help push them more. Like I can't help them grow too. So, but hearing that kind of stuff, Alexander, that, you saw my stuff and you got inspired to do it too. Kanji the same way. Kanji reached out, wanted help, and I had to say, Kanji, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to go find a camera right now to make a video or pictures to show you my setup, because my setup changes almost for every game. It's a mess. I have cameras everywhere. I change my lights, change my camera angles and stuff. I don't do it as much as I used to, but I still do it. When Kyle comes over, I spend an hour rearranging everything in my basement, all my screens, monitors, cables, video, all this, just to stream in a different orientation to try to not have card glare, green screen issues, glare on us, so we're lit well, the game is lit well. And when you start changing angles and stuff, when you're trying to have the right lighting on multiple shots in the same room, that is a freaking epic challenge that took me years to try to solve. And I still haven't even got there, but I just don't want to become responsible that if you try to copy my setup, you're going to come to me for questions when you have trouble. Mm-hmm. And when I have trouble with my setup, I just spend the time, learn it, figure it out, and and try to do it. And it's a whole teach a man to fish or give him a fish, that whole thing. Yeah, you just need to go figure it out on your own. There's channels out there that are more focused on how to use cameras, how to stream, how to do the technology, how to teach. I'm just not that channel. But it reminded me, I did want to talk about that. I talk about it every every couple of years. Yeah. It comes up on stream where, someone says I'm motivated, or, and I do get messages still to this day, like, hey, I need the models of all your cameras. That's literally what the comment is, or the email is, or the Facebook messages, or the Twitter messages. It's just like, hey, I need to know what you do. I want to do it the exact same way. Tell me now. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. But it means a lot when I find out that somebody came to our streams or watched me and was like, I want to do that too. And we have a lot of them in the community. You'll see the names pop in of other channels. And, a lot of those channels are the ones that ask me behind the scenes, how do I do this? Or I want to do what you do. And I appreciate it. I'm so glad, because they're playing a lot of similar games and stuff. So back when I started, the drive was to play games and make videos of the games, like I said, back around to the beginning of the stream, was to make videos and content for games that nobody was making that I wanted to watch content for. I couldn't find them. And I feel I have a minuscule amount of credit I can give myself. I know that I've inspired people to then buy these games that I played on channel, try these games that they thought were daunting, and some of them even get cameras and invest in equipment to then stream those games, those similar kind of epic games, the same games I want to watch. And now I can sit back on my couch, bring up my Android TV device, and I can find a channel streaming any living card game now. And it's decent quality stuff out there. I can find people playing Gloomhaven. I can find people playing Game of Thrones, the board game kind of games, big epic competitive multiplayer, games. The hobby's growing, the coverage is growing, and I feel like where it was when I started to where it is now, it means a lot. It's a thing. Like that's huge to me. So even if I stop doing this tomorrow, to know that I could still turn on YouTube and Twitch and find people streaming these awesome games that I'm interested in and I want to watch, amazing. Amazing. So keep making your content, Alexander. That is awesome. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Oh, you haven't done it yet. I thought you did it already. I get it. So Alexander says, I'll just try it out for myself. I just got a new apartment. When I get accommodated, I'll start it up.
Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, Mel just had to go to the washroom.
I had to go to the bathroom, sorry.
And Bob's saying, oh, shocker, where's Mel gone?
Hey now. Mel's back stream starting, yeah.
And Cynthia says, the most motivating thing on your streams, for me anyway, has been watching Mel's confidence grow.
That's very sweet. I still don't feel like I have any confidence at all. I don't know.
My favorite thing about you, Cynthia, is watching from when you first were getting into the hobby and first joining the channel and talking about growing your collection.
Through Brian, mind you.
Through Brian.
You didn't have your own.
Then both of you being around all the time.
Yeah.
And getting to know both of you. And then you growing your collection and the funny jokes about Brian trying to stop you from growing your collection.
I mean, it's still continuing.
To now hearing Cynthia saying no to games, calling out BS, and being a little more like careful, cynical. I don't know how you want to say it, but like to hear some of the things, Cynthia, that you say before we started Gloomhaven streams, or just your impressions on games and stuff, to hear the way you talk versus before about certain things, I love it. Cynthia, I love it. I think it's awesome. I think great minds think alike, and I love to see that about you. I think that's what I've noticed. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I noticed, and it's cool to see you. Yep, that's your influence. Don't settle. That's what I think is good. But yeah, it's just funny to see your, and it's like a short time. Like you went through like the same collecting, growing the hobby, and where you're at. This took me like 8 years to get to, or 7 years-ish to get to in the hobby. And it feels like you got to that point like so fast, like way faster. But it's funny seeing your arc in the hobby, and I think that's cool. And I hope to continue to see it. I think that's cool. Juan's here, says congrats both on holidays. So we'll stick around a few minutes, have a fun stream.
Thank you,
Juan,
so much.
It's good to see you again.
You.
Good to see you again. How you been? Hope you're doing well.
Oh, Velko has a nice message here.
Velko always has nice messages.
I know, you do.
Most of the time.
I mean, always, I think.
Velko says, my 3 favorite things. 1, Rob rants. 2, Mel painting. 3, interaction with us in the chat.
Those are my 3 favorite things as well.
But again, the interaction's like a two-way street. If you guys weren't here chatting and interacting and commenting and not being afraid to voice what you want to say, and getting involved, then it's very awkward. I still remember, I'm very humble about it. I remember streaming, setting up for a whole day, buying cables, cameras, figuring out the software, codecs, bit rates, all this stuff, trying to stream back in our old house many years ago, and then it's 1 or 2 viewers, and maybe 1 chat message for a 3-hour stream.
Yeah, I remember
One person saying a rule correction.
Yeah, or just saying like hi.
Not even. People would just come in.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't really. Yeah, it wasn't like was today.
There wasn't the connection. There wasn't the bond, and that was maybe us just playing with our heads down and not knowing how to interact or how to call it out from people who are watching. But we would have maybe like 4 viewers, but only like 1 message in the chat for like 3 hours. And I will never forget that.
No, I won't forget
and
that.
that's why I kept doing recorded and edited and posting stuff, because we would just do stuff last minute. And I didn't like the schedule, because I never want to put the pressure on, like, we have to be ready for a stream and have the game known, set up, and get ready for it. But then now we do it. And we do it because of you guys who show up in the chat and get involved and have a good time in the comments after, the questions in the comments and those kind of things. I love it. It's like all motivated from you guys.
And I think you can see that in the way, like, you guys come into the chat, you say hello, you tell us, like for example, Tara, it's Tara's birthday. We're all like, cheers, happy birthday, you know? And then when something bad happens, we all experience that together. Like, the goods and the bads, we all experience them together. So you guys are
Brian Van Beek's making up stuff in the chat. Ignore him. He's making up things. That never happened.
There might be video evidence.
No, that never happened. Never happened. Never happened. Ignore Brian. It's full of crap.
That's funny.
Brian says, just thinking of a way to denote how long I've been watching you guys. I think I found it. I was on your Discord server when it only had like 3 channels. I'm so bad at keeping that thing maintained and adding things to it. I'm so sorry, guys.
I mean.
But yeah, it's crazy.
That is awesome. I think you were before we even had a Discord, though, weren't you, Brian?
I'm pretty sure
you were. Yeah, Brian Walbridge is right. Rob's Gaming Table is a family, a dysfunctional family, but a family nonetheless. That is very true, right? We experience our highs and lows together.
Also, Bob knows how to use the clip feature, but I don't believe him either. He's full of crap. Never happened.
I mean, Bob does like to clip things, so you got to be careful.
Yeah, forget that.
He's making an archive.
yeah. He's gonna have a channel somewhere.
Oh, Jack Pittman has an interesting question.
Off topic, are you guys going to watch the Canadian F1 GP?
I'm interested.
We are interested. We are interested.
How did this happen?
Shomar, who's actually was in our Unfathomable playthrough, been a friend, went to the first Gen Con with me. Anyone who doesn't know him, he used to be in more videos back in the day and playthroughs.
When he lived closer.
Yeah, when he lived closer. But yeah, he is there right now. He's there this weekend, sending us pictures and videos, rubbing it in.
Yeah.
But that is like a 6 or 7-ish hour drive away. So yeah.
Qualifying is right now. Yeah. So
here's the thing though. We just recently fell in love with that Drive to Survive on Netflix. But I'm worried, just like the way I love Last Chance U or Cheer or Last Chance U basketball or whatever.
Yeah.
Those I love so much. I don't watch football. I don't watch college football. I don't watch basketball. I don't watch any sports anymore. I definitely don't watch competitive cheerleading. But the way Netflix and their documentaries, are able to cover behind the scenes and the drama and the editing and the quality of video and the shots and how they make everything exciting. I've watched racing in the past. I had friends that tried to show me NASCAR and get me into that and stuff. I watched like indie racing or whatever it's called. But it all was boring to me. But man, when you like golf, I watched golf to fall asleep on the couch on a Sunday in the past. But when you see like a Tiger Woods documentary, all of a sudden I start caring about golf and I'm like,
oh, that's
this
exciting.
is awesome. So more sports need to get the cameras in there behind the scenes and just, let it all be recorded and edited and put out there and just not be penalized for it. Like players and competitors and drivers need to be not penalized for things they say in front of the camera. And if that kind of mentality is there and the cancel culture kind of relaxes maybe a little bit, we'll have some cool stuff and they'll grow those industries. So I know the Formula One stuff and even the college football and all that, these shows definitely increase their viewership, increase people's interest in that sport. But for the same reason, I won't, after falling in love with Last Chance U so many years ago, I won't watch a single college football game. I don't want to know anything about any of that stuff, or basketball, or cheerleading, or now the F1, because I will just watch it later in its best form, in my opinion, is binging it on Netflix or whatever network in the documentary form. No offense, like watching cars go around in a circle and like a cool, this car passed this car once every hour or whatever is awesome. But but you're not getting the behind the scenes drama as much, and that's what I want. And then it also adds spoilers, right? If I know who's going to win the whole year or which company got replaced or any of that kind of stuff, I love seeing that in the next season. So no, I'm not going to watch it. I don't care about it.
But I really want to.
Yeah, I want to.
I really want to. We've had this conversation off stream.
Yeah, now that we finished
the show, we know who the players are, right? So now we're like, and it's the Canadian one. So we're like, oh, of course, when we finish, now it's the Montreal one. So we're like, oh, we really want to watch.
I don't want to watch. If I was there, that's a different story. You would get a whole different answer out of me. If you told me, like, if you want to go have tickets and go be there and watch for the weekend and enjoy the festivities, yes. Do you want to sit and watch it on TV for an afternoon? No. But yes, I wish I could go.
I do too.
Yes.
Now that I've watched it, now I'm very interested.
Behind the scenes stuff is always great, which is why we want to see your board game collection. But my board game collection changes by the day.
Isn't this behind the scenes though, technically?
Well, no.
It's not, but
we keep behind the scenes kind of hidden. Usually we just talk about stuff on stream, but yeah, I don't disconnect the cameras and walk around and do behind the scenes stuff that much.
No, ever.
But
really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have to like organize my board game collection as one. It's all mess all over the place, multiple rooms. I talked about it before.
Yeah, multiple rooms, multiple tables.
I have messy piles of games in progress that are open. I have multiple games open, spread out all over multiple tables across the house. I have games of just where I've been dumped on shelves. I have piles of games on the floor in some rooms.
I'm in the process of painting some of your games.
Yeah. So for me to actually sit down, go through them all, inventory them all, literally within a week, there's more that have shown up, and now I got to inventory those, and I just don't keep up on it. I started to try to do that multiple times, but I just don't do it. It's not how I want to spend my time in the hobby, organizing, making it look pretty. I just want to play the games, film the games, stream the games, and not do that stuff. But will I ever do that stuff? Maybe. I might one day, but right now is not that day. I do need to like call my collection a bit, go through it again. But again, that's when I start doing that stuff, it's like I could be doing something else. I could be learning that other game that's in the pile. I could be researching that other game. I could be, staying on top of things, a little other things that I'd just rather do. So that's why I don't do that stuff. Again, I don't have a team to help organize the board game collection so that I can film it and stuff like that. So it's like,
so whenever Rob's doing something like that, like a video like that, it's taking away
I basically don't stream like a whole week because I'm like spending the time planning, filming, editing, all this kind of stuff, which I will start doing more of that. I need to start figuring out and booking in time and just saying, you know what, like I used to, like it'd be a month sometimes or two sometimes before we would play a board game on the channel, or 3 months before we were going to another tournament to film and make content from, or a year before we go to the next convention or whatever. And there would be lots of lulls on the channel in the past, but since doing it full time, it's like, and building bonds with you guys, it's like, I enjoy going to work. So if I'm sitting there hunkered down, filming content, writing scripts, editing, reading off teleprompters, all that stuff, which I need to do more. I do know I need to do it again. I can tell you why I know I need to do it. Again, circling back to here. No. Circling back to here. Where's that popular uploads?
I think it was one of the first ones.
Was it? Oh, no,
right
no,
here. You got it.
Yeah, so one of the few times since live streaming where I actually sat down, took a week or 4 days or whatever it was to organize my collection. I had my daughter running around. We were inventorying my board games to try to figure out what games I owned. Then I had to go on BGG and try to find which games were soloable. I then had to find which games I played solo. Then I had to decide which games were in which order and find out how to do that stuff. And then I had to write a little blurb for each game. And then I had to figure out how to put it on a little teleprompter so that I didn't forget what I was saying. Then I had to figure out a lens where I could sit close enough in front of the camera to film a human subject versus fine detail of a board game. And figure out how to rearrange my basement. I moved my board game table, unplugged tons of things, rearranged everything to film that. Took me like a whole day of filming, reorganizing the script, rewording things, editing, that was all because of reaching a Patreon goal. So reaching a certain level on Patreon so that I could keep doing it full time definitely motivated me to do that. But the amount of work that was put into that video, it definitely paid off. It's my 3rd most watched video on the channel.
Ever.
So yes, I now know why Tom Vassell does a top 10 colors of meeples in a game, or top 10 games that have marshmallow characters, or top 10
or that have spinners.
Top 10 games that released in February 1977. Like, now I know why he pumps out top 10 videos all the time, because yes, if you do it as quickly and as, no offense, like minimal work that he puts into those, but he's good at keeping data behind the scenes. But literally he just films and looks off some quick and dirty notes and just reams it out full of sound issues, whatever, and then throws it at an editor who does the work on getting it onto the internet. If that is all I had to do was just sit down and ramble, and Mel would edit it and post it and take all care of that for me, I would do more of those. But
that would have to be the me joining full time.
The problem is I hold myself to another standard. If I'm going to do videos like that, I want to try to learn something new in the process. So it ends up taking longer and takes more effort than I should. I need to stop thinking like that. And I need to just do more top 10, top 5 videos that could probably help other people find the channel more, because YouTube definitely shared that video to more people, and more people will click on that video because it's a shorter video and it gives them more information than they get out of watching 2 hours of us playing Gloomhaven or 7 hours of us playing Game of Thrones, the board game with an expansion. But yeah, so I see this video all the time, and I see how it does every month, every week, every 60 minutes. It's getting tons of views.
Well, it might even surpass your number 2 here soon.
Yeah. And that number 2 video was the one that motivated me to make the channel. It motivated me to keep going based on the success of video number 2 here. This video literally made me know live streaming was okay, big board games were okay, a bunch of people playing a giant epic game was okay, and posting 4-hour and 20-minute videos to YouTube was okay, that people would actually watch it. And that was the video that I watched grow with the channel and kept going until we did Gloomhaven. And that video was like, holy crap. And like somehow that shot up there. But this video I just did as a thank you to the Patreons for reaching another plateau, another milestone. Here is your little top 10 video that I hope satisfies you and gives you what you want. And it turns out that more than just our, 60 Patreons at the time or whatever it was, were enough. Were more than enough. There's more people that were more interested in it than I thought. So yes, I stare at this video all the time and I see it creeping up my stats and telling me I need to do more of these videos. So yeah. So I need to do more of those videos. So stay tuned. I got to do more, and they're going to have less production effort, I hope, put into them, so that I don't just disappear for a week while I try to do them.
Yeah.
That's my struggle,
easy, right?
Yeah.
For you, because the easier it is, the more you can do.
Yeah, that's my struggle. So I want to do more of those videos, and that might lead into the videos about my collection and behind the scenes videos. Those will come after I answer the questions people always have. I get messages and comments and emails and Facebooks and stuff all about, what are your favorite this? What are your top these games? What are your best of this? Is this game better than this game? I'm like, if I noted all those down, I'd have like 800 videos I need to do, but I don't. And I need to do that more because I just feel like I don't have time for them to keep making the content I love to make. It's such long time investment to make these big long streams and keep playing them through than it is to whip out 10-minute videos and idea pieces that are 6 minutes long and stuff, with no editing and these kind of things. But that is what YouTube will promote more, and that's what more people will click on and view, which leads to more ad revenue and more people finding the channel. So that is an experiment I need to do, but I have done it before and I've shown it does work. You can see it up there, it does work. So yeah. But it's rare. It's rare. Anyways.
It's crazy that that's your number 3 video of all time.
It's crazy. I was like, man,
I remember you going through the process of all of that.
Yeah, and I was like, nobody's going to care about this. Why am I spending the time on this? It's like, but this is what our patrons are asking for. They like this goal. Let's do it. Okay. And now I get asked, when is your next one? When's your next one? When are you going to do it again? I'm like, I know.
What one was that? Was that solo?
Yeah, those top 10 solo games. But I'll do a few more of those. I definitely need to.
Brian Walbert says, have you thought of doing a weekly short covering what you're going to play this week, shorter will get more showing and encourage people to come to your longer streams.
Yeah.
You ever think of that?
I did, Brian, but I seen other channels do that, and it made me not want to do it.
Kind of like what's coming up this week?
Yeah, but I should. I should. But then once I see someone else do it, I'm
what's
like,
coming up this week is like you could just look at our scheduled streams and know what's coming up, or.
But sometimes I don't know what's coming up. It's based on, does something show up? And if it does, I drop what I'm doing. Or do I get frustrated with this game and I don't want to stream it? Or do I need to keep this game in the oven a little longer and just play it in the future and switch my focus to something else? I like to keep nimble like that. It's fun. It's definitely more interesting. Yeah, it's different when you're streaming versus edited content. So some channels you'll see post weekly, here's what's coming up on the channel, because it's all pre-canned content. They recorded months before or weeks before, have edited, they're already uploaded to YouTube. They just set a date and they schedule it and it releases on that time. So meanwhile, they're ahead of the game. They're behind the scenes, still making new videos and just staying ahead. When you're live streaming though, it's tough. Because sometimes a game shows up that I'm still just like you guys. I collect games, I play games. I'm just like you. I'm not a paid content creator from publishers that has deadlines and schedules and stuff like that. I play what excites me. And if a game arrives on a Tuesday, I will switch up or change what we're doing that coming weekend to try to play that game because I'm excited and I want to learn it. And I do not care about playing the 16th episode of the current game we're playing or playing the card game I'm playing right now that I'm just going to play another stream of. I just say, screw it. That stream doesn't need to happen. I'm switching my gears and I'm going to play this and get excited for this game. So it's hard to say this is what's coming up this week because then I'm locked into it. And then sometimes it might change and I'm not motivated for it. And then I'm letting people down because those things didn't happen that I said would happen.
Yeah, then you're putting pressure on yourself to make sure you stick to these deadlines.
And then it's more pressure and it's like, I don't want to do that. I left jobs that had strict deadlines, had huge pressure on things working and operating consistently and projects that had to meet deadlines and stuff. So yeah, it's like.
And sometimes we're relying on other people. Sometimes he's relying on me if we're playing something 2 players, or he's relying on Kyle. And if things come up in that we need to change the streams around, it'd be hard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brian says, I was thinking of ways to put out shorts to generate extra traffic.
Yeah. I did the shorts thing. I will still do more shorts. Those did motivate me to start like making content on days when I'm like busy doing stuff not on the stream. And it's like, okay, like I'm sitting here reading a rule book and trying to figure out this game. And it's like, but I haven't checked in with the audience in a while. That is a nice way to do that. And I need to do that a little more.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. The work that he put into making those videos for the
shorts that I did,
the ones that I paint, the painting videos, it was a lot of work for him. I mean,
but I could have just done those with a phone.
I know.
Put a mini on a table.
I know.
But no, I wanted to have them rotating. I want to have music. I want to have things popping up. I want to have the background. I want a lens that like blurred things out and showed detail. And like, you know, I want it to be synchronized. And like, you know, I had a new camera. I was trying to learn how to use it in that way, which I don't think the camera should have been used in that way. But I just wanted to learn new stuff and do new things. So I definitely add more work to myself every time I do something different because I want to try to learn something new in the process.
Yeah, even like Dragon says, maybe a short on this book that I'm reading.
A Dragon, I should do that kind of stuff.
Things like that, because maybe they want to see like more of the behind the scenes of you specifically.
Yeah, and that as long as it doesn't stop me from doing what I'm doing and take tons of effort. But I find like every time I go to start a project, it gets out of scope. I just like want to do more than I should. But that's me trying to be like a perfectionist a little bit, and like that's something I need to like not do. So yeah, and I also don't want to like flood my stream with like all these like little, in my opinion, kind of like quick and dirty videos. But yeah, I probably should more. I'll try it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Yeah. Like that's fine. But yeah, you're right. I should. Yeah, if you're watching this later and you have suggestions or anything I talked about today, drop it in the comments. Even though you weren't here for the live stream, you know, hey, you want to talk about anything, just drop it in the chat, in the comments below for sure.
I don't know how long is a short though, because John B saying you could rant on a rule book.
No
issues, but I don't think a short is long enough.
Shorts can only go up to 60 seconds at this point. So literally by the time I'm like, I don't even get through my first sentence and it's over.
Yeah, I don't think that.
If I could get it succinct, then maybe.
But then it's almost like then at that point you're trying to think of a script so you can write it in 60 seconds.
Have you guys ever seen the content creator? She's cool. It's a cool idea. Not for me though. Board games in a minute or something like that.
Oh yeah.
So she does like, I think it was originally on like Instagram or Snapchat or something like that, or TikTok. She does like, tries to explain a board game in like a minute. And she has a channel on YouTube. And she's great trying to do something different. I love it. We got a new sub, Sir Devo Senior.
Oh, I remember Sir Devo.
Oh, we know Sir Devo, but Sir Devo Senior, thank you so much for subscribing.
Welcome.
Thanks for helping us reach 20K.
We'll say cheers to you.
Cheers. But board games in a minute, you can see she tries to explain some pretty crazy board games, talking like a freaking chipmunk. And it is cool. It makes sense if you're like just scrolling through your phone quick and you're on like Instagram or whatever and you're scrolling and you just need that quick hit of here's some info. It's a cool idea. But man, I can't watch more than like one of those and I'm like, I can't watch this, is too much. But it is cool. It definitely is something that people like. It's cool that it's something different, and I like that a lot. So like all the power to her. That's great. Is it Sarah? I don't know her name. I forget, but go check it out.
Yeah, I think it is Sarah.
It's very interesting. Like she's definitely going to bring people into the hobby, which I love that she's making this kind of quick content that, you know, the younger generation that's just about the scrolling and, you know, can't pay attention for more than a minute. Squirrel.
Yeah.
You know, their time is valuable. They're on to the next thing. Some people will find her stuff and go, oh, the way she just ripped off that game to me in 60 seconds, talking like the Micro Machines guy from those old commercials. If anyone knows those commercials from the 80s, 90s, the Micro Machines guy, you know what I'm talking about. That's what it's like. And you're just like, whoa, you need to like click on YouTube and slow them down so that you can like catch all the information. At least I do. But yeah, it's definitely cool. But that's what I feel like I would have to do for a rant.
Oh, yeah. You'd have to do multiple shorts in a row. Yeah.
Then why not just do a video?
I know, at that point.
I would just do videos. It doesn't make sense. But yeah.
Exactly. But I mean, it's neat that it's different, right? She came up with something different, which is awesome. Oh, Kanji says, who won Candyland? You guys did.
You did, Kanji.
The chat won.
Kanji, you won.
Unfortunately.
You're all
winners.
I was
like way at the back of the
You're all winners.
We're the losers here.
Dunas QC, thank you for subscribing. Cheers.
Thank you. Welcome.
Locator just got back. You're not sloppy drunk yet. We actually jumped into a playthrough where we got like pretty intense in it.
Yeah, it got crazy.
Yeah, which broke us out of it. I'm definitely feeling a little buzz going on. As you can see, I'm getting sloppy with my words a little bit, trying to think on what I'm trying to say. But I'm still fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I love you guys. You guys.
It got a little bit crazy though for a few minutes. But we're good.
Did I ever tell you guys how much I love you?
Be careful, Rob. Bob is gonna clip this.
No. Oh, Necrocomicon says Mailman just delivered the Agmar Awakened Hero expansion.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, supposedly that was supposed to come out in Canada a couple days ago and hasn't showed up anywhere. And again, we're getting screwed. Just like the starter decks that didn't show up for 2 months and still were full of misprints. Not impressed with that. Dear Asmodee, go F yourself. I don't need those hero cards. I have them all. But it is sucky again for people who get excited about a game who want it and you're sitting there waiting while you're watching other people get it.
We don't know the date for that one yet, right? Do we?
In Canada, the campaign expansion is July 22nd.
Oh, okay.
Will we have it on July 22nd? Will it come out? Will I have the campaign cards? Will FFG put the print and play cards on their website on time? No. So I'm just excited for the campaign to drop and people to play it and then can join us on stream and we can play it. But I am playing some Lord of the Rings LCG on Tuesday this week, playing with the starter decks. I'm getting the game back on the table. I've been missing it. I've actually spent probably 10 hours playing it off stream and it just felt right to see those cards again. And Dan, cheers to Dan. I've played one game with Rob. I'm undefeated. Damn you.
Good for you. Keep that on record. I wish I was undefeated against Rob.
I'll get you guys. I will get you.
Oh, that was really fun though, playing with the chat as a player. Like, yeah, that was fun.
If there was a way that we could electronically have them spin the spinner, that would have been amazing.
Been even more fun.
Yeah.
That would have been even more fun.
I wish. I have it like programmed, a little robot thing to like, you know, they like click some button, and the more they click, it like adds, you know, power to the hand, and it's like that would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So John, you're back.
James says Sarah got in trouble with some big publishers.
I mean,
that sucks.
That's sad.
And now is sent very little for review. Yeah, like, but that's fine. Go support her so she can do what I do and not have to beg publishers for games.
Yep.
And she can just go buy the games, and she can crap all over their crappy games, or choose not to crap all over the crappy games, because any press is good press, which is the same reason why like I want to play some games from like Steam Forge pile of Steam and crap games or Steamon, these companies that do not care about their customers at all, and you know, quality is not their thing. I choose some of the games I want to play, and they look awesome, the IPs are amazing, but I choose not to. I vote with my wallet. And I know you guys, just based on me putting a game on camera, will go buy a game before I even talk about the game, because you think I like the game.
Yeah, once it's scheduled.
Yeah, like people will buy it and think I love it because I'm playing it. So that's why I don't do reviews and stuff.
That's why it's scary for us.
Yeah, I try to only play games that I think are worthy to like even show you that some of you might like, or I think is cool enough to show off. But like, there are some games, I'm sorry to those designers who got in bed with some of those publishers with bad business practices, but I try to avoid those publishers, even if I'm missing out on a fun, awesome game. It's just, I vote with my wallet. I'm a consumer. I'm not like this godly content creator, like, you know, monster that has heavy influence on the industry or anything. I'm just a little guy that can vote sometimes with my money to say, like, I don't want to support this. But I know I have a little bit of power where, like, I could influence a few other people of buying or not buying, and I'll just rather not cover it at all, so I'm not part of your equation. And so, yeah. Hopefully that didn't knock her down a peg. She needs to understand, if she does it right, just don't give in to that pressure. Once you become reliant on the publishers, you don't want to be there. I don't think that's a smart place to be.
That was a question that was asked, and I don't think we addressed it, but one of the questions was, do we buy our games, or are they sent to us by publishers?
We buy like 99% of our games.
Yeah.
Some publishers I reach out to that I love their stuff because I think, you know.
Or they reach out to us. I say no a lot. I ignore some. Some are crazy, like some of the stuff they say and do and stuff. And like, and there's some publishers who will send a game or even a code to play their game digitally, and literally the next day going, when are you going to play it? Yeah. Where is your stream? Why aren't you playing it? And I'll just literally say, have your code back. I'm not playing your game. I don't owe you anything. You sending me a code or you sending me a board game is pennies, if not even less. You have a budget for marketing. This is cheap marketing dollars. I come from a business background. I know this stuff. Don't come to me telling me like any pressure on me. I'm playing your game for free. I'm doing marketing for you for the cost of like postage and a game that costs you 17 cents to make. Get the hell out of here. Mm-hmm. I'm not stupid. And so yeah, I don't take any of that pressure. I don't beg. I just ask. So for example, Chip Theory Games, you guys know I love their stuff. Their stuff is not cheap. To ship their stuff to Canada is crazy. To even get a hold of their games before they go out of stock is nuts sometimes. Yeah. So as a courtesy, I reach out to Chip Theory Games sometimes and I say, hey, I see you're doing this game. I want to back this game, but also I know you've sent me review copies in the past. I'm just checking. Are you going to send me a review copy? I don't want to go back it and go crazy if you're going to send me a copy for free, because I'm doing this full time. I'm not loaded. I want to spend the money smart that you guys donate to the channel. I don't just willy-nilly spend on everything. I'm very careful with my dollars, no matter where they came from, and I try to be smart with it no matter what. So if I will ask. Sometimes I get ignored. Sometimes I ignore companies. Sometimes I tell them, no, I don't want your game. And sometimes I say no to a review copy and then maybe even buy the game later. Yep. Just because I don't want to feel like, I owe that company anything. And I'm not sure I'll even like the game. And I have in the past got review copies and told them, like, this game is junk. Or I have told companies flat out, yes, you can send me your game. You don't have to pay me. But there's no promise I'm playing it on the channel, especially if it's a prototype. Yeah. And it doesn't represent what the final game could be. And it's not even like finished and your rules are horrible and stuff.
I say, send me pictures, send me rules, anything you got, and let me look at it first, because I'm not wasting my time on your half-ass prototype when I know you could get a prototype made properly, because it's been done many times by small groups. If you believe in your game, put some damn work into your game, and then show it with some passion and put some love into the damn thing. So no, I don't get games sent to us a lot. A handful of them do. I say when they do, full disclosure, I tell you. But keep in mind, a lot of those games I still get sent review copies for, they passed my criteria of me even asking for them or accepting them. And sometimes I miss out on games that turn out to be games I loved, because when they showed me a prototype, or they showed me a rule book, or they showed me a quick video or some lazy marketing, and I say, this game doesn't look great, I pass. And when it comes out and I hear it's good, I then get it, I'll go buy it then. And I feel better about that. I sleep better at night doing it that way. Yes, that's not the smartest way. That's not the most money-making, financial best way to do it. But I don't like to be in their palm of their hands. I don't want to be reliant on any publishers. I don't want to feel like I owe them anything. And I still, even you guys see me. Chip Theory will send me games, and I'm grateful for that. But I have no problem buying those games. But I'm a fanboy, and I'm excited to get them. So if they'll send me a game and I can get it faster than me waiting for a Kickstarter to arrive in Canada, good luck. I will take it. And then I'll go buy the expansions later if I love the game. So I still support them. I obviously support them by making the content showing off their game. And if they made a good game, well, they're going to get the reward of me loving their game, playing their game, and showing off their game. And it's all honest. Like I said, I don't have to waste my time playing anything I don't like or is not great. So take that as you will. So yes, just because I didn't spend a couple $100s to buy Burn Cycle, I didn't have to say, yes, I want it. I didn't have to take it. And I didn't have to make more than like even a video, if at all. Like and I have had publishers send me games. I played the games. I didn't like them. Yes, that probably burned the bridge. I never made the content they wanted. And maybe they don't reach out to me anymore. Maybe they ignore my emails. That's fine. Don't
care. Or you
care.
said negative things about their game.
Yeah, or I said honest things about their game.
Honest things, but to them it's negative, right?
And it's fine. Yep. I don't care. Don't care. I never want to be reliant. I can always go buy their games. And if they make something great or they make something crappy that I want to highlight, I can go buy it at my local game store and support my local game store and help some of you how you spend your money, whether you should or you shouldn't on those games, and help bring some information to you. So no, I don't get sent a lot of games, and I don't ever want to be sent a lot of games unless it helps me not spend money on things I don't need to, and I could spend monies on a better camera or better internet, a better computer. Obviously, I would take that. If I can get free games, I would. But not every company games that I love will send me games, and I don't want to be reliant waiting on them to send me a game or not send me a game. Sometimes I want to just get the damn game and play the game because I'm a gamer at heart and I want to play the game. So that's why you see me get frustrated that like Fantasy Flight Games products come to Canada sometimes early, sometimes late, sometimes never. And it pisses me off so much because I'm a fan and I love playing their damn games. I'm such a sucker. But yeah, so yes, they've Fantasy Flight Games, Asmodee, North America, whatever, sent me stuff in the past, quite a bunch of stuff, but most of the stuff I bought my own and I spent my own money on it. So, and yes, Sajat says, quote, I'm not loaded. Rob, the shotgun gaming table owner, 1849. Yes, I'm not loaded. Yes.
But you guys donate to the channel, so we really take into account that money and make sure that we are spending it on games and equipment for things that you guys want to see and not taking garbage. Yeah. Right? We're not just every email that Rob gets of, do you want to play this game? We're like, yeah, sure. No, we're not going to do that.
So there's something I can clarify here too. Brian's saying Dawn Shade. So I don't know exactly what that was, a comment a few minutes ago. But Dawn Shade. So we played that. The story behind that one is a bunch of you that love Chip Theory games. I didn't even know what Dawn Shade was. This game went to Kickstarter. I started getting emails and messages and people in chat going, Rob, are you going to play Dawn Shade on the channel? We need to know. Because a bunch of Chip Theory fans were curious at this other company that was overproducing a game by throwing poker chips and neoprene, all this stuff or whatever into it. I don't think they did neoprene, but...
No, that was cardboard.
But either way, they were using poker chips. They're using high quality components, a big heavy box, basically making a game of similar quality to Chip Theory in components and production. Game design, not so much. So for the first time, that was literally one of the first times and why I will not do it. I will barely ever do it anymore. This is the one time where I got messages and people were saying, are you going to play this game? And I went, I don't even know what this is. So I found a video of them playing it at a convention and I went, I don't know, it looks okay. I spent maybe 5 minutes researching it. I emailed the company. It was currently on Kickstarter, only had like a few days left or a couple weeks left or something.
I think it was a couple weeks because it was enough time for them to send something to us.
So I messaged them, I emailed them, and I said, hey guys who make Dawn Shade, just FYI, my audience is asking about your game. Maybe when you're finished your game, which is usually what I do, if a Kickstarter is currently happening or is over, I reach out and say, I don't want your crappy prototype that looks like garbage, I saw it on a video. I want to see your final game. After you've spent your time in it, you spent backers' money, what did you actually do with people's money? Show me. And I want to see if it's worth my time or effort. This is how I approach things. Because sometimes, man, there's some BS shown up front, and what's delivered in the end is a bunch of crap, and they don't spend money properly, especially these like new teams, new small publishers that don't know what they're doing, have no experience. They take people's money and then they just pump out like garbage. So yes. So for this company I'd never heard about before, it was like a team of like 5. I emailed them, and all I said was, hey, I see your game is out there. I see it's on Kickstarter. I have my audience is interested in it. I see you're going after the Chip Theory Games audience. You're trying to make something similar based on your presentation. Can you put me down for a review copy when it's finished and in retail or delivered? I'd love to play like a final copy in the future. Instead of ignoring me, instead of saying sure, they replied back almost instantly saying, hey, we can get you a prototype from another content creator like tomorrow. We'll rush ship it to you. And I went, whoa, this is weird. Like I've never had someone ship something so fast. I got the game literally like the next day, blown away by it, like that it came so fast. Mel and I learned it. We played it on a stream privately for our Patreons to play it behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. We tried it off stream. We played it on stream, private stream, learned it. We realized it was okay, but we realized the design wasn't the greatest. The replayability, the strategy, it like needed work in the gameplay department.
But it was still on Kickstarter, and we thought maybe that would come, but...
Yeah, it still was in design. It wasn't finished. So we started playing it. We played it on the channel. After 3 plays of it, we realized the game didn't really have legs. And I felt bad that we even played it, because it's not... If I got that game and they sent me that game and I played it 2 or 3 times, I probably would have never streamed it, because it looked like a cool game, but it was missing that magic. Like Chip Theory games have that look that scare you away. They're weird. The art's weird. When you first see a Chip Theory game, people are turned off by them sometimes. But when you touch, you feel, you play, you start realizing the depth, the strategy, the rule book. You start realizing the systems that are behind those overproduced components. The game is like meaty, beefy, deep games. Like they make the gameplay and the content that matches the components Chip Theory Games does, right? This other game that you guys were asking about, and this is why I'm skeptical sometimes, when a handful of people message me saying, Rob, you should check this game out, I sometimes just ignore that now, because you guys just wanted to know, and it was at the expense of Mel and my time putting a game that I didn't feel was up to our quality. It was a fine game. It was okay. But if I could go back, I would have taken more time, done more research on it, waited, maybe emailed the company a little later after their Kickstarter so that they weren't sending me a prototype to promote their Kickstarter, because then I would have seen that their Kickstarter backers would have dropped, and they started like their campaign, instead of going like up, it started going like down.
And their company no longer exists. Yeah,
the company went out of business. They delivered the game, I think, but what they delivered was not what they were like. It was basically the same thing they showed us in prototype.
Yeah.
They lied. They were kind of like sketchy. They weren't being honest and upfront. Obviously, they were inspired by Chip Theory Games, but they were trying to pretend like they didn't even know who they were. And there was some dishonesty there, you could tell. So going back, I'm glad they're out of business. I'm glad that their game didn't do well, because I would feel bad. I'm sorry if anyone backed it based on seeing us play it, but we were not lying. I think those playthroughs are still there.
I think they are, yeah.
You could tell by our reaction. We were honest with the game. Everything we said was what it was at the time. It all made sense. But looking back, that game is one that I honestly didn't do enough research into. I didn't reach out to enough people in the community to make sure it was right. There was just a lot of curiosity. So I gave into the fans and the audience and a few hardcore people that support the channel. And I'll never do that again. Mm-hmm. So no offense when some people come into the chat and people I respect their opinions or in the Discord and they're like, Rob, you need to check out this game. I'm like, yeah, sure, man, whatever. And I kind of put it on a list and I'll look into it because I have to be careful. Like, I don't even want to waste my money, which I don't have infinite amounts of, and time I don't have infinite amounts of. And I have an audience that trusts me, and I try to keep the same caliber of awesomeness. Yes, I'll play games that I think are fun. I'll play games that I think are fun at the beginning that aren't fun. I'll play good and bad games that I don't know are good and bad. I have to play them. And I have to play games that might be interesting to some of the audience, but not others. So I've opened up I've gone a little more open-minded with it. But that was a game I kind of look back at that, like, this is what made me not want to chase the Kickstarter prototype videos. So there are channels out there that will play any Kickstarter prototype, will make reviews of prototypes, all that kind of stuff, because they're chasing the new hotness and they're just trying their best to make a buck. And it's fine. But that is not me, and that's not what I want to be about. So like, that's why when a company messages me, no matter how big the publisher is, when they're like, Rob, we have a new Kickstarter coming, I go, send me a picture of your prototype. And they say, oh, we only have a tabletop simulator demo. I said, oh, you don't believe in your game enough to actually get a prototype made? I've seen mom and pop, like families of two that design a board game and still get a prototype made because they believe in it, and you can't even do that. So no, good luck, have fun. Hope your game's successful. Reach out to me when you have a retail copy or your final game is done, and I can have something physical I can play on the channel, because anyone can put together a tabletop simulator demo. There's way less effort and money put into that, I'm pretty sure. I don't mind if you have one and a physical game, but we're in the board gaming hobby where it's like you're trying to get people to pay money for a physical thing that's going to be delivered to their front door. Show them something physical that's going to be delivered to the front door.
I agree.
Even if it's not finished. Because making something digitally, it's not the same. It's not the same. I don't care how much you guys think it is. It's not. And this is just what I believe. You know, everyone has their own opinion, but.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, and some of the things that are being said in the chat, that, you know, you don't really have to defend yourself in that situation.
I know.
Right? Because we're going to make mistakes.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
we're going to think, oh, maybe this game is okay. And then you start playing it and you're like, ooh, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
Sometimes we have to play a game to show you if it's for you or not.
Exactly.
Or for us or not. But at that time, I had a very strict code that I was like, no, I will not just give in and take a prototype, you know, quick and dirty without knowing anything about the game. And yeah, because I want to like only spend my time on things that I know are winners. But yeah, when I played that, I was like, and then the funny thing was, right after I finished the videos, the company reached out to me right away and was like, can you send us that prototype back? And that was right when they started tanking. And I went, what? Why do they need the prototype from me back? Did they only make one prototype and they were sending
like passing it
they
around.
were sending it around, and they needed it so they could make more videos with it because they were like desperate. And the one that they played on their official live stream was the copy we had. And our copy came from other channels who did reviews because I realized where it came from. So it was funny that like and that's fine. That's fine. But also I say that to companies too, when they're like, hey, we have a prototype, we'll send you before our Kickstarter. It's going to come from another content creator. I say, I'm good. If you're not willing to even send me a copy direct that will get here in time, that comes directly to me, I'm a snob about it. I say, leave me out of it. I don't want to be involved. Like if I'm not on your list enough that you will pay what it needs to get me a copy directly, I don't want to be the one who gets a copy. I have to wait for the copy from someone else.
Yeah, then we're reliant on them.
Then I have to ship the copy to somebody else. Like I don't want to be a part of that. And I know that's what goes on in the industry, and it's fine. You don't have unlimited funds either as a small publisher. But I just say, I'll just wait. Like I'll wait till you guys have a game later you're willing to send me, and that's fine. Like, but that's why I don't think I get a lot of review copies, because that's the attitude I have. So yeah. So yeah, that's the way I do it. So as long as you guys keep supporting me on Patreon, YouTube, you know, the donations, click them down below. This is what keeps me from begging publishers for prototypes and money and playing crappy games and not having fun on stream by playing junk just to try to make a buck, get some clicks, get some views, and doing clickbait content and thumbnails. Oh my God, look at this board games.
I guess we technically did one of those cheesy thumbnails.
Yeah, but we did it for fun.
Stream, but we did it for a funny reason.
But yeah, it's to be jokes. It's to have fun. I will do those. I will do one where it's like, oh my God, but I'll do it on like the funny April Fool's ones or something like that, you know, like.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, so that's the way I am. Again, don't copy me. It's not the successful way to do it. I'm not driving a BMW. I don't have a Bentley. I'm not eating caviar and lobster every day for dinner. Please understand, I live within my means. I am strict with money. I'm strict with what I spend money on. And yes, publishers sending me review copies helps me have more games in the back queue to play and gets me some of the games that maybe I wouldn't even touch or financially get to because I only have limited funds. It definitely, when a publisher sends me a game that I wanted, that I don't have to spend money on, that allows me to back another Kickstarter that maybe is a little more risky because I'm interested in it or you guys are interested in it, and you get to see different games on the channel than I would normally play. So I understand there's a value there, but I'm not reliant on it. It's a nice to have, but not a need. And if it ever becomes a need, I got to get out. I got to leave. So just keep that in mind. Like that's the way I go. But yeah, there you go. That's my spiel. And I'm assuming that spiel has been consistent in every other Q&A and 10K subscriber rant and my coffee chats, anything I've ever talked about. Hopefully the message is, I'm not BSing you. That's the way it is. This is the way it is. And I know it's not for everybody. But the best part is I can do this stuff because there's channels out there that do that and fit that niche and satisfy that need. Mm-hmm. You don't need more of the same. So yeah, be different, do different stuff. And that's what I try to do. So yeah.
Brian Van Beek does say that he's fine if we spend his Patreon money on date nights, but we don't go on date nights, just FYI. We're fine.
That needs to be a goal. Date nights, Mel doing it full time, eating lobster for dinner. Yeah. We're far away from all those things.
No, we're fine.
Yeah.
We spend a lot of time together. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like lots of things that I used to do and spend my money on that I just said, no, if I want to do this full time and not beg for money, I need to give up those things.
Yep.
And if it's traveling more, if it's having a nicer car, if it's going out all the time, eating out all the time, buying more video games, subscribing to more things, online shopping, going to more theme parks, like, all these kind of things I used to just spend money on. I had to give up on a lot of those things and make them less often and make them more special, because that to me is the sacrifice that makes me happier in the end. So that's the way it is. That's the way it is. So if you're watching this, and I know there are people that started doing the streaming and they're like, man, if Rob can do it full time, I will copy him. I will do what he does. I will stream the same games he streams and I'll be able to do it full time. And the question is, no, you can't.
It's not the same.
Are you okay selling one of your cars? Are you okay working and eating ramen for a year to save up enough money and invest enough money in research stocks and EFTs and all these things just so you can have something that's making money when you're not making money? And you understand not eating out for months or not going on trips for a year or two. These kind of things, just saying you have to say no and you have to make hard choices. Living within your means, and you have to be happy with that. You can't be chasing the Joneses. You got to stop buying stupid crap to impress people you don't like. Will Smith quote.
Yeah.
That's when I realized that stuff, and I went into that mentality even before I started doing this full time. Years before I started doing this full time, probably a couple of years into streaming around that time, Mel and I realized to like be able to save for retirement and be happy, we need to like start living within our means and start questioning and budgeting and being very open with finances and spending money and staying out of debt. It just led to a happier life, a happier relationship. And then that what made it so much easier. It wasn't to do this full time. The ability of understanding finances, budgeting, money, living within your means, being happy without fancy stuff that becomes obsolete within minutes. A gadget, a car, this stuff doesn't make you happy. It won't change your life. Being out of debt, the amount of stress that relieved, the happiness of not being reliant on that stuff, the like, just being able to chill and it's like indescribable how that led, once we wrapped our heads around that stuff and budgeting and saving and all that kind of stuff, it made it easier when I got to the point of saying, hey, could I quit my job and just do this for like a year or two and see how it goes? And I thought it was not possible. And Mel was like, Rob, all this stuff we've been doing, like it makes it possible. Do you not understand that?
Yep.
And I went, that's not why we did it, but that it led to
that.
It was a nice side effect of it. And it definitely helped.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate every freaking euro, pound, dollar, Aussie dollar, all these things, anything you guys donate. I do appreciate it. It's like, yeah, it means a ton because it keeps me doing it. And that's all I can say. Like, it just keeps me doing it. And I appreciate it.
With less worry, right?
But no pressure on you either. Like the same way I don't want pressure on me from publishers and having to like be paid to do videos or tell you about games and keep a smile on and not tell you about the bad stuff, and play crappy games. The same pressure on you guys. Please don't feel like you have to keep watching. If you can't back on Patreon, if you can't donate anymore, if you just keep coming to chat. There's been people who just leave on Patreon and leave. I probably piss them off. It's fine. Or I don't play games they like anymore. But please understand, if for some reason in your life you can't be a member anymore or a producer or a supporter or can't donate, I don't care. Come back and still join in chat, still hang out. It's still fine. It's all good. But I know there's people, I know them that just have disappeared from the chat. I hope they're still okay.
I know we do worry about some of the regulars that come.
But please understand, yes, you can come and hang out in the chat, even if you're not supporting. I still appreciate you, and you still help the channel grow. Just you being here, like, keeps me motivated to keep doing it. Seeing your messages in the chat, seeing you hang out, seeing your funny, dad jokes, all these kind of things. Like, I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. So yeah, just keep doing that, and we'll keep going. Because remember, it's not just always about the patrons and the donations and stuff like that. I make income off YouTube ad revenue. Yeah, it's not a lot. It's very minimal. But again, if I need to scale back and stop spending, like if I can't afford to go to Gen Con, PAX Unplugged, Origins for another year or whatever, I will cut those out of the budget just so I can survive off of like YouTube ad revenue or something like that. So click that like button, subscribe, share the videos. Those, if you can't donate, those help immensely.
Huge.
Because I get YouTube ad revenue, YouTube premium revenue. So if you don't like ads on YouTube, you can click the premium membership. I still get revenue from that. It's not a lot, but I could live off it. I could live off it if needed. I've lived off of less. So yes. So just FYI. But I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. You don't understand. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
And Brian W is saying like we should go on date nights and all that, but I don't think
we're together like 24/7.
Yeah, we play games together. Yeah. Like we have fun together in other ways. We don't need to leave the house to do that.
Yeah.
Or like we do leave the house, but you know what I mean.
We do need to get out and go to a restaurant every now and then. We haven't done that in so long.
I couldn't even tell you the last time like we went and sat in a restaurant and ate at a restaurant. Could you?
Probably prior COVID, probably.
So it was
for
like
sure.
2019, but even before that, like we were kind of in the process of knowing you were gonna.
The last Gen Con we did, I think, in 2019, for sure. While we were there, we went out and ate with people at a restaurant.
Okay, so that would be like August 2019.
But that was pre-COVID. Like after COVID times, like going in restaurants scare me now. So like I don't do it.
Yeah,
but
true. But we also don't need to do that.
We could, but I just don't.
We don't. Yeah, I'm fine with ordering a pizza and having a movie night at home. Right.
Dan, cheers.
Dan. Thank you.
Dan says, rest easy, knowing I have never supported you out of obligation. Now go buy another blue shirt.
Oh, thanks, Dan.
Quit putting pressure on me, Dan.
And that's not to say, like, we obviously have the necessities of life. Like, we're not living in a gutter.
No.
But
Sajad says, go grab dinner. Come on, you crazy. Yeah, we will. We're going to go to the alleyway behind the restaurants across the street. We're going to dig and see if we can,
dumpsters.
Yeah, see if we can find yesterday's leftovers. And yeah, we're going to eat that.
But like Cynthia says, yeah, I'd rather eat in than out. And we agreed. Like,
same with us, yeah.
We would also do that as well. We'd rather eat in.
Especially COVID and viruses and pandemics have made me weird about eating in a restaurant.
Brian, cheers to Brian.
Date night money for Mel. Oh, now Mel. Oh, I see what's going on here. Oh, I see what's going on. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Yeah, same as like watching a movie, right? Like we'd rather watch a movie at home, like get a few snacks and sit at home comfortably.
I'll be honest.
We do that.
I did go on a date night or a date afternoon without Mel. I did go to the movies with Kyle.
You did.
A couple months ago to see the Batman.
You did.
I'm sorry to tell you, Mel.
No, I knew.
I've been cheating on you.
It's fine.
I say we don't do date nights, but I had a date night. I'm sorry, our date afternoon. I'm so sorry. I have to confess.
It's fine. It's fine. I approved of it before he went.
Yes, I spent some money on a movie ticket, which I think movie tickets are so overpriced. But at least it was daytime and it was cheaper.
Yeah, exactly. No. But we sit here every weekend, right? And we play games together. Yeah.
I see enough of her here. I don't need to see more of her out and about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyways.
But I think you explained it well of like, we live within our means. We are, I guess, like low maintenance, right? We listen to some of our friends talk about like how they have to go on a vacation every year. And it's like, what does that do for you?
I appreciate that. Like, I appreciate that. Yeah, you are okay that I'm not like, making as much as I used to and being able to do whatever, that kind of stuff. I appreciate that you've taken on the sacrifices that I've taken on too, and you're okay with that to keep going. And I check in with her like, it's like, all you have to do is say the word. All you have to do is say the word, Rob, this needs to stop. Go back and go back to the grind. Like, go do it. And I will. Like, I always keep that in the back of my head as a possibility. But I appreciate you guys for stretching the goal line further and further by keeping us growing.
Yeah.
And again, just like subscribers, clicking the like button, that's all free, but it does help the channel grow. It helps YouTube promote us, helps grow the audience, helps lead to more ad revenue or more shares, more, maybe people that support us that didn't support us before, stuff like that. So it does help keep me going. So I have to be honest up front about that. But yeah.
Even just, so there was a post recently in a solo board game group that I had seen, and it was asking about people that play full playthroughs versus reviews and quick videos, right? And I had seen that we were mentioned in that video, and as well as in the post, our channel was mentioned, and to see the likes and stuff that gets of people mentioning our channel when people ask like, where can I watch this kind of stuff, or people sharing our videos, and then if we see it, we'll go in and like it as well. Like that's huge, right? Because that gets other people's eyes on the channel, which is awesome.
I appreciate it. Yeah. That's like the biggest thing is sharing the videos, sending people to the channel who maybe are looking for it. That's the best. That's the best. Help us grow that way. That's the best. It doesn't cost anything. You just say somebody's posting in one of your favorite groups, hey, I'm looking to help with this game. And like, here you go. Here's Rob's channel. Maybe his content's interesting for you. Maybe it's not. Here you go. Check it out.
Yeah.
That definitely helps. I need to do that more myself, but I just don't.
But I think too, coming from other people, it feels so great, right? Of someone recommending you, like, you guys should check out this channel. And when we see those videos, see those posts, I'm always like, yes, thumbs up or hearts or whatever, because it's like someone took the time to recommend our channel out of all the channels.
Yeah, that means a lot.
It means a lot. Yeah, it's huge.
Means a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, I remember the one post, I don't know if it's the same one you're talking about, but I saw the one post was like, hey everybody, I noticed on YouTube, content creators are making just more unboxing videos now instead of playthroughs.
Oh no, never saw that.
Like a lot of channels that used to do playthroughs are just going to unboxing content or shorter videos.
It's easier for them, right?
It's just easier. They can pump out more content, and YouTube, because the videos are shorter, will promote those videos more. So, but again, I started making these long ass playthroughs because nobody was doing it. Whether it made me money or not, it was something I was willing to spend my free evenings and weekends hiding inside, learning games, learning about cameras, filming games, because nobody was doing it. It wasn't to get rich doing it. It wasn't even make money doing it. It was just to do it so that people could find that content on YouTube and then maybe dive into the hobby through that way. I could pull a few people in, show them some cool games that weren't the same games everyone else was showing. That was the idea. Even if they're niche games and they're not for everybody, I'm okay with that. So yeah, that's where it started from. So
yeah. But we're just like some of you guys, right? You guys buy like a legacy game, for example, and you want to play through the whole thing. So do we. Mm-hmm. So we just do it on stream.
But I played a lot even when we were full time. We were playing games off stream that were legacy and campaign games, just because I was like, man, I feel it's like all we do. But I want to play these ones. Let's play them with this other group that maybe doesn't want to be on camera, and we'll just play it with them and have fun. So I still play games for fun. I still don't need to monetize everything or whatever. But yeah, I will experiment. So between 15K and 20K, I am going to experiment a little bit. I need to do it. I need to try some more top 10 lists, some shorter videos, the unboxing funny stuff. I still have to unbox a game every now and then and just have fun doing that.
Well, speaking of that, Jonathan, I don't think we said hi, Jonathan. Hi.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Said, you could do drunk unboxings. No one's done that yet.
No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what I'll say. Being drunk with a camera on you is not what I want to.
Scary sometimes.
No,
right?
no. I'm afraid I'll say I'll slur something wrong and it'll get misunderstood, and like I don't want to tick anyone off like that. I don't mind pissing people off, but not when I don't mean to. But yeah. But yeah, so that going forward, I will try to do some of that shorter stuff. I do say like I don't want to do that, but some of it I do want to do. It's just I need to stream a little less to do it. So yeah, I need to some weeks where I'm just like, you know, maybe we're playing a game on the weekend and maybe I'm not streaming all week. And I will do that. I'll try it out. I'm going to try and experiment. I always have to keep changing it up, trying some things.
Yeah, try new things, see what sticks.
Even if I don't stick with them, even if they're successful, like I see that top 10 list got lots of views, I still was like, no, I don't want to do another one.
Also, you could do another one and it could not be as successful as that
100%,
one, right? I mean, it's hit or miss.
Yeah. But I'll do some top things of different things. I'll try to do some of these shorts. I'll try to do maybe some behind the scenes. I'll try to do some kind of just like topic pieces, rants, that kind of stuff. I'll try them out. And if you guys like them, you like them. If you don't, you don't. But I need to do it in a way that it's not going to take away from what I'm enjoying of live streaming epic games on the channel, playing with everybody, having a good time, solo, co-op, competitive, all that stuff, multiplayer, you know.
Yeah.
As long as that's still happening, I'm still doing what I originally started out doing. Yes, I'm not doing the competitive card game tournament stuff anymore, but I did start out playing board games first on YouTube and Twitch, and then got into the competitive stuff. But yeah, I'm still doing what I did on day one, which is awesome. Like literally live streaming board game playthroughs is literally what the first thing I ever did on Twitch and YouTube in the hobby. And I'm still doing it technically it's to come full circle basically, which is cool.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've gotten better at it and I'm going to keep trying to get better at it. I'm not satisfied. So yeah, that's the plan. But I'm going to try some other stuff.
I still can't believe we hit 15K.
Yeah, I didn't talk about that.
Crazy.
I said it in the post for this 15K celebration. But man, if I put myself back in the mindset when I was debating buying that first camera and we had like 5 games in our collection sitting on a shelf and I was like,
on like a bookshelf, not even like
yeah, it was just one little shelf on the bottom. Like I was like, yeah, that's our board game collection. Look at this, LOL. But when I sat down and was like, you know what? I'm gonna make these videos. I thought I'd be lucky if I got 20 subscribers.
That weren't family.
That weren't family.
Or friends.
Within the communities, showing the games I was showing, I was thinking because nobody makes these videos, nobody's really doing this kind of stuff. Nobody wants it. That's why nobody does it.
Yeah.
And when I hit 500 subscribers, I have a picture to remember that day. I can't believe it happened. I remember I took a picture. I was like floored. When you guys were like, we just hit 500, I was like, are you serious?
Yeah, we never thought that would happen.
500 people like considered clicking that button, not just watched and left, like actually clicked the button because they wanted to watch us again.
Yeah, they wanted to see what we were doing in the future.
Like there's that many nut bars out there that want to watch me.
We're like, we're not entertaining. What is this?
This is silly. What's wrong with you people? Yeah. This is not why I do this. And yeah, I was blowing my mind. And then 1,000 came, and then 5,000, 10,000. Like I never thought I would hit 10. Even when I was coming to around 8, I never thought I'd reach 10. Doing the content I do is not YouTube friendly. It's not what the majority of people want to watch in the industry. I understand that, and I'm fine with it. But somebody's got to do it. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. When we hit 10, I was like, now we've hit 10. I made it. I can put my feet up. I'm done. And now we hit 15. Like,
crazy.
If we hit 20, like I never thought I could get to 20. Never. But now I'm like actually like
it's possible now.
It could happen. It's gonna happen, I think. It's gonna happen. Will it take like 3, 4, 5 years? Maybe, but that's fine. And maybe I don't make it there because I have to stop. That could happen.
I mean, Dan, you said you have been following us since we were about 10.5. I don't know how long that took us to get this 5,000, but I mean,
it's a slow grind. And that's why I just don't stare at the numbers or it would drive me nuts.
Oh yeah.
Because it doesn't fly. It goes up and it goes down and it goes up. But over time, I like the set it and forget it kind of stock mentality. It's like in the long run, hopefully it just goes up. But yes, it will have its ups and downs.
It has in this stream alone.
It has its peaks and valleys.
Like it's gone down to like 42 and back up.
I've said things that piss people off. I've stopped playing games people don't want to watch anymore, and that's fine.
We played Candyland, and maybe people weren't happy about that.
Yep.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows, and that's fine. That's fine.
Dragon says chat and be referred to as D's nuts. D's nuts.
Can you believe that Jonathan started watching for the Thrones?
Which Thrones? Card game, board game?
That's a long time though, even so.
I'm assuming you mean the LCG, because that's what you call Thrones. The lifestyle game that is Game of Thrones, the card game. First, second edition, whatever edition. The CCG. Man, I miss those days. I miss that game. I miss that community. That was a hard thing to leave that.
So John has some numbers and says you went up maybe 3.3K in 1 year. Woo.
Oh, really?
That's pretty good.
That's actually pretty good. I try not to look at that because it will stress me out.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that much.
Wow.
Wow, but yeah, maybe.
But I think it's like the snowball kind of effect, right? And like I said before, is like when people come to the channel and they find the channel and you have more subscribers, they're like, well, there's got to be something here. I'll subscribe. They're more inclined to subscribe to something that has bigger numbers over something that isn't. And then there's, I think, the snowball effect with like YouTube promotion and that kind of stuff too. And also, again, publishers taking you serious, sending you games, sharing your videos even when you bought their game. You know, I get shared a little more maybe than when I did when I was smaller. Maybe our quality got better, so more people are watching and subscribing. You know, our community has gotten bigger and better. Like, you know, so it's like people come into a live stream and see the chat and see the freaking laughs and the fun. And they're like, I got to be in on this.
Yeah.
Like,
or they hear us talking with you guys in the chat when they're watching videos later. And they're like, oh, I want to join in that. That sounds fun.
It's contagious, I think.
Yeah. And I think that's why people like that. We actually interact with the chat, which some people do live and they don't.
Dragon says, I think I joined February of 2019-ish. Maybe it was Wax, February 2018, watching Too Many Bones. Oh,
probably mean Max, but you know what?
No,
Dragon,
Too Many Bones we didn't get until
2019
August.
Yeah.
That's when we got Too Many Bones, because we picked it up at Gen Con.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
So that's why I'll remember that always, because I have that convention tied to it.
Dragon, I'm going to tell you really quickly, one memory I'm never ever going to forget is when you told us to remind you about your pizza in the oven. Never going to forget that. Like, we put a timer on the screen.
Somebody tell me in 5 minutes when my pizza's ready or whatever, right?
I'm never ever going to forget that moment. That was the best. Like, those little things like that is why we love doing it live.
When you were smaller, you've been gaining weight. Yeah, a lot of dead weight. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you.
So Dan does say, I think I joined around mid-2019, 4 to 6 months prior to COVID. It's why I love this channel. You helped me through COVID more than you know. Do you know how many messages we received about that during, like, this time was hard for a lot of people, COVID, especially the start of COVID.
I've talked about it. I talked about it during COVID for sure. COVID, when that hit,
it was tough for us too.
I was very pissed. I loved going to conventions. They were the highlight of my year. Yeah. And the way the board game industry just kind of crawled to a halt. Games weren't being delivered.
Life did, right, for everyone.
Yep. Games weren't being delivered. I was told I couldn't go to Gen Con that year. I couldn't go to Origins. I couldn't go to PAX Unplugged. And all of a sudden, all these games were slowing down and stopping. People were losing their jobs. It was crazy. I was like, what is happening in the world? I hate it. I was then being told family members couldn't come over and play games with us. Gamers we played with, even off the camera, couldn't come play with us anymore. Yeah. All of a sudden, my hobby was being attacked, I felt like. And I got pissed. I got depressed. I got upset. I tried to keep it off streams. But I was telling Mel, like, I was freaking out lots. I would get just grumpy and ranty in the evenings and being like, this freaking sucks. I hate what's happening. But then, after a few months of that, all of a sudden, like, this connection, this going to my basement, this staying in the house, I started realizing, like, wait a second. There are a bunch of people who are also in the same situation, who are now joining our streams and are hanging out on the live chats and playing games with us. And now I have that to look forward to. And that kept me sane. That kept me going. The fact I could pull out old games out of the collection and you guys would come and hang out and stream and watch me play these old games that weren't the new hotness, and we would have a fun time. and you guys would brighten up my mood, and I would feel like the world is not ending.
Yeah, because you'd forget about it. Like during the stream, it's like
but
you
not
forget
even
about it.
No,
right?
no, I wouldn't forget about it. People would
would.
tell us their stories about what's happening to them and how crappy it is, and to hear us all kind of talking about it and realizing I wasn't alone, that helped a ton. And then when people were saying like, you got me through it, like without you I don't know what I would do, and like people coming in saying I just lost my job, and like it was hard.
Or as they were also maybe suffering from COVID themselves.
Yeah, it freaking screwed with so much, and things are still not right.
No.
But when I look at the positives, and I try not to be the normal Rob, the optimist Rob, which isn't really around a lot. I start to look at it and go, wait, there was a positive came out from it. I know there are tons of gamers. I know the boost to the solo game industry. There was lots of articles posted on other websites not related to board gaming, because there was all of a sudden this need where people were trapped in their homes and want to play games with their family, or play games alone, or play games with just their significant other. And they were going out and looking for those games and buying those games online when they couldn't go to stores, and buying them from stores that had online shops. And all of a sudden those little game stores were getting supported now by online sales. And then like all of a sudden people are talking about board games in places they never would have talked about our hobby before. And then all of a sudden publishers started realizing they had a niche to fill, and they started getting motivated, and people started working from home on these things and started enjoying their jobs more because they got to work from home, for people that enjoy that.
I'm one of those people.
And then it got people working from home to join our streams and have fun. We can get them through their day of work while they're hanging out on our streams. And then I started realizing like there is positives here. There is massive positives. COVID wasn't that bad after all. I'm going to hopefully get to go to a convention this year, maybe next year, but at least they'll get to go to a convention again. And they didn't die. The world didn't end. Our hobby's still fine. There's still Kickstarters happening. Those didn't go away, which I thought maybe they would. There's still game stores still exist.
Yeah, the hobby didn't die.
The hobby didn't die.
Yeah.
And it's still growing, I think. And even though the weather got nice and people got to go outside, they still are collecting board games. They're still playing board games. They're still meeting with people, and still going to conventions. And yeah, the hobby's still there. The hobby's still rocking. And hopefully it gets back to where it was and beyond. But yeah, COVID was, man,
it was scary.
Yeah, I hated it. I hated it. And
you had a very different attitude than I did to COVID.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, you get to work from home. This is awesome.
Yeah, COVID
I get to
was like
spend more time with you. And I was like, no.
COVID for me was awesome. Very introverted person. Like for me, I would prefer to work from home than to work in an office. I also worked in a very open concept office where everybody was always loud and talking, and you could hear everybody on the phone, everybody on their calls. And to work from home was just so much better. I still love it.
So I guess I have to reschedule Tuesday's stream. Brian says, yes, I love the daytime stream, just not on Tuesdays, please. That's my meeting day.
Oh.
But I did schedule the next Lord of the Rings card game stream. Are you okay? Brian, do you like that game? Or
Brian's on a cruise right now, so this week might not matter. I don't know when you come back from your
cruise.
Oh,
yeah, true.
Yeah.
Am I okay to stream this Tuesday, Brian? Because I scheduled already. I can move it.
Didn't you schedule for Wednesday?
I scheduled...
I thought you scheduled
No, I scheduled Nemesis Lockdown Digital on Wednesday.
I see, yeah.
Yes, okay. We'll see.
We'll see. But yeah, I think this week might be okay. I don't know when Brian comes back from his cruise, but maybe it's...
Daniel says, what's outside? A new board game on Kickstarter?
Yeah, I know, right on your doorstep.
Outside?
There's outside. I know. And to be honest, for us, technically, other than the whole lockdown situation of not being able to hang out with friends and all of that, COVID didn't affect us a ton because like you were saying before, we don't live beyond our means. Like we don't go out for dinners. We don't go on major vacations and all that stuff. Like we hang out a lot at home and within our community and with our friends. So,
but it sucked when we're playing Lord of the Rings, Journeys to Middle Earth with Kyle. We're playing every week. I finally got that guy coming every week.
Oh yeah.
I'm getting to see him, play games with him, having fun, got some consistency going. It's a great time. I look forward to it every week. And then all of a sudden to be told sorry,
we're not allowed to have people over.
You shouldn't come over for the safety of your family and our family, and maybe we'll see you in a few months. Bye, Kyle.
Yeah, that part of it
that hurt.
Was tough.
That hurt. That was the worst, I think, was not being able to see people and game with people in person. But yeah, thanks to Tabletop Simulator and stuff, people still got to connect and play, which is good. I just refused.
Yeah.
But there are digital board games that I was playing and having fun with too. But yeah. Eric. Yeah, Eric says the biggest annoyance was the gym's closing for a while. Working from home is great. Nice.
Yeah, working from home is awesome.
Yeah,
I don't go to the gym, so I don't care.
Keith says, speaking of lockdown, I'll be watching Wednesday to see if you can change my opinion of Nemesis.
Nemesis is fun. Nemesis itself as a game is fun.
Wednesday's playthrough, I'm playing the digital early access version of Nemesis Lockdown on PC. I don't know, after playing the early access version of Nemesis Distress, wasn't really in the greatest state. I'm holding my breath for this one, but then again, this is more closer to the board game, which I've never played Nemesis Lockdown the board game, but I played Nemesis a whole bunch. So I'm hoping we can go through the tutorial. Maybe I can do that before the stream, if not on the stream, and kind of learn how the game works, and just play it a bit and see how it is, and we can get an idea of like, is this one decent or not? So yeah. That's the plan there, but I'm hoping not to change anyone's mind on the game of Nemesis. You know whether you like that kind of game or not, just based on our Nemesis streams of the board game. This will be closer to the board game rather than trying to stick, you know, first-person survival horror aspects into it. So I haven't played this one yet. I just downloaded and installed it, but I'll hopefully get to try it out on Monday is the plan, if I have time. And then if I don't, I'm literally just going to go blind into it on Wednesday, and we'll just boot it up, and let's see how it goes. I might get to play in the morning before I stream. But yeah, we'll just dig into it all together and see how it is. That's the plan. But I've not played the board game to compare this, but I know Nemesis Lockdown, the board game, is very similar to Nemesis, the original game. A lot of people said you only need one in your collection. They're both pretty much scratching the same itch.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
so this is like playing the board game but digitally.
But playing Lockdown. So on that map, whatever those characters, those abilities, those cards, those aliens. Okay. I mean, intruders. not alien, not copyright.
Okay.
Oh, true. Sajat's got a tip here. Please don't go into it literally blind. Kind of difficult to play that way.
Probably, you're right.
Well, if my headphones, I can hear the sound, you know, and if you guys... No, I wouldn't be able to read the chat. I'd have to have it read to me. But if you guys can walk me through it, maybe we could do it literally blind. But
imagine the chat reading to you. It would just not stop. It'd just like be constantly...
Go this way. Click this. Go this way. No, you're too far. No, pick that action.
You wouldn't even know
action.
what to do. And then with the delay of some people's
I would
chat.
Short circuit. You see sparks coming out of my head.
Oh, that would be funny. Oh, that's funny.
What's this? Oh, sorry. Click on Jonathan, sorry, says, I like Team Covenant. Those dudes just barricade themselves in their game shop from day one up until now. They are the other Thrones guys I began watching back when. Oh yeah, I used to watch your Thrones content too.
Yeah, we've met them.
Yeah, I met those guys at like Worlds and Gen Con and stuff. Yeah, they're cool dudes.
Yeah.
Actually,
that's kind of like what we did too.
They actually sent me tokens once to review and play on the channel. Yeah. They were like a distributor of some Game of Thrones tokens or something, and I remember them sending us those and to make a video.
Yep.
I forget who the creator of those tokens were. They were nice. But yeah, they were like the US distributor of them, so yeah.
Do you guys have any other questions for us, or are we all?
I think we're good. Good? I didn't realize the time. We should. I was planning on like 4-ish hours. Maybe it'd be too much. But we are 5 hours and 32 minutes in.
Holy!
Whoopsie!
Time is flying.
Time's flying when you're having fun. So we're back tomorrow. We are playing Burn Cycle tomorrow, 3 floor, starting at 11 a.m. tomorrow. So a little bit earlier for us.
Okay.
I still have this. I would have set it up on the table today if we didn't have that surprise, amazing game we played today. I would have had it already set up on the table to help me play it quicker tomorrow, but I gotta spend some time this evening and tomorrow morning setting that up. So I should get out of here so we can eat and then do that. Mm-hmm. So tomorrow we're playing Burn Cycle, 2-player, 3 floors. Join us for that. It's gonna be fun. We've not played the scenario before. We should probably choose our characters in advance, which I reached out in the Discord. I think
there was some conversation about that in the Discord, yeah. So
John B, if you're watching, did John B post in there? I know Ryan did.
Ryan did. I don't think John did.
John, I posted in the Discord, if you're watching this still, about our playthrough tomorrow in the scenario we're playing, the the captain we're playing. If you have any suggestions to help us set up before the stream to get into playing quicker, feel free to go drop them in the Discord and I'll look at them and we'll kind of like narrow it down. And if we have a couple options, we'll just do a poll at the very beginning to choose. But we'll try to look tonight and tomorrow morning. We'll figure out like maybe we can get set up faster and get into play quicker for that. But it should be a pretty epic stream tomorrow. So we'll be playing Burn Cycle tomorrow. Back on Tuesday playing Lord of the Rings Living Card Game. Wednesday playing Nemesis Lockdown Digital. And other streams to come. Thank you very much for all your donations, your super chats, your Patreons, your YouTube members support. Thank you for hitting the subscribe button, getting us over 15,000 of you hitting that subscribe button and keeping it clicked. And those who've joined recently, even on the road to 20K, and hitting that like button, watching the videos, leaving us feedback, joining the live chats, sharing our videos. Without you guys, we wouldn't have reached this milestone, and I am blown away by the support. I'll keep doing what I'm doing, try to keep improving, never feel satisfied, keep helping us grow, and we'll try to get to 20K, and we'll see you there for that. We'll do other. We need to do more of these Q&As. I know
we need to do them
That's
more
why
regularly.
I did this because I thought we haven't done one in so long, and they're fun, and I just never have a reason in my mind to like stop and do them, but I should do them more often. But yeah. Try to keep it interesting. Try to keep going. Thank you for your motivation. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping us reach this. I can't say thank you enough. Like I can't. It means a ton. It means a ton to me, like more than you know, that we're able to do this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You want to do one last cheers to everyone?
One last cheers.
Cheers to everyone.
For today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, till the next time. Yeah, see you guys in the next stream. Thank you for watching. Thanks for the support. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy the rest of your day. And again, if you're watching this later, drop comments down below. I'll be checking the comments. So, you know, give us your feedback. If you weren't able to join us for this, thank you to you too, even those who weren't here live. I appreciate you. Everyone who watch our videos at any time of day, you know, even not live, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.